Hello everybody and welcome back to the America's Golden Spatula. This is day number 2 of the competition and we are so excited to keep the ball rolling. My name is Nekkra and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined at the top of the day by none other than Khroen and Dobz. Welcome back, you two. How are you doing today?
Doing fantastic. Thank you very much, Nekkra. Day number 1 was an absolute treat to watch. We unfortunately had to say goodbye to 8 players, but today, right, there's so much action as we look forward to see who's going to be in the top 8 and look forward towards that Tactician's crown.
Exactly. Hi guys, I'm pretty excited to be here once again. The day 1 was amazing. I've seen much players like doing really well on this reroll meta, and I expect to see a lot more today.
Yeah, day 1 was so exciting, and especially because we had 32 of the best tacticians in the Americas region converging together to compete at the America's Golden Spatula. And they had a couple of ways that they could earn a spot to be here. When we take a look back at the competitive roadmap for the Magic and Mayhem set, you had ladder snapshots, you had doing well at the Tacticians Cup 1, 2, or 3, or a conglomeration of those in the qualifier points that you were able to accumulate by your placements at those events. This is the final stop on the journey before we make it to the Tactician's crown next weekend. So this is a huge event for all of our players because this is your last chance to earn those qualifier points, to get a good placement at this event, and earn your spot at the Tactician's crown. On top of that, there is also a prize pool that our players are trying to grab, $14,000 for first place, but everybody in the top 32 competing this weekend is going to be going home with something. But it's all about those Tactician's crown spots at the end of the day, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. It's so exciting, right? Already have some players, right, going to be clinching their spots here soon. There's so much on the line, right? And this is what happens when you bring the best of a region together, right? There's so much action, so many players to root for, but only a few can make it.
Exactly. A lot of players fighting for that prize pool and also fighting for that spot into the Worlds. I'm really excited to see who is going to grab those spots today for the final day tomorrow.
Day 1 was hard fought. We're getting a chance to see some highlights of that now, but I'm curious from both of you, what was your sort of favorite moment from yesterday?
I think it's always really telling after day 1 of a big competition, just kind of seeing how the whole picture is laid out, right? We had a lot of expectations of some of these players saying, oh, who's actually going to do well, who's not going to do so well, right? But at the end of the day, right, it's players that are the staple, like Milk and Spencer, right, who were on top of the day and did it in very dominant fashion. So it's nice to see when the, the goats in form, in peak form, that it really could just pop off and be the absolute best.
Exactly. I would say that my best moments for me yesterday was both the game with the Strident Sentinels, with a lot of a game like really wild, a lot of things going on, people trying to fit their boards with that, a lot of emblems, a lot of unexpected compositions, and the game from Robin that he played like that Golden Quest, really played, a lot of good stuff coming from this game. So I like it to see those moments.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely a game that sticks out for me is Michael's game number 1, right? With that What the Forge, had the trench coat and the Zonias on the Gwen and the Fiora, and they just went absolutely crazy. And I actually ended up winning the game. I wasn't sure if it was going to be enough, but it was. And Michael, it was one of his 2 first places yesterday, and it was a fantastic treat to watch.
I think all of those What the Forge games were fascinating. We got a chance to see a couple of clips from Robinsong's game with What the Forge onto those dragon and shapeshifters. And just in general, I think all of our players finding those unique ways to really cap out those boards was so exciting. I can't wait to see what today is going to bring, because the competition gets even fiercer today, doesn't it? When you think about, well, this was only day number 1, and now we have an even harsher cutoff for who's going to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, the cutoff is crazy, right? Only cut out 8 players from yesterday. Now it's going to be 16, but remember, right, the points did carry over from day 1 into day 2. So if you're on the bottom of the standings, right, you really got to focus up and not just have an average day, because that won't be good enough to get you into the top 8 and move forward into day 3 and look towards that Tactician's crown.
Exactly. When you have like a rough first day, you can actually use the time to reset and then refresh your mindset, review your strategy. Also, I'm pretty sure the players probably watch their games to see what they are making mistakes, and then you can like bring something new and try to get better in the second day, like a brand new start, and probably try to find the way into the finals.
I mean, I was even just taking a look at some of the player streams after the conclusion of yesterday, and even though Dish Soap is in the top 8 of our standings, he was still looking back at his games, VOD reviewing, and making sure that he was set up for the absolute best success. The standings that we're seeing on our screen right now, though, are the bottom 32 players. Unfortunately, the players in 25th through 32nd already went home, but there was a huge story there, Khroen. Bobster going out in 32nd was a devastating event.
Yeah, devastating loss for Bobster. It's kind of a roller coaster of emotions yesterday. Bobster started off the day decent, and then went 8-8-8 to end the day was so rough, because to clinch a spot at the Tactician's crown, Bobster just needed to avoid the bottom 2 spots, but wasn't able to make that happen. So we gotta now look to Wajan Iverson, the person in 2nd place in qualifier points. If Wajan makes top 8, Bobster's out of there, and that means it's going to be so insanely heartbreaking. But even more than just the Bob storyline, right? We had the not so usual suspects come through, all the Tacticians Cup winners from this set, all being in the bottom 16 of the standings, right? Me First to Wraith and Bobster going both dead last. Phoenix at least did get into today, so is kind of trying to carry that torch forward for those not so usual suspects.
For sure, I would say that something that we are not expecting to see those players that got into that really good performance out of the cups, getting out into the day 1. So probably a thing that we wouldn't imagine.
But when we take a look at this next page, I think, Dobz, there are a lot of players that you think about and you see they did expect to be here. I'm taking a look at Milk, Dish Soap, Robinsongs, all being in the top 8. Ego Illusions, a great player that we all had high expectations for coming into the weekend, and they're sitting at the top of the points right now.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah,
in here,
go for it.
In here, we can see like a lot of the powerhouses from the tournament, from Milk and Dish Soap, the players that we know that are always trying to improve their games, even if they still winning. So I expect them to keep their performance today.
Yeah, definitely. We see a lot of really strong players, especially out of Brazil, right? Ego Illusions, CMB9, a player who has not been talked about that much, but has made it to, Brazilian regionals 4 times, really coming in and showing some good stuff in day number 1. And there's players like Flames, right, as well, who are the kind of also representing that not so usual suspects, reaching that top 8, has a super high first place rate overall just in the set, and was able to find at least 1 win yesterday. But it's really interesting to see how this whole story is kind of painted out after just day number 1, but a ton more action to look forward to here in day 2.
We've got 6 more games for our players to get through today to see which top 8 are going to be able to move forward to the final day of competition tomorrow. And nobody is mathematically eliminated yet. So these first 2 games, they are going to be very important, a lot of high stakes, but I'm very excited to be welcoming a special guest to our broadcast. We have Finho, one of our co-streamers from Brazil. Bem-vindo. So excited to have you. Welcome. How are you?
Opa, muito boa tarde para todo mundo que está aí. Muito obrigado pela oportunidade de estar aqui. Muito obrigado a todos os casters. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que está aí. Obrigado, Dobz, também por estar aí para fortalecer. Eu sou o Finha, sou um dos co-streamers que está fazendo agora o Golden Spatula. Também fiz os Tactics Cup. Muito obrigado pela oportunidade, meus amigos.
Alfinha actually said like thank you to the opportunity for everyone, and he greeted everybody here in the call, Nekkra, me, and Khroen, and he's pretty excited to be part of the watch parties.
Yeah, fantastic. It's good to have you, Finha. Welcome to the broadcast. Excited to have you here. My question is, what player, specifically what Brazilian player, are you looking to be rooting for and hopefully make it into the top 8 and make it to the Tacticians Cup, or Crown, rather?
Alfinha, ele quer saber, o Khroen perguntou qual player do Brasil você acha que vai estar representando o Brasil na final de amanhã.
Eu acredito que vai ser o Ego. Eu tenho um bom voto nele, eu tenho algumas apostas para ele também. Tava com uma torcida também para alguns outros brasileiros, mas eu hoje vou torcer principalmente para o Ego. Eu acho que o Tcheco também tem uma posição muito boa, ele está conseguindo vir muito forte. E eu tinha uma torcida também pro BAP, mas ele infelizmente caiu no dia de ontem. Mas hoje eu tô bastante numa torcida pro Ego, pro Brasil. Eu tô com um bom pressentimento que vai passar bons brasileiros hoje.
Finha said that he especially cheering for Ego to be in the final, but he actually thinks the Tex can make that as well. But especially from Ego, as he likes a lot this player, he already was like rooting for him before, so he thinks that he gonna make it. And sadly for Bapizera, he said like he was actually trying to support him as well, but unfortunately he went out tomorrow. Yes, I same. Sorry.
Dobz, any questions that you wanted to ask Finha?
Ok. Finha, o que você tá achando do público e o que o público tá achando do campeonato em si?
Eu tenho gostado de maneira geral. A transmissão também tá muito divertida de maneira geral também. Tá dando bastante oportunidades para os co-streamers também. No geral, eu tenho gostado bastante das composições, principalmente nesse patch que tá um pouco mais versátil, tem algumas composições que tá vindo bastante forte, dá pra você sair também um pouquinho do reroll às vezes também, porque tá sendo bastante prioritário esse reroll de peças custo 1, 2, 3 principalmente, a gente teve bastante destaque para algumas peças custo 1 e 2, principalmente pra área, eu achei bastante interessante. Ela que veio no patch tava meio sumido, voltou, conseguiu ter um pouco de presença. Eu tenho gostado bastante do patch, então acho que o público também deve estar gostando bastante também, porque você pode brincar de bastante coisinhas diferentes.
Okay. I asked him what he is thinking about the public, and he answered that the public is think the tournament is amazing, especially because about the meta. There are so many lines that we were not seeing before. They came back in the reroll meta right now as Ari or as other compositions, and even if we are in the reroll meta, we can still find some compositions that can shine through. So people are really excited to watch, and we are actually excited to see as well.
That's awesome. Final question from us is, Finha, what makes Brazilian players so magical? You know, what do they bring to the table that really sets them apart?
Nekkra perguntou o que você acha que o Brasil tem nessa mágica? O que os brasileiros podem trazer para a mesa no AMER Golden Spatula?
A gente tá numa crescente, a gente não pode mentir, até vi um pouquinho do jogo, as apostas do Slooper para o que estava acontecendo, onde ele estava dando uma acertada. Então, eu acredito que pode ser ali mais voltado, talvez ali com umas composições um pouco mais diferentes. E acredito principalmente também que no Brasil ali a gente tem um pouco dessa magia porque a gente sabe jogar ali por baixo. Às vezes a gente começa perdendo, a gente consegue ficar em umas posições um pouquinho abaixo no começo, mas dentro do jogo e até fora dentro da tabela. Então acho que a gente sempre tem essa consistência de pelo menos tentar voltar. Acho que é aquele famoso jeitinho de nunca desistir, eu acho, né? Tem essa pegada de sempre mesmo ficando com pouca vida, a gente consegue dar essa voltada.
Finha answered us with saying that the magical way from Brazil is actually because he thinks Brazil is actually improving as a region, and most of the magic is because we are actually used to be on those last positions, and as we are kind of trying to improve in here, we can actually find the way into be at a good placements as well.
That's awesome. Muito obrigada e tchau.
Tchau, meus amigos. Obrigado pela oportunidade. Todo mundo que tá acompanhando. Espero que vocês se divirtam com os jogos de hoje. Espero que todo mundo consiga aproveitar. Espero que o Brasil tenha uma boa oportunidade. Agradeço todo mundo que tá também fortalecendo as nossas co-stream. Tenho fazendo principalmente com meu amigo Bolinho, que também é um outro co-streamer. Então espero que todo mundo possa se divertir durante as streams de hoje.
Okay, he said like he's so thankful to be here. Actually, thanked his partner from his watch party, and he thanked a lot from our broadcast and for the players that are watching us.
That's awesome. Thank you. Oh, it's so great to have Finha on the broadcast. I love being able to get that additional perspective. And Dobz, thank you so much for translating that for everybody.
He speaks so fast.
I was gonna say, I was like, I can barely keep up, but thank goodness we have you here. But really great to hear that perspective. I think that Finha hit on something that we can all notice that we were seeing from the standings as well, that Brazil is very much improving. And that is something that, as the second set, we have had the Americas as this big region with North America, Latin America, and Brazil all coming together for these competitions. Everybody's game is leveling up.
Yeah, absolutely. Brazil as a region, especially like you're talking about from last set as the whole Americas competing to this set, is so much better, right? And I remember seeing so many great Brazilian players since the start of TFT, but now that this ecosystem has changed into what it is, the improvement keeps on going. And obviously, right, with Finha recognizing that, says that's some of the magic of these Brazilian players, right? And it's just so good to see that improvement.
Yes, I would say that the reading power from Brazil comes to the power of friendship. I mean, those guys were like actually studying a lot together. I can see from the Discord that I have that there is a study group. They're always online, try to see what the other player is doing, how players from other regions are more likely to play the game. And I want to say something about Ego is that like actually I feel that he pushes everybody towards him. He actually is a really dedicated player that studies a lot other regions, not just in Americas. He likes to watch CNN, APAC, and AMER. Whoever is doing good in the game, he's actually trying to improve and get some information about them, and that's why I think everybody is doing better. It's because of him and because they are trying their best.
Champion of the players. I really love that, to have somebody that can be that beacon of light and really push everybody forward. And I also really appreciate something that Finha brought up during the interview, which is that we do have a very diverse meta, maybe not something that we were expecting coming into today. Let's actually take a look at some of those composition statistics from day number 1. We're going to take a look at the top 6 comps, and I would love to get your first impressions taking a look at this. What is sticking out to you?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but for sure, right, I didn't expect to see that much multi-striker. It's kind of a line that, yeah, you can go into it, you get your top 4 and get out, and especially that's the case when we look at multi-striker Cassin, but there is so much Ashe and Jack's priority as well, it seems like. Absolutely. And we have our like super late game compositions as well on the flip side of that with the Shapeshifter Dragons and the Arcana Varus. But the Arcana Varus win rate is just abysmally low, right? 4.7. When it does reach that cap, it is so strong. That's what's reflected in that 28% win rate. But still, overall, it's hard to find success with that.
Exactly. I actually feel some players that are playing Arcana Varus is like the low rollers from the Shapeshifter Smolders that cannot get into that level 9. You have to roll on level 8 and try to save your game. So that's why they are like kind of struggling, as this composition isn't that strong in this meta right now. And we can see also Veigar doing really good here with a really high top 4 rate, as it's a composition that allows you to roll down a lot during the mid game. And I guess the window that you have to respect in this game is the tempo from the stage 3 and stage 4, and this composition is so strong at those moments. And also you can see here Scholar Ari not having like a lot of success, but we will see later on that Bastion Ari is actually doing pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. Scholar Ari, not a great variant there for mages, of course. That Veigar Vex kind of reroll style, not being stuck on the Soraka Seraphine. We'll see that, a bit later as well, of course. But it's just like night and day. But there's not that many opportunities to go just like a big tempo into that Mage Vex Veigar reroll, right? That's why it's only been seen 6 times. But when we have seen it, it's found obviously so much success. 3.1 average is so good.
It's so good, and that's going to be what it takes for some of these players that are sitting towards the bottom of the standings. They're going to need to get a lot of wins. They're going to need to have those high AVPs in order to solidify a spot. So maybe it is going to be the reroll way, or just finding those really high caps of the Shapeshifter Dragons in order to get the job done. I want to take a look at this next batch of compositions though, because you did talk about something very important. Scholar Ari may not be doing super well, but there is a more powerful variant of that, and that is the Bastion Ari with an AVP of 3.4 and a win rate of 30%. That is huge.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Bastion Ari is super good. It's winning 3 times out of 10. Very good, but getting a chance to see that comparably to the Scholar Ari, right, is very night and day. Same thing with the Mage Soraka and Seraphine as well, right? A lot of players are going to that line, right? It's the 3rd most popular comp, but the average being 5.2 and being one of the, I would say, like, stronger reroll lines, or at least one that players have on their radar, but the success is just absolutely not there, Dobz.
Yes, I thought before the tournament that this composition from Soraka Seraphine will do really well, but as we see here in the stats, the players are actually struggling with that. And as I talked with our data analyst, he said like only 2 players that were playing this line were able to find the Vex 3 stars, and this unit is really key to the success from mages, and those actually 2 players actually got into the top 4. So we are seeing like 13 players that make this composition without 3-starring the Vex, playing some Vanguards, and we see that the Vanguards are not doing so well as a frontline for this composition.
Yeah, that's really actually important. Only 2 out of 15 times, right, not hitting that Vex 3-star, maybe going more of the Vanguards. And I wonder kind of why players are reaching towards that kind of Vanguard line. Maybe the Vexes and Vanguards, more contested perhaps in other lines, but also taking a look at the other 4 cost-centered compositions as well, with the Callista Fairies and Scholar Rise, right? Callista's doing okay, but 4.4 average is not fantastic. 10% win rate, it's only winning 2 out of those 20 games. Scholar Rise has a really high cap as well, but that composition really just gets enabled by emblems, Dobz. It's really these 4 costs that are struggling right now.
Yes, exactly. As you have such a meta tuned into high tempo compositions, it's pretty hard to play those 4 costs, as sometimes you have to sack those stages like 3 and 4 and try to roll down a lot. During the 4-2, you can actually bleed a lot from the early game, and it's hard to come back without those emblems that can power up this composition, or maybe with some specific augments that can allow better either the Rise and the Callista.
Yeah, definitely. And just to wrap it up, right, the compositions we haven't talked about, Preserver Jinx and Syndra Reroll, compositions that are part of that reroll line, and really powerful as well. Syndra Reroll 4.3 average, and Preserver Jinx a little bit under a 4 average. That's really strong, and the most popular composition that we see yesterday.
Yeah, we did see a couple of those compositions struggle though, especially when it comes down to those 3 cost rerolls. You have to be rich, and you also have to make sure that you can hit on time. So that could be something that our players do have to deal with when thinking about where the pace of the lobby is going to go, and maybe what kind of spots that they're given. But that kind of begs the question. We're seeing a lot of these comps in day 2 or day 1 fall into 2 buckets. So you've got the rerolls, and then we have the compositions that are going to be fast 8, fast 9, capping out of those 4 and 5 costs. So where do you go here?
I mean, there's a big picture we painted here. Reroll being played about 2/3 of the time, non-reroll about 1/3 of the time. Reroll average looking a lot better, Dobz.
Yes, exactly. That's what we were actually expecting to be a meta really focused on that reroll lines. And actually another thing that we can see in these stats is like the players that are going to play reroll took 10% of the top 8s, and the players that were not took even more. With more games, like the players are more likely to get the 8s. So it's kind of hard to go into those late games compositions that plays through the 4 costs and the 5 costs, because the reroll meta is so stabilized and people are like playing a lot high tempo in those games, and then you can actually fall off if you don't follow the time for the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. The win rates are pretty similar as well, though, but non-reroll, when you're able to push that, level 9, level 10, like we saw a little bit yesterday sometimes, you are winning a little bit more often than the reroll compositions.
We saw a couple more level 10s than I think we thought we would see. We saw one and we're like, okay, that's a little strange, but makes a lot of sense. There was a lot of gold in that lobby. There was a lot of winning coming through from those players. And then Robin Songs goes and does it again because of that golden quest. So maybe we'll get a chance to see a couple more of those. Definitely one of the conditions required in order to actually make those 4-cost and 5-cost comps work. One last thing I wanted to talk about now that we have gotten the meta conversation is there's a bigger conversation here in terms of what the America's Golden Spatula is here for, which is to get players qualified to the Tactician's crown. And I'm very excited to talk about 2 players that have locked in their spots already from the Americas region. We have Black Sheep and Ego Illusions making their way through for Brazil and Latin America. So let's talk about them, right? I think Black Sheep especially was one of those players that came in, did have a high number of qualifier points, but everyone was also looking at and saying he's still a huge threat to win the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely. Both of these players, right? Ego and Black Sheep, having the opportunity to go to Tactician's crown from the qualifier points already after day 1 is just such a breath of fresh air, right? Such just a sigh of relief. Obviously, they're still going to be competing, wanting to go for that, top 8. The prize pool is absolutely massive, but especially props to Black Sheep, right? Because they have come so close to Worlds a handful of times, but just been an inch short, right? But being able to actually lock that in is just so huge for him.
It is for sure. And Ego actually finding his way back into the Worlds. Last set he struggled against Bapizera that actually Bapizera lost in the first day. Ego had his spot just depending on him to go into the Worlds, and he actually slipped that away. And this time he secured his spot once again. He's going to play the Worlds for the second time.
Oh, so exciting to see them there. Having multiple Tactician's Crown appearances is always something exciting. We are still looking for who from the North America region could be making it through qualifier points, and that might be something decided in just a couple of games. Bobster could make it, but Wajan Iverson is right on his tail. So let's go ahead and get ready for the first game of the day. And for that, we send it all over to Gangly and Jupeson.
Thank you so much, Nekkra, Gangly, Jupeson, here to bring you in for game number 1. Jupe, they talked a little bit at the end there about Black Sheep, the Latin American rep who's qualified into the Tactician's crown already before day 2 has even started. There are 2 players from Latin America left, and I think if you had to guess which one of them had qualified to the Tactician's crown, you actually would have guessed the other one, who in this lobby. It's Michael. Michael has not had the season that we expect of a player of his caliber, right? Considered by many to be the Latin American GOAT. I do feel though, even when Michael isn't performing during the regular season, he's one of those players that has an aura to him, right? Like you can never actually count out Michael, even if he isn't performing in tournament.
Yeah, he has magic. He has we always say like the highest potential, but also the highest raw talent. So even when he was not training so much, he still can outperform, making, I don't know, a different table on level 8, for example, that he used to. So I actually have to say, I talked to him and he said this is not the best meta for him because he's very used to push level, push tempo, and maybe on level 8, do a creative board and try to outroll on it. Right now, only Shapeshifter Dragon, for example, can be used in that way. And other lines are, as we saw just recently, as Khroen, Dobz, and Nekkra were saying, 2/3 of the comps are reroll. So he had to change a little his mind, replay helping a lot in his team, also Relic. So the fact that now they're making teams, the fact that they're covering each other's weaknesses is making a real difference. So we will see him in the next lobby right now.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra still, I believe, has 3 of their 4 players still remaining in the tournament. You actually see 2 of them here, right? Robin Songs and Michael, the 2 players from Toronto Ultra, competing against one another in this first lobby of the day.
Important, Gangly, to recognize Michael on the top right. He has a mustache. He didn't want to show himself on camera until the mustache grew enough, and now he's very proud of it. He says, okay, now I look a little more like Casey Double, so maybe it's a mustache buff that can achieve for him. And once again, I want to thank the production for making sure that all players have cameras. This allows us to see the expressions. This allows us to see the faces when they maybe recognize a lose streak or a win streak. This is so amazing for TFT as an esport, Gangly.
You know, we talked about the team kill of Robin and Michael. We also have the same thing with Prestivan and Milk. These are two players who were largely favorites coming into the tournament. Milk, by some players' standards, is actually considered the best player in North America, even above, surprisingly, that big four, right? Of players like Dish Soap and Setsuko and Wage and Iverson replay, Milk is one of those players that's extremely good at executing. I think that if there's one strength that Milk has, it is he is one of the best executors. And when you have to pick a line on 2-1, and then the primary skill expression is being able to pick a line and execute it the way it needs to be played, there's no further you need to look than Milk to find one of the favorites going into this event.
Now we start and have a possibility here of the portals. So most of them going for champion conference. We have seen this. Low variance to start game one, Gangly. We have 6 games today. We enjoyed so much on yesterday on day 1. And remember, the points accumulate. So the points you just saw on the previous page, we will sum it to the 6 games we have today and then decide the top 8 that will advance to tomorrow. So Spatula only being picked there by Robin, and we have it.
Man, Robin opting for what I would consider the highest variant of the 3 portals there. Spatula is really interesting because while there are a lot of comps that are enabled by it, I actually feel like most of the comps that are played right now are enabled largely through the frying pan, more so than the spatula. And so there's actually this interesting dynamic on stage 2 where the player who can find a reforger, or for instance that charm, the early charm that gives you a remover and a reforger, all of a sudden players can find very early on in the game that they're able to enable a more vertical variation of the reroll. So for instance, if you find the hunter spat early on, you can bully anyone else off of the line and immediately have that 6 hunter cap, but we know enables the comp to be so much stronger.
Yeah, that's like the sexy comps, no? With the frying pans right now, as you just said, hunters, we have the possibility with colors, but also this is a little vintage, no? The spatula, maybe 2 witchcraft has been amazing in the meta. 10 eldritch could be now a possibility, having this spatula maybe with an augment that enables you to have the crest of an additional one. So those vertical comps that we know can work but require obviously so many resources could be a possibility here now. Once again, we continue with Milk. I want to highlight also Prestiven. He was the 4th in the draft because in picking in the draft when they selected the players, because he made so well performance during all the cups that we have this season. So he's been doing amazing. He wants to demonstrate also his powerness, his in vitality group, and normally he's not very recognized, at least because of the public, of the majority of players, but real players that are there are actually recognizing so much and know he's top level player.
Oh my goodness, Milk gets dropped portal and then immediately has the portal spatula available because of I believe I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong, that's portal, if you have spat rod, is the portal spat. So that's +2 portal with the Zoe on his bench right now. And actually you saw Milk there, snap decision, doesn't even see anything else, says I have the spatula off the start of the game, branching out will allow me to go even further vertical. And if he does actually play, and you know what, he does have the reforger as well, so there is a world where he decides to try and reforge and find another angle, but instead he says, you know what, I'm gonna play around portal, I'm not gonna slam this rod right now because it doesn't give me anything. And the most difficult part about making the portal spatula is that rods are actually very valuable.
Yeah, you need so many rods.
And you know, if you get rid of this rod right now, you're left with glove sword. It is a lot harder to navigate this composition. So I'm curious to see if he's actually going to make a portal spat or if he'll hold on to it and see if he can get an additional one later on.
Yeah, on the other side, we see the Brazilian CMB9. He already has a Scholar and has Arcana. So also a great possibility for him to go for the Rise line, Rise Arcana maybe as a chance. So perfect for him also. And that will be
there are 4 branching outs taken on 2-1 there. We have 4 plays. I believe it was Neonified, Milk, Phoenix, and either Robin or CMB9, excuse me, is the 4th. 4 players immediately recognizing I have an opportunity here to go even deeper into the vertical. And if you can actually CMB9 is a player that slammed his spatula already. I'm assuming he had the Reforger early game, and so he was able to make either the Arcana or I'm assuming it was the Scholar actually. This opens up one of the highest caps in the game. which is that 6 Scholar Arcana build. We've seen it very
Also,
popularly
I was
played
thinking about
against
that one, Gangly, but now that I see his setup, possibly Ari Reroll will be what he's thinking, because he's holding the Lilia, he's holding the Zoe. So as you said, maybe the Scholar line that I was thinking at first, but now I think it makes more sense to go for, if he gets good items, to go for the Ari Reroll that we know has been so good in stats so far.
You're right. No, absolutely. Because it's very easy to play both. You get the Khroen in that 4 Bastion front line alongside the Ari. The 3rd Arcana that you'll get from the emblem is going to make the 3 stars even more powerful. I think it's a great call out. And absolutely another line that could be considered by CMB9. Here's another one of our branching out players. This time we get Frost and Preserver coming in from Phoenix. I'm not exactly sure. That slam surprises me. I don't know how you feel about that, but obviously, you know, you do have the synergy there of the Zillion, and you can play into that vertical Frost, but it doesn't feel like a line that is as popular that we've seen over the last day of competition. So I'm curious to see how Phoenix navigates this.
Yeah, you can splash the 3 Frost early and use a little for tempo, and then maybe if you get the Bastion in the late, the Diana, you can use 5, or as you say, maybe the vertical, but makes sense a little, but we know Frost is not so powerful. But now Neonify is the one who's presenting us with this. No, it's not Neonify, it's Michael, right? Michael is the one with the sugar?
There are 2 sugars. Yeah, they
2
each
sugars.
have a
Okay,
sugar.
both of
sugar
them.
on sugar there.
This is a sweet lobby, Gangly.
Very, very, very sweet lobby. And, you know, it's interesting for this carousel in particular because the players who haven't yet slammed their spatula are going to be looking for a component that enables them to really dig into that direction. Trying to take a look now to see which of those players it might actually be. And actually, everybody apart from Robivan has an emblem already, and only Milk and Neonify as the 2 players who have their spatula while having another emblem on their board.
Yeah, we saw Robin there with the Witchcraft, so he will try to go for the 2nd spatula. Remember, Witchcraft, we need the 8 to get the full cap of the board. We need the Morgana also, but it's also one of the best caps in the game. Once again, here, Michael recognizing this, and let's see a little about Robin. He already has the Witchcraft. He doesn't have the 4. Very important to have it in the early game to push a little more, but he has a good Galio in the front line, 2 Vanguards, very strong with the Beast Clan, so he's pretty good, at least to preserve AP. Only one with win streak so far, Michael and CMB9, so maybe next round we'll focus on them.
I want to talk about this Robin augment choice, though. Beggars Can Be Choosers is an augment that allows you to have additional rerolls on your augment selection. When you think about the fact that you're all playing these vertical crates, one of the things that really empowers Witchcraft is getting that 2nd emblem, because all of a sudden you can hit 8 Witchcraft on level 8 without actually finding or I think you still do need the Morgana, right? There are 6 Witchcraft units. One way or another, it makes getting 8 Witchcraft so much easier and allows you to get to level 9 without having to roll super deep on level 8, find either the Rise or the Karma to carry the Witchcraft emblem, and truth be told, it's one of the highest vertical caps that we can find in the game. So I think this is a great gamble from Robin and allows him to have more agency in the way that he wants to play out the rest of the game.
Yeah, I really enjoy also the stream from Robin, and he loves to play this Witchcraft vertical line. So that will be the proposition for now. We will now stay with Phoenixia. Phoenix is one of the 2 players with a possibility of win streak here, and him and the Brazilian representative CMB9. If they face against each other, it will be very huge because only one of them will have that push in economy. So important getting to the but he goes against Milk. So it should be a good win for him. But Milk is also pretty strong with this portal vertical very early on, Gangly.
Yeah, having both the upgraded Jace and we can see there, I picked up a glove off of the carousel to make a Thieves Gloves, a really great way of killing the glove in the portal composition where you generally don't need them. It makes his back half of stage 2 very powerful, and having the upgraded Jace and Zoe makes the portal buffs even stronger. We can see it now. He's able to snap Phoenix Owl's win streak, and CMB9 also loses the win streak. Nobody gets the 5 win into the creep round.
Great news for the rest of the lobby. This means that maybe tempo will be a little slower in the mid phase. Obviously, whoever goes for these reroll lines will try to roll a little more on 3-2. And now, well, creep rounds will enable them to get additional itemizations and obviously go for that line. The good thing, Gangly, we at least know what they are playing very soon into the game. So it will be very, very interesting to see the second Aumen, whoever gets that crest, that important crest who enabled the vertical line, will get a huge chance to tempo the lobby into the late game. And now we stay a little with Michael, some swords. He also has a duplicator. Also to continue, I don't think he will use it for reroll. This is a guy who loves tempo and for sure will go for a very early 2-star.
Yeah, with the Sugarcraft emblem, generally speaking, we see that played more along the lines of the level 8 board. You play around Gwen, you get some warriors in there, and you try to play tempo so that you have enough HP to cap out really high with the Sugarcraft cash outs that aren't going to come until stage 5 and 6 most likely. But like you called out, one of the most important parts of that line is whether or not you can get the second emblem. If you can get 6 Sugarcraft online early, it completely transforms the shape of the game. Milk does end up slamming this portal emblem, and at this point in time he's going to be able to get 6 portal on his board very fast, and if he can find the win streak until that point in time, he's almost certainly guaranteed his win streak until level 8.
Yeah, 6 portal is so strong. Obviously, he will need to try to find that rise, try to find that Taric early, and obviously start dreaming of that 8 portal that will be so huge for him. Remember, he doesn't have Wandering Trainer. The emblems are physical, so he will actually need for the 10 portals to achieve a level 10 that is so difficult in this high tempo lobby. And now the important part, Gangly, we have the augments. There's the Arcana Crest as a possibility here for CMB9.
Wow.
He's thinking about it, and obviously this vertical, as we were saying, is the best decision so far.
Gives you Ari and Hecarim too, so it's not only are you getting the additional emblem, but getting the units that you actually need to fill out this composition is extremely powerful. He is considering, though, I'm not exactly sure which of these other 2 options he thinks might be better.
Prestiven gets portal. Prestiven gets portal contesting Milk.
Wow. That's a very bold play from Prestiven. And I do want to call out, though, CMB9 opts to not take the Arcana emblem and instead goes for the portable Forge. Not sure what he was digging for. I'm sure there actually is some tech here that he believes to be extremely powerful. Whatever it was, I'm almost certain he did not hit that. Taking the maybe Force there feels more generic.
Yeah, maybe a mana same, some mana generation for the Ari, but he doesn't hit as you just call out. And then we see Michael on the other page going for the gloves. So artifacts in the gloves, going for full tempo. That's his style of play. That's what he's going for. And now we see the reason why Prestiven takes the portal crest. He has an early rise, and he decides to go for this line. He already have it a little prepared, but this rise makes it for him. So Milk, maybe he has the best early game, but this rise enables so much power for Prestiven. So we will see at least 2 portal players here. Michael there shaking his head. He didn't want to lose that round.
I will say, unlike the reroll compositions that we're seeing, for instance, like Robivan, this is a line that you don't want to see contested. Something like Vertical Portal can support 2 players. It's very easy to still be able to find Rise 2 if there's only 1 other player in the lobby, relatively speaking. Whereas if you are leaning very heavily into reroll, you have to make sure that you're not contested. I don't actually think that Prestiven going into the portal line griefs Milk all that much. Truth be told, Milk's board is very powerful, and he has the 6 portal online already, so he doesn't really need to be afraid of someone else taking some more Ezreals and Kassadins out of the pool.
Yeah, you don't like it, but as you say, it's not the end of the world. You can still manage, and normally no one else should be looking that rise. There's not a Scholar rise. We already saw the Scholar player going for the Ari reroll, so only 2 people will be contested that rise as a possibility. Robin now up against Robin Van Kenobi, and a good tempo for him. Remember, Milk on the top still with good win streak, and on the back with a 7 lose streak is Robin Van Kenobi. He will need to push at least from now on, Gangly. So he already lost so much AP. He made great economy. Now is the time to push and to actually start pushing the lobby and establishing tempo.
Yeah, he does have the stim pack, I believe, right? I think that was his first augment. So now that he's crossed that 50 health threshold, he is going to get much more powerful. The 2 tanky variation of Honeymancy is one of the optimal ways to play the line. So I think, as you've called out, this is the point in time where Robyvan says, I cannot lose any more rounds. I need to stabilize right now. Whether that means he needs to send it to 0 or whether his items that he gets actually allow him to kind of leap ahead of the rest of the board, he cannot afford any more losses if he wants to be able to slingshot back into this game.
Now we see the Honeymancer. Let's talk about this a little more. We've seen it mainly with the 6 reroll line, and that's exactly what Robin is playing here. Maybe he will try to roll a little more. There's a 6, so now perfect. He gets he has the blue buff, so that will be the. He has Nashor, he's perfect. Now he can go for frontline.
Reasonable. Yeah. Honestly, especially if you are just trying to play around tempo, I think it's okay. Actually, opts not to. I was actually just a little surprised by that itemization. I thought he was going to go more for itemizing the Ziggs and then maybe using something like a TG on this second blitz. I actually felt like it might be a little hard to kill that second glove, but thinking about it a little bit more, I actually think he's probably greeting for something like a jeweled gauntlet and go blue buff, red buff, jeweled gauntlet on this Ziggs to make the backline really powerful. And we talked about how important it was for him to be able to slingshot this round. He ends up playing against Prestvin, who, because of the early rise, has the backline access, but the 3-item blitz is actually enough to win the round. That's a scary fight, but Robyvan just barely. You wouldn't even know that was an important round. You look into the player cam, this guy's completely unfazed, but that actually can be a game-deciding round. Winning that and starting your win streak versus not being able to stabilize there can oftentimes make a huge difference in the game.
Yeah, so good for him. Now he gets the Tamken, so additional CC, very important for him, and this will enable him to do so much. Important to recognize he has the 2 tanky, so this is a perfect augment to place this comp. Normally you play 2-6, you play 2 Blitzcrank also, and then you go for something additional. So it will be very interesting to see what is the variation he goes for, and when is the time that he decides to push a little more into the game. So in this case, he decided to go for a 3-star Blitz, Heimerdinger on the back. 6, I'm sorry, I always confuse 6 with Heimerdinger. That's something that happens to me all the time. And the main carry
would be a Honeymancy if he was in this.
I can see it.
He would be there.
I can see it, yeah.
I will say having just the one Honeymancy crest oftentimes doesn't feel great because it doesn't allow you to actually get to the vertical Honeymancy. But what it does in this setup with the 2 tanky is it does allow him to actually just play the Ziggs and the Blitzcrank. And then from there he could build into, you know, some Incanters and vertical Vanguard. And he doesn't need to play either the Kog'Maw or the Nunu. I personally feel like having the 3 Honeymancy plus higher quality units is going to be a stronger board than playing 5 Honeymancy. I don't quite think the damage gap there is enough, but I think there's a world where on stage 4, it's the cheapest way to stabilize his board and may lean into playing 5 Honeymancy for a while.
Yeah, he has the emblem. Normally, as you say, 3 is enough, and you get the full or at least a significant amount of the power of the beast. But with the emblem, it will make sense to use 5 and then try to go a little more into the vertical. Now, he's planning to push. So he going up in level, pushing now in 4-1. He wants to go for something very quickly here, trying to roll before the rest. And now deep roll here for Robyvan Kenobi, trying to get the additional unit. And that's the Blitzcrank.
I love this. Great recognition. We've talked yesterday about how impressive it was when Replay understood his tempo windows. When do I need to be strong in order to keep up with the lobby? Roby says, I'm 2 win streak. I cannot afford to lose this round. I see that players like Milk and Prestvin are going level 8. I have to cap right now before they get too strong. And Milk, it looks like has the 8 portal online at 4-1. Not exactly sure, but it looks pretty close, if not already there. And I imagine that if Roby's able to win this fight, it's largely coming off the back of him actually hitting the Blitz 3.
Yeah, good damage for Milk, but no defense. So actually that's making the difference. And again, the final boss is this Blitzcrank 3-star. Remember, 2 tanky gives you additional shield, so it's perfect with Vanguard, it's perfect with the front line, and maybe that's the reason why he prioritized so much this Blitzcrank. And he's the carry now, so it's great to see.
5 Honeymancy actually making a huge difference there, because like you called out, he didn't quite have the damage. The Ziggs had died to the Krug that spawned, but 5 Honey giving Blitzcrank 3 so much more damage.
Okay, third augment here, looking for combat augment mainly for everyone. We need to preserve HP now, buy charms, get a good combat augment, and make sure at least to scrap as many points as you can. Remember, second day of this AMER Golden Spatula, points accumulate, in this case Phoenixia, in the middle of the ground in 18 plays out of the 32 that started on yesterday. So he needs a good position here, Gangi. He needs a top 1, a top 3 to start dreaming on going to day 3.
Yeah, Phoenix saw one of the players that has been around for a while, but hasn't quite had the result over a long breadth of time. And I think it's a surprise to many people to be one of the Tacticians Cup winners from set 12. This time around, he's playing the Vertical Frost, a line that we have not seen very often this tournament. We'll see if this creativity in his line selection is going to be rewarded, because right now he is standing at the top of the standings.
Okay, a portal now on the bottom for Prestiven, going up against the Sugarcraft from Michael. Michael playing a tempo, so it will not be a comp for Michael to win. He only wants to push, and try to achieve a good position, but Prestiven is too strong. He has a good front line with this Rakan. That is not normally what we see, but he got a Rakan too, and that will be his tank for now. So good win for him, and Michael is now in a dire spot here. He needs to get something else, and he's very far from improving his board.
Only 300 Sugarcraft stacks is absolutely not where you want to be at this point in the game. Not able to find the second Sugarcraft emblem. And speaking of which, we see it here, right? Neonify is able to get the 6 Sugarcraft online, and you can already tell he's nearly double the Sugarcraft stacks of Michael. And at this point in the game, having more items on his board, he's going to be getting those stacks so much faster. The problem he's facing, though, is that he's only at 27 HP. He can't afford to wait until he gets those stacks online. He needs to start winning right now. On the opposite side of the board, we have the 7 Frost online from Phoenix, and so with only a single component on this Gwen, I'm not entirely convinced that this board is particularly strong. And Neonify, despite being able to get that second emblem, I feel like is in a pretty dire position.
Yeah, you call it out. The comp makes sense, but the items are too spread out. So Barry's not doing enough. The Gwen only has a tier, and the front line is also lacking. So makes sense as a full comp, but the items were very merged and not working out for him. Prestiven still winning with the 8 portal, and now we start seeing the legendary. So Smolder, not interesting for anyone, I believe. No one going for the Shapeshifter line, but that Briar, always good and always great to have in almost any comp.
Robin took Trait Tracker. I'd love to be able to go to him soon, because he, I imagine, was able to get the Trait Tracker online because we see multiple emblems on his board. But at only 33 HP, he doesn't have a lot of time to build a creative board. We said before how many of the comps are very rigid. You don't have a lot of flexibility. One way to ensure flexibility in your level 8 play is by having that Trait Tracker. It allows you to be able to build boards that normally wouldn't make sense. And we're seeing it here. Does get the Witchcraft, doesn't get an additional Witchcraft from Trait Tracker. Looks like that's what he was banking on. Instead, has 2 Frost emblems, a Blaster Crest, Honeymancy, Warrior, and Chrono. There are not very many emblems that are doing too much here. The good news, I guess, you do get the Chrono for your Karma, and you get Warrior for your Fiora, which both of them are upgraded. That can be nice. But I'm not exactly sure if only having 1 additional emblem from Trait Tracker is going to be enough to stabilize your game.
Yeah, no, this is very bad news for him. He needs to stack these 2 rounds, get the Reforger, the free Reforger that you get in the crypts, and then try to reforge maybe at least 2 of them. You cannot reforge both of the Frost. Maybe that was the original idea, but at least reforge 2 of them, or 3 of them even. 1 Frost, 1 Honeymancer, and even the Blaster, and try to pray to the gods of TFT to get something that actually helps for him.
Back on Milk's board right now. He does lose this round to Michael, so Michael's staying alive, trying to get those sugar stacks. It looks like Michael at this point in time probably was able to get the 6 honey.
Oh yeah, he had Pandora, so now he's looking for the exact good call out there.
Pandora's item.
So he has the possibility to look for exactly what he wants, but he needs to wait, and that would be very troublesome for him. Very low now in HP, only 21.
Wow, really? That's a very, very creative tech from Robin. I think maybe if he has 20 more HP than he does right now, this actually nets him, many, many placements, but he doesn't have time to sack any more rounds. He really wants to have at least 2 lives going into stage 5. So I'm not sure if he did end up slamming those. We'll have to see at the end of this stage to see whether he was able to win that last round or not. But on board with Michael right now, he's still sitting at the Gwen 1, so while he does have 3, pretty strong items, the artifact definitely doing a lot of damage there. I'm not exactly sure if Michael's quite out of the woods. The fact that he has some HP to spare, sitting at 40 HP is not too bad, but with still just Gwen 1 and not really nearing the very powerful cash outs, the 900, the 1300, the even higher than those, Michael's very, very quickly running out of time.
Yeah, he's not very close, and now Robin, once again, let's see if he gets the shapeshifter and also an additional emblem that is not good enough for him. President on the left, yeah.
So now actually he has this 4 Bastion front line and the Warrior Spat on the Nasus. So okay. When you think of the shape of this comp, he is trying to play front to back. He has the 6 Witchcraft, he has the Karma who wants to have a long fight, and he now has a 4 Bastion front line that includes a Bastion Fiora with Sterak. So Fiora now has the Omnivamp of the Warriors online, the additional resistances of the Bastion, and the Sterix Gauge, which is going to give her additional HP and a shield when she gets low. I actually feel like this is pretty decent. And the Bloodthirster, the perfect itemization for having this Witchcraft Bastion Fiora. Actually feels like this is a pretty reasonable board. And with Arcana being rolled there too, he gets to splash some additional damage amp. This is the emblem you want when you're playing the Trait Tracker synergy, right? Because with so many emblems on Robin's board, even with just 2 Arcana, he's going to be doing so much more damage. I really want to see if Robin's able to stabilize this game. He feels to me like a main character right now.
Yeah, get presence for him on the right and on the left. Neonify, very strong also now finally with the 3 items on the Wen. He will perform very well against the Portal on the other side. Let's see if it's enough. Ryze is scaling with the Archangels, and the Wen is trying to go for the back, and she does so. It's a good victory here against Preston for Neonify, and also victory and very, very free victory here against CMB9 from Robin.
Wow, okay, the HP getting very, very tight here. Only a 14 HP difference between 8th place and 4th right now. We saw Preston, who's sitting at 10 HP, was level 9 with 40 gold. So you have to imagine, if we're watching the right-hand side here, that he's going to be rolling that gold and trying to stabilize. Yeah, we can see that gold total is going down very fast. Wants to find the Nora, wants to be able to find Ryze 2, some sort of strong frontline, maybe Diana 2 to go alongside the Taric as well. Preston ends up sitting now. Robin stable as well. No one else going to be getting any stronger. The fight's about to start. Michael still sitting on Gwen 1.
It should be enough. Michael's 17 HP, so he should still be alive unless he gets like a good punish here with his previous teammate here, Robinson. They used to be together on Toronto Ultra, and they know each other very much, and looks like a win here for Robin, but it will not be enough to take out Michael, at least until the end.
Okay,
Neonify goes out.
Michael lives with 3 HP, so obviously Michael cannot afford any more losses. I believe he actually is going to get a cash out from that. Oh, and unfortunately Preston, we saw, died with 30 gold left in his bank, was not able to stabilize with the gold that he had. And Robin, with the 2 Arcana, is getting 20% damage amp off of just 2 Arcana. For a single emblem to just give you straight up 20% damage amp, it's making his comp so much more powerful. At this point, generally, you want to be able to try and go level 9, but because of the fact that he's 21 HP, 0 gold on level 8, to me, this feels like he's probably just going to be rolling for a charm every turn to try and win and get into that top 2, based on the fact that Phoenix has 88 HP and will be able to outlast the rest of the field.
Yeah, Phoenix being creative, using in the end the Frost that we know is not very good in the meta, but he actually managed to get a great comp in. And let's see if it's enough. The Fiora attracting to access the Vanga and totally cleans up. So it's a loss here for Phoenixia, who's still very healthy. So only because of HP he will try to maintain, and we lose Michael in the end. Also Preston, and now we have the top 6 confirmed.
All right.
I think in his head, just to be secure here, Gangly, Michael knows he was going for this. Maybe a 5th could be better, but he knew that his post wasn't good. He was just lamming item. He didn't have like a win cap possibility. So I think this 6th place is good for him, but he will need to step it up. Remember, he's like half in the table. And to achieve day 3, he will need better results, 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, I think being able to have the mental resilience of knowing you're playing for points and then being actually satisfied with the 6th place is really important. Because like you're saying, he probably did recognize I'm playing for a 6th place, a 5th place here. And when you're playing up against boards like Phoenix, who has the 7 Frost on 4-1, Milk with 2 Portal Emblems, Robin with this incredibly stabilized board, the Trait Tracker plus Arcana plus 6 Witchcraft. Yeah, I don't really see a world where even if Michael hits those high cash outs, he's able to top out in this standing. So I think, yeah, it's a great call out. He was in a spot to play for points, and he did. He was able to outlast both Prestivan and Neonify, secure 6th place, but we've got the level 9 board, 7 Frost, 3 Preserver, and now we're going to really start to see the value of that Preserver emblem. While Preserver is not going to give you too much value in the early stages of the game, Phoenix was actually able to leverage the Frost emblem for most of that early game, get to level 9 with an HP advantage, and now, once you start adding 3, potentially 4 Preserver, your front line lives so much longer than it would elsewise.
Yeah, very good here for Milk. Also winning again with the portal. Nami doing so many damage here with the CC also. Olaf as a possibility. We haven't seen Gangly any 4-cost 3-star because at this high level there are so few units that when someone have like 5 units, everyone's spinning. So it would be cool, maybe a possibility there to see at least our first 3-star 4-cost in the Olaf.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to see it. It definitely would be an exciting way to finish out the game for Phoenix. And it does look like Robin at this stage is not going to be able to push for 9, right? We can see his gold is in a place right now where he's very clearly just rolling every turn to try and stabilize. He just needs to win 2 more rounds, most likely, to be able to get a 2nd place finish. We saw him be able to take out Phoenix, but now up against Milk, who does have the 8 portal plus the Rise 2 and a strong front line. This is where the real challenge begins. They don't get to target the Rise immediately in the last cast. Just a split second longer, Robin wins that fight. But probably even just a positioning difference. If the Nasus was on opposite side, you can probably kill that Rise first. Milk able to squeak out a win there. Very, very important.
Yeah, also the Fiora staying there in the tanks for so long time, giving the time to the Rise to scale so much with the Archangels. And now finally Elder Dragon. Additional ambuils for everyone, trying to finish itemizing the rest of the units, maybe a 3rd carry, and this will be very good. On the left, Robin with the Honeymancy, and on the right, Robin still very strong, very flexible here, using this Trait Tracker to assemble a pretty good combo, I have to say.
Let's talk about Roby's board, because we talked in the early game about how important it was for him to recognize his tempo window. He had to get strong as soon as he hit that stim pack threshold, and so we saw him roll extremely deep. He was able to maintain a win streak for the large part of stage 4, and now was able to outlast many of the players despite the fact that he was one of the lowest on the in the standings going into the part of the game where everybody's rolling deep to stabilize. I think this is a really heads-up play from Robyvan and speaks to his ability to reroll and understand when he needs to get strong in order to gain placements.
Yeah, he gets the charm to get smaller and to avoid significantly the auto attacks. On the left, Robyvan Kenobi gets the dragon, so an additional dragon for him. The importance of getting combat charm this late into the game. Any round counts, and you don't want to go out here. And Milk is still scaling, but I think it's not enough. So a good win on the left for Robin. And another Robin also win. So 2 Robins winning right now.
Roby and Robin, yeah. I'm surprised, actually. I thought Milk's board was going to be able to, access the backline of Roby and maybe take out that Ziggs, but the Rise on the wrong side was never able to get that Ziggs down. And there's just so much front line that if you're allowing the Ziggs to free fire on your portal front line, he is going to whittle you down. So I'm curious to see if there's any sort of optimizations he can make. At this point, at 20 HP, he is most likely 2 lives, and so we're not seeing him roll down for the optimal charm. I wonder if there is a world where he actually is going to try and go level 10, but it feels very difficult. 36 gold is way too far away. At that point, you're probably the game is ending before you can actually go 10.
Yeah, you have to roll for your charm also to maintain, to be alive. And now Robin go against Robbie once again. And very important, he's positioning his carry on the center to try to avoid the 6. Try not to give him the angle, but the front line will be the most important. He and Gangly were, front to back if you have good positioning. And looks good for Robinson. He takes it and he goes out. So Robbie confirmed in a 4th place.
I think excellent game from Robin. The skill expression that comes from Pandora's items, especially when taking it on 4-2, he just took Thieves Gloves with a single unit that can hold a Thieves Gloves, right? his charm is...
He's laughing.
Thieves Gloves
He knows.
He knows. He absolutely knows. I think the skill expression that comes in the way he played this line is understanding when the emblems he gets dropped from Pandora's items are good enough. Taking the 2 Bastion emblems off of that reroll is a great heads-up play for him to say, this is enough for me to win right now, and I can figure the rest out later. Because of his willingness to play the 4 Bastion front line, it bought him time to get the Arcana emblem, to get the additional damage amp, and ultimately make this very impressive run into the top 2. And while I think he did high roll in some regard, I think the only reason he was able to high roll to begin with was the way that it was the fact that he navigated that mid game very well.
No, and he wins now with 1/3 of a charm. Important to recognize, he didn't have enough money, so that was the only option. At least a little strong. He's only 1 HP away, so he needed anything that the game can give him. So it's very laughable that that was the final option for him. Now, Gangly, the game is almost decided. Final possibilities here. Healing reduction here for Milk with the red buff. And Robin, who gets this additional emblem, trying maybe to reforge it once again with the Pandoras and get something else that is better for his comp.
I actually think it's most likely just to get the additional damage amp from Arcana, because it scales with how many emblems are on the board. So, you know, I don't know the exact number for just 2. I imagine it's probably something like 2% or 3% per emblem, but even 2% damage amp can definitely swing a fight, especially when you're playing against some of the boards like the Frost board, where there's so much Omnivamp on the Olaf. You have to be able to kill him very quickly before he's able to heal up once again.
Okay, let's see if it's enough. On the left, Phoenixia with the Frost. On the right, Milk. Milk, I think, is going up against the Phantom, the Ghost. So we're going to take it with the real fight. Phoenixia against Robinson.
Just 1 off the Olaf 3. Phoenix at 17 HP means a bad loss here would be lethal. I don't actually expect him to be able to win this fight. The question is more, can he kill enough units? Another one will go down there. 4-unit loss on stage 6. It looks like he'll survive with just 1 HP. Phoenix has 1 more chance to find this Olaf 3.
Okay, so now the positions will be changing. The Wolf here for the Winter Augment, doing some work here for him. It's not enough. He's very far from the Olaf 3 that was his out. So probably he will go out. Maybe the chance he has, Gangly, is to maybe try to go for get a Ghost. And maybe that would be enough for him to survive. And Milk could be the one eliminated. The 3 of them only with 1 life left.
Oh, we can see it in the player cam now. Phoenix, he starts selling board to try and find the Olaf 3. He gets a handful of more rolls and unfortunately just misses. Now with Varus 1, Hui 1, there's an Olaf 1 with no items on the board. This is going to be curtains for Phoenix's run, unfortunately. Valiant effort trying to get that, although, okay, no, that actually scared me for a second. That Olaf got into the back line, but no, that's going to be the end of the road for Phoenix. Great tempo play, played the Frost from ahead, and Robin actually loses off screen. Milk double kills the lobby, is able to go first. The first place leader coming into today, the AVP leader in set 12. Milk, the favorite to win the entire event by many people's metrics, has won the first game and is solidifying his spot at the top of the standings.
Yeah, we have to recognize a great adaptation from him. He started with the portal, then going deep into the portal. Then he got contested by Prestiman, but even though he started playing other units, then he played with the Nami. So actually good tempo for him and adapted to what the game gave him, not only trying to force the vertical portal. Great result for him. And once again, Milk, who was already at first, now more first.
Yeah, I think there are very few players who would be willing to take the glove off Carousel and force tempo into the portal. Perfectly executed game from Milk. Really impressive play. The break is ready. We're going to be back with game number 2. But first, the analyst desk is going to break down everything we saw from that first game. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute.
What a fascinating game number 1 that we had to kick off day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. Khroen, Dobz, we were looking back on some of the highlights from day 1 and going, you know what would be so cool is if we saw some really creative gameplay, and we got the perfect recipe for that with the spatula portal and then tons and tons of emblems.
Yeah, we might as well been on the make 'em cook portal there with the spatula portal, and then 4 players going branching out. There was so much action, so much commitment in the early game as well with all those spatulas coming through, but it was Milk with that portal to take the game.
Yes, we kind of have some stories to tell about this game. Milk able to find 2 emblems out of the early game, and then we have also Precedent doing the same thing, but it was Milk that found his way into that victory with 2 portal emblems, but staying into that level 9, focusing on those 4 cost units. He actually played really well this game.
Yeah, and I think we actually have to tell the story of like Milk and Pressman's position just in the tournament, right? Milk was on top. Milk didn't need to take a lot of risks. He could slam an 8 portal, be okay with a top 4, right? He did win the game, but Pressman coming into today with being in 24th place had to play really risky, wanted to try to get to level 10 and play 10 portal, because if he got there, would have won the lobby, but unfortunately still was just stuck on that Rise 1 and wasn't able to get there.
It's still amazing to see, though, the 8 portal winning out the lobby. Milk, I think, also one of the few players that ended up taking multiple combat augments, so I think that was something that definitely helped him out there. But when you take a look at sort of the rest of the lobby and how it played out, 6 Sugarcraft in 8th and 6th. Khroen, you and I have some thoughts about this particular vertical.
Yeah.
Dobz, now that you're here, though, defend this. The 6 Sugarcraft was something that you were talking about yesterday. What do you think now?
I mean, that's a composition that I wanted to see shining, but he's actually pushing the plays down, as every player that managed to play with this composition actually finished the game at the bottom 4. So isn't a composition that is working at the Golden Spatula.
Yeah, not at all. It's falling to the wayside, and it's like we know there's the dream of 6 sugar. If you're in a really good spot and you need like a little bit of high rolling, maybe then it can pop off. But we've seen players just be a little bit short every single time, and this is finally a lobby we're seeing 2 players contesting it, which makes it even harder, right? But there was also some other really good moments in this game as well, especially out of, I want to highlight Phoenixa and Robin as well, right? Phoenix identified that they could go Frost very early, crafted Frost in stage 2, was able to actually find the Winter is Coming augmented for 2 as well to buff that composition up even more, and he had such a good HP lead that while he couldn't make it into a top 2, was still able to get a really solid top 4 there. And then Robin, oh boy, Dobz, Robin was cooking.
Yes, he actually picked a trade tracker that is a really risky augment, because it's hard to fit into a composition. You have to sack a couple rides in the mid game to find the board that has several synergies to get out that reward. And then later on, he tries to get the Pandora's, find some synergies that can work well together. Got a really good board on that game and finished at second. Really well played from Robin Songs this game.
Yeah.
It was so fascinating to watch, but I feel like Robin Songs is one of those players that if he has the opportunity and he just sees like that's the line I have to go down, he is one of those players that is willing to take risks, but is also a player that didn't have to. I mean, you talk about there also being an opportunity for Milk to maybe play a little bit safer. That's why he could kind of sit on the 8 portal and be happy with that. But Robin Songs is also one of our players that's sitting in the top 8 of the standings right now. Very, very good shot to make it to day number 3, but still has to play really well in order to maintain that position. So getting the job done for this first game.
Yeah, definitely getting the job done. Robin, the most consistent in the Americas, and it's no surprise to see him do really well in game number 1.
Well, let's see what surprises are in store for us for game number 2, shall we? For that, we send it back over to Gangly and Jupeson.
Welcome back, everybody. We got game number 2. Thank you, Nekkra and the Analyst S, for breaking down that Game number 1. Now, Jupe, first game we got to see Lobby 1, got to see Milk, who was on top, continue his dominance. But this time around, we got a different lobby. We have Lobby 3. And this is going to have a handful of different players of different standings in the standings, right? Ego Illusions is the highest rated player in this lobby. On the bottom end of it, Wajan Iverson, the only other player who can contest Bobster from that spot in North American qualifier point. He has to be able to turn things on starting right now.
Yeah, we see 4 Brazilian players together. Black Sheep already confirmed as Latam, as the seed from Latam, already going to Tactician Crown. He's still obviously focusing. And same as Ego Illusion, they already qualified, but they want to perform as best as possible. So let's see if that changes a little. We have possibility of 3-cost champion, very low in variability, and also a possibility of Artifact Ambit. I would love to see this Gangly. Let's see if they make it happen. Oh, there it is. We have an artifact.
Now, this meta has largely been defined by being able to select the correct line at 2-1. Artifact Anvil is another one of those conditions where if you find an artifact that can enable a composition, there are all of a sudden new lines opened up in the meta that otherwise aren't able to be played. I think it actually says a lot. Wow, what a pickup from Lucas there. I think it says a lot about Wajan Iverson's prep, along with the 2 other players who stood on that portal, that they wanted to lean into the Artifact Anvil. You know, there is a little bit more room for players to cook, a little bit more room for players to, I guess, showcase that they have different lines prepared. Wajan Iverson is a player who is known in North America to be always ready, to be one of the most knowledgeable in the breadth of lines to the game on a very macro level. And so what this says to me is that he has certain lines prepared that can only be played in a portal like this.
Yeah, and there's a lot of possibility, but it's as you're saying, Gangly. There's like the beast or the best in slot possibilities. Maybe Mana Sane on a 6, Mana Sane on an Ari is also amazing. Now that Lucas already has this Hunter line with the Wukong, is perfect for him to play. Maybe a little more flexible. Maybe Sniper Crown makes sense for him. Hulk Crusher could be a possibility to get a secondary time, but I think that would be the Sniper Crown. Even though it's not great right now in the meta, I think from the options he has, because he's already committed to pay Jinx, maybe that will be the angle. No, he goes for defense. I'm thinking more on the early game. I like it.
I think the Hulk Crusher makes a lot of sense when you consider the fact that you have the Wukong already. Wukong, the tricky part about having this Wukong pair is that it is good, but it's hard to actually upgrade. And so having the raw stats of HP from Hulk Crusher does make your early game much, much better. Considering the big gains here, and I do like this if you're trying to commit to this Wukong or to something like the Shapeshifters, which we saw him also hold. Shapeshifters with Hull Crusher and big gains can make it a very, very, very powerful game. And once you get to that level 9, level 8, get the 6 Shapeshifter, find a Briar, all of a sudden the game can really start to snowball.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense for him. He's already very strong. He could go for the 5-3 cost, but obviously there's a little randomness there. He could get the Wukong 2, maybe even the Jinx, but that's too much of a gamble, and he already has a good position. Now we see Dankbeans that goes for the Wandering Trainer. He gets Preserver and he gets Eldritch. So let's see if he goes for this line. He won't have much option. So it's a decent, but obviously very close. He already have the Silvermare, so maybe trying to go for that Fiora. Already has also the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, so I was gonna say with the Bloodthirster Slam, it actually is a pretty nice. It's the perfect item for the Trainer Golem that you're given, because two really good users of this, of course, are the Fiora, but also the Neela. So if you have the flexibility of either going into the Eldritch or the Preserver Warrior line, but I think you made the perfect call out, Jupe. Once you see the Silvermere Dawn, you know where he wants to end up. Silvermere Fiora is one of the most powerful combinations that we can find. The fact that she can get onto the back line early on into the fight, start the CC, and she has so much raw power with the Silvermere AD. I mean, at this point in time, I think Dankbeans wants to end up there, but I'm sure he would settle with something like I don't even know. So I don't know what you would play in Eldritch. Probably just a generic frontliner to try and get to like the Briar in the late game, but it feels like a pretty good pickup for Dankbeans.
Yeah, I also like here, you were saying the preparation from Weishen, and he has the Unending Despair. This is an amazing item if you are going to have a good tank that has a shield. So that's perfect for Vex, for example. When the shield breaks, that's additional damage that she will be able to do to the nearest enemy. And because Vex is alone in the front, normally she's surrounded. So this is perfect for him, and also a good preparation to get this into place.
While we did see that the Soraka and Seraphine reroll did not perform the way that we were expecting it to, the reroll mage line that did perform well was the Veigar variation. And Weijin Iverson playing the Cluttered Mind augment lends itself, of course, to being to play on level 7 rather than on level 5. So I think this feels like a pretty clear line for Weijin Iverson, and at this point it has more to do with his ability to maintain tempo, how much he's able to win streak in the early game, because Veigar typically performs much better when you play it from ahead rather than trying to catch up and slingshot back in stage 3 and stage 4.
Yeah, there's also a possibility that you get maybe only one of the two one COTS 3-star that you want, the Seraphine or the Soraka. You can only, if the game only gives you one, if you don't need both, then you go quickly to level 7 and try to go for that Beth 3 and maybe the Veigar, and that's also a chance that we could be able to see. It's very funny because that's the angle that mostly worked, as you were saying, getting the Vex 3-star also early, because the Vanguard angle wasn't amazing for the players so far. So even though the comp seems to be already recognized, there's still some variation that has to be considered, and well, sometimes you have to listen to a game. So far, Weishen also very strong now that he finds the rest of the items. And he's the only one Gangly so far with the possibility of a full win streak on the early game.
Yeah, on the flip side, we do have Bruce and Tex, who are going to be the players with their first pick at the carousel. Bruce taking Epoch, Tex taking Transfiguration. It does look like Tex is going to be playing into that Soraka Seraphine line, perhaps. If we see him with the mage setup. Doesn't have early 2 stars of the unit, so actually could just be trying to maybe lost streak into perhaps like the Veigar variation. It's really hard to play Soraka and Seraphine when you're not naturaling them in the early game. You have to be able to find those 3 stars early on in stage 3. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, now we're seeing a Bruce Lord with a Deathfire grabs. At least in stats, it's the best. People normally don't get it because it doesn't look like a sexy item, but it's perfect. It gives you so much presence. It reduces the defense of the unit you're targeting in the beginning. So actually very helpful, especially in the early game, to get at least a good ramp up. Maybe try to go for a streak. So far, it's not working for him. He has a lose streak of 3. The rest of the unit are not enough. And now we're seeing Lucas, who already found the Jinx, and the comp is completely in place for him.
Yeah. So it does look like Lucas has decided he's not going to be trying to play into the shapeshifters. Instead, is going to be trying to play into the Jinx. Those were the 2 lines that were available for him on 2-1. So finding the early Jinx and having 2 bows especially makes it that Lucas has the proper setup. The tricky part is that he's sitting with both the Wukong and the Jinx on stage 2, and because they're 3 cost, it is hard to upgrade them. I am curious. I think there is a world where Lucas, depending on how the tempo of the game is going, ends up rolling on 6 to if he has a pair of Wukongs, a pair of Jinx, to actually try and upgrade one of them on 3-2 instead of trying to go level 7. Sometimes those off cadence rolling for level for the 3 cost boards can oftentimes be the difference between you losing an absurd amount of HP in stage 3 until you get to level 7, and you being able to buy yourself a few more lives and get a little bit more gold through the wins. It's just something to keep in mind as he goes into stage 3.
Yeah. Also, if he has maybe pairs of the other low cost hunters, that could also significant to him that is a good chance to roll. But as you say, those are the 2 units that we should put an eye on. And now let's see if it's enough. Weishen going up like Lucas very strong with the good Jinx, and Weishen trying to maintain his win streak. I think it will be enough, and it is. So Weishen, the only one with win streak, good position for him, going for the reroll, and good angle. Oh, no!
And the Rune Ends is actually enough there.
My God. I just
will lose the win streak. Wow.
I was so sure. Wow.
It did look really good until it didn't, unfortunately.
Until it didn't.
Weijin did find another Vex in his shop there, so having the Vex pair on 5, very, very nice. That, similar to why I was saying we might see Lucas roll on 6, that's another reason if Weijin is trying to play into the mage line, wants to find an early Veigar, has the Vex pair, wants to be able to roll for charms. Weijin also has some incentive to roll on stage 3 and doesn't need to be very passive until stage 4.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see also the Bio, because also Trenchcoat, as we were saying before, also the Fiora is a possibility. Maybe the Gangly Warriors that we haven't seen so far could be an option here, Gangly. Can you talk about this new prevalent comp that pro players for some reason are not wanting to play?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to peddle my tech to all the pro player scrims, and for one reason or another, no one wants to play Reroll Warrior. I will say, admittedly, this probably is not the spot you're going to be playing it from. No Neil. Okay. But you know, he does. I see the Crick Glove on the bench there. So when I see a Crick Glove, my vision turns red, and I just see Neela. It does look like from this spot he's going to be trying to play into the multi-striker line, which is a little bit more standard when you're playing the Akali. Has some decent items for the Kassadin already, and more importantly, it allows him to slam all of his components at the start of stage 3 to try and maintain that win streak. So I think this line maybe just makes a little bit more sense for Bio's game, and because of that item slam, actually is going to be the reason that he's able to take this fight over Liquid Ego, who's sitting at 4, is trying to play the Bastion Ahri on the other side.
Yeah, his atomization is perfect. He has the trench coat, so double casting for the block thirster, giving additional shields to also the little copies. And now Golden Quest has a possibility here for Black Sheep. I think he's playing dragons. He has dragons and hunters, so that could be an out for him. Obviously very risky. He's now midterm in terms of HP. He's checking there a little to make sure he takes the correct decision. And so far, we see something else. We see tech also with the Ionic Spark, the good Ionic Spark, the upgraded one, and also with the augment for the mages for Bruce Law. So a lot of people going for mages, Gangly. Not only, I think we have 2 players with mages.
Yeah, it feels like there are 2 players with mages and perhaps 2 players with hunters. It depends how Black Sheep wants to play this. I think he knows there's another hunter player in this game, and he has to decide whether or not he wants to actually contest. The itemization is interesting. It actually, to me, feels like the itemization fits better on a Kog'Maw reroll than it does a Jinx. We haven't actually seen many players play for the Kog'Maw reroll. The Shojin is just a little tricky. It can be used on something like the Bard or even just the Kog'Maw if you play for Kog'Maw 3 in the Jinx line, but I don't feel entirely convinced of Black Sheep's position in this game.
Yeah, it looks tough. We didn't saw it in Americas yesterday, but just now in the previous transmission from AMER Golden Spatula, one player got a good third with the Kog'Maw reroll with the Hunter and Wukong line. So it's a possibility. Obviously, maybe the game is the one who tells you, hey, here you go, free Kog'Maw for you. So maybe you take him, and also good utility for the rest of the hunters to get additional speed if they're surrounding him. So maybe it will be the chance. And as you say, Gangly, Shojin is not normally the item you want to go for Jinx, so it's perfect on Kog'Maw.
Bruce Law very clearly committed to this mage line. I'm curious to see if Weijin is actually bullied off of that mage line. He seemed to have a good spot for the Veigar reroll earlier on, but at this point in time, Bruce having Epoch and having practice partners on 3-2, I highly doubt that Weijin Iverson, with his position in the tournament, wants to lean into a contested line. It actually might be a spot where he is forced to pivot off and gamble on some sort of level 8 board and try and be able to build a Cath level 9 for a win. Weijin, again, keep in mind, near the bottom of the standings, and in order to contest Bobster's spot and steal that away from him, he needs to make it to the top 8. So Weijin Iverson is looking for a top placement. He cannot just settle for a top 5, top 6 right now.
We see it in the bottom. He goes for the Chrono emblem. So he already have the Vex. He already has this important Cillian. So he will go maybe for the Karma. 6 Chrono, we already seen it as a good option. We haven't seen it win, but we saw him in top 4. So that would probably be the option for him. So good adaptation. As you said, he had good spot for mages, but being so contested, this is a great out for him.
Yeah, I mean, even his itemization here, right? Shojin, Giant Slayer with the strong front line. To me, this screams that this player recognizes there are contested lines, and so he couldn't box himself in, right? He didn't want to slam anything that was specific to a certain comp. He knew there were multiple players that were soft committing to these AP lines, and so instead he let them choose. He said, you guys go first, and once the dust settles, I'll take whatever's left, right? And because of the cluttered mind, he's able to play around the level 8 board, which admittedly is the more traditional way to play the cluttered mind rather than playing a level 7 reroll. So I actually don't think this is a bad spot for Wajan Iverson, and I think it's great recognition from him to understand that the original line he was playing was maybe not available, and now he can play a 6 chrono board, which, like you mentioned, can top 4. If you find Camille 2 can cap out, a bit more niche, but it's that line recognition opened up by the early emblem and the anvil that gives Wajan Iverson one more out to try and find his way back in the tournament.
Yeah, now we're seeing Ego trying to roll a little here for value. He's still very far, so trying to get at least a Soy to enable him to get a little of a ramp up here. Remember, he needs a lot of 3-star here to get as much value as he can from the Arcana of the Ari, full AP for the rest of the units. That's why you normally want to tank the Lilia to also take advantage of the damage she has. Going up against Black Sheep with the Hunters, as you were saying, I will talking, probably he will stay with the Kog'Maw. Already has the Ginso, maybe that can change. Ginso and the anti-CC could be great on Jinx, so maybe the QSS, so maybe only the Shoujin will stay there for additional boost of speed and maybe make the change. But as we were saying in the beginning, Jinx is already contested, so this will be a very tough lobby for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, this feels like a lobby where everybody is just contesting each other. It actually speaks even more to how impressive it is that Wajan Iverson was able to very narrowly navigate this game to find a line that was uncontested when you have many people trying to crowd these very specific lines. I, again, am not convinced by Black Sheep's spot. I do feel like, I forget who, it was Lucas. Yeah, Lucas, who did have those early Hunters, has a Jinx 2 already. Feels like he's in a pretty strong position. But, you know, stage 4 is going to say a lot about how the game progresses. So there's always time for Black Sheep or Lucas to make optimizations, or maybe the bigger impact is to make mistakes that allow the other person to take advantage of that.
This is the big roll down here for Lucas. He will try to go deep. There's the Soy.
Okay.
Maybe thinking about something else. He's tough. He's not close. Still lacking 3 Aris. Going to roll a little more. Maybe go to 40. Or try to don't break their threshold. No, he'll stay with 50. He's still very far. He wants to go for the Lilia 3 also. And once that Lilia is in place, then we can level up and try to go for the Ari as a possibility. Lucas, we were talking about the Hunters. He already has the Wukong 2. He has the Jinx 2. So very much far ahead and making a statement for Black Sheep to maybe consider maybe pivoting to something else.
Finding the Olaf as well early on is really important. It allows you to get that Frost, and Olaf just as a unit benefits so much from the raw stats that you get from the Hunter, the first Hunter kill when you get the additional AD. So depending on whether or not Black Sheep was able to find an Olaf on his roll down, I would argue that Lucas is feeling even further ahead than he was before. Although Black Sheep 4 win streak, that's
That's pretty good.
Given
what he had in mind. Giant and Mighty, normally the flexible option that is always good. Call to Chaos if you want to be creative. And Lucky Glove, he goes for the safe option. Always good to have additional combat possibilities here. There's a Briar.
Finds Briar.
Very good for him. And now he's capable of going more deep into that Eldritch line if he manages or he decides to go through, but no. He decides to maintain the Preserver line and simply go for great units. And this looks like the Warrior Preserver, and also with the cap of this Briar that is so good to get early.
Huge transition turn from Dank Memes there. There's a lot going on. Honestly, something that I feel like we need to watch slow motion to actually see how he pulled it off. But I'm impressed. There was a lot of moving parts there. He's ended up with a board that is pretty strong. I mean, having the 2 Gwen 1s instead of, you know, something like enabling the Eldritch is obviously there's room for improvement, but the most important thing is that he was able to get the Fiora with this 3 items, right? These 3 items on a Fiora, even a Fiora 1, is going to do a lot of work in these fights. I will say he was positioned the wrong way, and so it takes a long time before Fiora is able to get into the back line. That actually might be the difference maker. One more castle coming from the Bard, the Zoe will fall, but yeah, Dank Memes, Fiora on the other side is not able to actually make like as big of an impact into that fight as he needed.
Yeah, all the CC from the Silver Mare stayed in the tanks. You want to get in the back lane. And also, he's very low in health. So this will not be the Briar buffet that we want to see when you get a Briar early, given so many meat and so many health for the late game. He's not capable of doing it, so he's only using it as the good unit she is. Brucelot finally gets the Veigar 2 and also with the Vex 2, so he already has his game plan. 5 Vexes for him, so if he managed to get that, it would be very interesting and a good possibility. Mid-streak, and now up against Sobayo.
Yeah, has invested ++ as well. We saw a player use this yesterday. I believe it was Sobio. This time around, Bruce able to find the 2-star version of the board, and I think he recognizes, listen, once I hit the 2-star version of the board, it takes a very long time to be able to get stronger. So he says, I'm going to sack a few rounds, I'm going to let the free rerolls stack up, and then I'm going to massively send it. And I just have to hope that I can hit, because once he starts to lose, I would say one more fight, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, because he's going to be down to just 20 HP, something around there. And with Vex Veigar, there are certain matchups that are going to be difficult to win in the late game. So I think Bruce, the next turn, it's going to be very important whether he decides to roll down or if he thinks he can sack one more. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we can see on the bottom the rest of the units. Legendaries already taken out. Morgana and Smolder are the possibilities here. And we see a little tech going for the Forge. Dang Ming's very strong there with the Warriors and using the Briar. Bruce with the Mages. Weishan also with the Chrono angle that we were talking about. Bio with the closest that we will see from the Gangly Warriors with this Akali 3-star. Doing good job, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Akali is slept on a little bit. I think we really do need to pay attention, though. Tex still on Soraka 2 and Seraphine 2. This is actually kind of what I was alluding to at the beginning of the game, though. When you try to hard force Soraka and Seraphine reroll, and you don't have the natural Soraka 2, Seraphine 2, it's really hard because you lose so much HP on stage 2, and then you go into stage 3, and if you don't hit early, you bleed out. So even though he's able to find the Seraphine 3 now, generally speaking, you want to have the Soraka also doing a lot of damage. And Galio 3, you know, he does have the CC, and he is 3-star, so it's not like he's doing nothing, but he's certainly not the prime frontliner that you want to be able to have in this comp. Luckily, Fiora does not make it into the back line, but now we're going to see the Fiora with Silvermere Dawn at work. What the Forge is buying him a lot of time, though. All of these Anyas are proccing, but no, even with it, there's just not enough damage on the side of Tex. This feels like an 8th place to me.
Yeah, he's very out of tempo. Normally here, he should be thinking about Veigar 3, not about getting his comp in place. He finds the Galio, who is normally not the protagonist in this comp, and he's doing good job. But obviously, very difficult. Let's see if he finds something else. Looking for the Rumble also as a possibility. Good items for him. And there it is. So maybe a little more of hope to preserve HP, but he cannot do anything. He cannot sell. He decides to sell. So now he will have to play without an additional mage.
I think Tex is just trying to win this next round and hope that, I think Bruce is the second lowest player in HP. I think Tex is saying, hopefully I can win one more round. Maybe Bruce will play someone strong. If I can steal this win right now. He does thankfully play Wajan Iverson, who's trying to go level 9. So if there are ever a time to play somebody in this lobby, it would be this one. There's actually some potential for him to win. And on the other side, Bruce does fall. Bruce is going to be losing all of, he's still at 63 HP, and he doesn't have a lot of time left to stabilize his board. And to be honest, even when he hits Veigar 3, Vex 3, I think it's going to be very difficult for him to be able to cap out and win this game.
Also, a very interesting decision for Weishan. He didn't get the Karma, but he decided he wanted to go to level 9. He's playing for first. And that's very interesting for me, because normally you want to cap out, you want to get the Chrono as soon as possible. But no, he wants to go to level 9. He wants to ensure his comp is as capped as possible. And now we're seeing the rest of the two mages here, face-to-face. Bruce versus Tech. Tech finally, with the composition on place, still lacking the Soraka. One Soraka left for Soraka 3. But at least the units with 3 items are all fully capable now and fully itemized.
I think what is carrying Tex's board and the reason he is not dead already is the transfiguration into what the forge. The items given early from, we saw it with buried treasure earlier yesterday too. Any sort of items that are given to a person's board, when they're presented what the forge, they all of a sudden have so much power added to their board because of the additional items. We do see Bruce is able to find Mordekaiser 3 and Vhagar 3. Still
looking for the
Vexes
Vex now.
off, though. Really needs to get that front line, though. I don't think that
There's Tsunami,
Mordekaiser
nice.
3 is going to be it. Needs 2 more.
He skipped the Vex. Oh, so bad. He skipped one. That's going to hurt. So important to get the Vex 3 with this item.
This fight, if there is one you want, I mean, Black Sheep's still on Wukong 2 and the Jinx 2 because he's contesting Lucas, and I believe it was just an Olaf 1. The front line's not going to hold up, though. Everything is falling. It's just a question of who has more
Not a good ult from the Nami.
Oh, and the Vhagar's trying his best, but no! We'll just barely lose. And Bruce, this is what we were saying before. He needed to be able to hit very early because he was never able to find that Vex 3. Unfortunately, will go 8th.
Okay, 8th place here for Bruce. Very tough for him going up against Black Sheep, who still not in the cap of the board, but it was enough. Now Lucas already with the Wukong 3. Great Olaf in place, good items for him, and obviously the Jinx getting great performance. Probably he will make the switch at the end. Remember, Hunters will have to be on the same side too to get the takedown as soon as possible. So he's just playing with positioning to make sure he moves in the last second.
That's right. You want to blow through the weak side of the enemy board. So it's important to scout all of your matchups, figure out which side has the more weak side. Do you see the Spectral Cutlass rumble on the other side? He's going to zoom into the opposite side of the board. And actually, because of that, he gets onto the 1-star unit on that board. The Spectral Cutlass actually griefs his text board so much. I think it probably wouldn't have made a difference. But at this point in time, all the Zanyas are proccing. Actually, it might legitimately be the difference maker because the Jinx is untouched. Tex was doing a lot of damage there, but he will fall, and Dank Beams on the other end will go out in 7th.
Okay, so Tex. Yeah, he tried to, and even though he didn't hit, he managed to achieve a top 6. And this is what we saw in the data in the beginning of the transmission. People who played Reroll, even though they don't get at the exact moment the tempo to go first or to go second, they managed to achieve a 6, they managed to achieve a 4th, a 5th, and that's what's important about this comp. Even if you delay your peak of strength, you still get a good position. So good to see for him. And now we stay with Black Sheep and Weishan, both with low health, and the ones who are playing very, very softly and a great game right now are the Brazilians. Lucas, Ego, and Sobayo, Obio, very strong there in the upper stage of the bracket.
Weishan Iverson is able to get the 6 chrono board online, and most importantly has the Camille 2 with Thieves Gloves. Camille, a fantastic holder of Thieves Gloves. She can use the bruiser item as well. She can use tank item as well. She can use attack damage item as well. The only thing he's really missing is this Karma 2, but Weishan Iverson, I actually think he's in a position where he could win this game.
Yeah, for sure. He's very strong, going for that level 9s for sure. And let's see how he caps it. No, he still has, he found the Camille, as you said, very strong. He still has the Karma 1 and can still preserve HP. So let's see if the economy is enough for him to get that Karma 2 that is so important, and then get some additional items or good items on the Thieves Glove for the Camille to get that at least burst damage to help the Karma and not only have like a significant AoE.
Yep.
Black Sheep gets the last whisper, so great for him, probably going onto the Kog'Maw to help the Jinx with the damage. And let's see if it's enough for him, maybe 1 life, so it could be the end of the game for him.
I'm just saying, the 2 mage players that contested each other went 6th and 8th. The 2 hunter players, like, this is a Olaf 1, Jinx 2, Wukong 2. This is a pretty good 5th place. I don't think I'm feeling
Wu Jing's tempo. This is not a reroll comp. This is Wu Jing's tempo.
Right.
And give you 3 top 5. Amazing.
We take it. We absolutely take those. The fact that he does have the QSS on the Olaf too, I was thinking before, is the one thing that could maybe stop Weishan Iverson, because, you know, obviously having the 6 chrono board, having the QSS does give you a little bit of an edge, but the fact that he doesn't have the Jinx 3, doesn't have the Wukong 3, it's no longer a threat. He's going to go out in 5th. Also Lucas with the Jinx 3 and the Wukong 3. Now he's no longer contested, but it doesn't really matter if the units are back in the pool. It's really whether or not he's able to beat this very capped board from Weishan Iverson, who actually still has room to get even stronger, right? No Morgana 2, no Karma 2, but the 3-item Chrono Gwen is going to do a lot of damage on this board.
Yeah, and Lucas is very far from improving his board, and he already lost against Ego, who got the Super Ari. So Ego in very good position together to Asian to get this board. And we see once again on the left, Ego going up against Weishan, and on the right, Euso Lucas going up against Bio.
Ego going from a spot that I actually felt was not particularly strong. I think it really does show his mastery of understanding those tempo windows. He chose to greed on stage 4 and not send too early, and we could see it now. He was able to get the board that was strong enough, multiple 3-star 1 and 2 costs, and because of that, able to take out Weishan Iverson's board. It's very strong on level 9. Again, though, Weishan Iverson has room to improve. Has 2 very impactful pairs on his bench right now.
Yeah, Bio is the only one who can maybe break the tempo or the meta of any of them. He has the full itemized 2 multi-strikers with the Akali and the Kassadin, so against all of these front to back comps, if he positions against someone significant, he will be able to get the win. So positioning is most important for everyone against Bio. The rest is more front to back, so it will be very interesting to see the matchmaking if they really know for sure who they get to and how they position in the end. The Wukong, for example, cannot be in the middle. Maybe there will be a risk to put it on either side to try to avoid the wrap from the Kassadin.
We can see Bio's board now coming off a win. Generally, these multi-striker boards do very well in the mid game, and they start to teeter off if you can't find the Camille, but having the multi-striker +1 makes this board a lot easier to play. He now gets to play the Arcana on the board, which can make a huge difference when you get the durability and the attack damage on every one of those multi-strikers, but there's a lot of burst damage. The question here is, can the Ahri burst down the Akali or the Kassadin before they start to ramp up? And yes, the Kassadin falls, doesn't get to ramp up, and even though there's a lot of single target damage, this feels like the best opportunity for someone like Bio to be able to kill the multi-strikers. But the Ashe 2 actually doing a lot of damage in the back line. It's going to be close, and the last cast comes through, and Ego able to hold on.
Yeah, the Dragon also making the difference there for Ego. Elder Dragon for him. Huge fight for him, gain against the win. And now we have Weishan, Bio, and Euso Lucas with the comp. Again, they want to position get Bio. Weishan is very strong. Weishan still with the Karma 1. So his peak power never came, Gangly.
Yeah, actually very unfortunate because Weishan Iverson can die this round. 17 HP does not guarantee you
Morgana 2.
Hey. Finds Morgana 2. I don't believe it's itemized, though. Finds a Karma 2 as well, and now Weishan Iverson is kind of at the final form of his composition.
Yeah, that would be the Ghost. So this is the real Weishan Iverson up against Bio, so Ego will get a free win against the Ghost of Weishan. Very important now. We see so much pressure here for Weishan. Normally, he's very composed.
Look at the Akalis.
Oh!
On the back line, the Akali's able to take up the Karma early, and now there's 3 left, but you do have this Gwen and the Camille still. It's going to be a very close fight. The Camille able to hook off one more time.
The Camille in the end! Look at the expression from Bio. He know he got it. That was exactly what he needed to get access to the back line. In the end, the Camille is the one who closes it out for Weishan, getting the win. So Ego, the one who faces Ego right now is in a true possibility to going out and maybe giving the third.
You need to watch the Akali positioning. Akali is very, very difficult to position around. The biggest thing is you need to not give Akali a bridge to the Karma. I believe this positioning from Weishan, if you were to play Bio again, is the exact positioning that does allow Akali to give that bridge. Thankfully, he's up against the Ghost here, so I imagine we're going to swap over to the Ego Illusions and Bio fight. Gonna be a lot at stake here. This time the Ahri isn't attacking the Kassadin at the start of the fight, Jupe.
Yeah, it's good positioning here for Ego, very far from the rest of the damage. So the Ahri is doing free damage here for the rest. She's eliminating the only one Akali left, going to the back, but no, in the end, Ashe making the win here. So Ego taking the loss and Weishan winning against the Ghost. So we still have a game, no one going out yet.
Weishan actually lost to
he lost to the
Ego Illusion, so Weishan actually goes down to 4 HP.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Now he will not be
redemption.
Yeah, not the favorite right now. Let's see if he gets something enough. More defense for Weishan, healing for Sobio, and finally the static or the Ionic Spark there to get additional damage and ensure he's able to blast out the rest of the comp. He didn't have this, so let's see if it's enough for Wei Shan. He's trying to roll for combat at Charm right now.
Finds the counter spell, but if he is up against Bio, for instance, that Mana Reef may not do.
You will
too
go
much.
against Ego. We have the confirmation
okay,
there
so
in
it's
the
guaranteed. You're right.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, actually, that is a great spell to have. You know, you do have the low mana cost, so you're not doing too much on the first spell, but it can make a difference. It's going to be a positioning battle. Make sure that Gwen does not get targeted down. You need her to scale up, because once the Ahri and the Zoe get on that Gwen, she will fall extremely fast. Has the Camille same side as the Ahri, though, so she's
targeted.
getting attacked here.
Healing,
comes through.
going to the back. Ego is doing phases. He doesn't like it. Ooh, it's very good for Wei Shan. Ahri still alive. Looking for the cleanup.
Ahri kills the Camille.
Oh, in the end. No, she loses the dancing blades in the end. So Wei Shan loses the Gwen with the AI. So it's the win for Ego Illusion. Second place also for the Brazilian Bio. And finally, Wei Shan Iverson, who played amazing and decided to up levels Gangly, taking a good third.
It is a good third, but again, you have to
keep in mind
the standings going into it. A third place for Wei Shan Iverson. He has a very long ladder to climb, and I think Wei Shan right now is probably kicking himself, thinking it was a positioning battle. If I can get my karma on the opposite side of that Ahri, ensure that she isn't targeted early on in the fight, I think he can absolutely win that fight. Ego, I think, very impressively felt like he had the best positioning in every one of those late game fights. He's the best performer from Brazil across the set of across this current set. He's showing up at the Golden Spatula once again in that top 8 right now. Already is qualified, and he's still performing. Great positioning from Ego Illusions to gap the competition. Now, we've got games 3, 4, 5, 6 left on the day, but Jupe, you and I are going to say goodbye for right now as we hand it over to the analyst desk before we get into the next game of competition. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute.
We're back, everybody, here to break down that second game of action for day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. Myself, Khroen, and Dobz back on the desk, and that second game, there was a lot of different things happening. First of all, you have several players contesting each other. You have 2 players that are already qualified for the Tactician's crown, and you have 1 other player that's hoping to be there with them. How do you even approach this?
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that game. Ego and Black Sheep already qualified, but Ego still managing to find lobby wins, still looking to push forward into that top 8. Very impressive stuff. And then Black Sheep, right, the other player already qualified, saw you, Lucas's spot, be like, oh, you have a double Wukong opener, you have big gains, you're in the good hunter spot. Nah, I'm gonna take that too, and I'm gonna pilot it to a 5th place, which isn't bad there, right? All things considered.
Exactly. I didn't expect actually Team Black Sheep to contest Lucas out of that spot, but still finds a 5th place in there, not so bad. But Ego Illusions in here, getting into that Ari solo. I mean, it's on the best compositions right now in the meta. He finds his way into such a good augments, good itemization for him, and find his way into that first with some good positioning in that late game.
Yeah, 100% positioning master. A lot of the fights were like a literal RE side difference, right? The front line, a little bit of adjustments as well. But also a big key is because we're on the artifact anvil, right? Getting that mana Zane for the RE in the early game, it was so powerful. But those late game fights, right? Especially between Weijin and Iverson at the end, right? It was just a matter of that positioning. Is props to Ego Illusions, really playing peak TFT when it matters most, even though he's already qualified, right?
Exactly. I'm
Yeah, it was looking really great there from Ego. Very excited to see how everybody else shaped up as well. I think you could also take a look at a lot of these other compositions and say, you know, Bio did amazing, being able to play that multi-strikers line, being able to get that Kassadin up early, being able to give it some of these artifacts, definitely made that composition just a little bit stronger. You found that multi-striker emblem as well. And everyone else across the board. I mean, Dobz, what else were some of your takeaways from this game?
I mean, that Weijin game surprised me a lot because he took the line that we didn't see, I guess, in any game. He took that Chrono emblem, finding his way into that 6M Chrono, found that Camille 2 stars, and then he was like almost securing the win. But those last fights, the position probably mattered a lot. And he finished that 3rd. Not a bad result for him, but he still needs to get even better if he wants to make his way into that finals.
Yeah, that's the key, right? Not a bad result, but maybe not one that Weijin is satisfied with. He has a lot of work to do to make it into that top 8. But I don't think anyone expected someone to play 6 Chrono and even go into a spot without starting with like a Trainer Golem, no branching out, and then picking Chrono Emblem, right? Chrono Crest on 3-2. It's like, wait, what? Who does that? But it's Weijin Iverson who's able to cook up nearly a game win. I think, yeah, if position could have been a little bit different, could have found that win.
Ramblin did get a 4th with 6 Chrono yesterday. I did actually have to double check my notes on that one because I was like, I remember hearing 6 Chrono before, but I don't remember where. So it was Ramblin that ended up playing that yesterday. But yeah, very interesting to find that spot. Weijin Iverson still has his work cut out for them though. Remember that we are taking a look at who in North America is going to be joining for the qualifier points qualification method for the Tactician's crown. And so still has a couple of games. We got 4 games left to go today.
Yeah, definitely. Also wanted to quickly call out the trenchcoat Akali. That's actually really good. I had not seen that much at all in any of my games. Multi-striker Akali. I was talking to Dobz about it, you know, between the game, but it's like one Akali usually griefs, right? Usually jumps where you're not supposed to. But you have 3 Akalis, at least one of them's gonna find their target, Dobz was saying. So absolutely what was the case there for Bio.
Yes, I like it the way that he looked into that composition, finding Akali being the star of the composition for him, as most of the times you actually try the way of building Kassadin first, but then Bill found that he could manage Akali being really a star of the composition as he had that threshold. So I like that the way he looked into that multi-striker line. So well done by him.
Yeah, super, super well done. I'm excited to take a look at sort of where we sit now as we have 2 games down, 4 more to go, because this was where we were talking about at the beginning. Dobz, right? The first 2 games, they're going to set the pace for the rest of the day. Do you feel like these first 2 games have sort of lived up to the expectation of that?
Exactly. As we are kind of approaching the end of day 1 and 2, the points like accumulate, and then you have like start to build a huge difference between the players that are fighting for to be in the finals and the players that is going to be like in that middle. So if you're like a little far behind from that top 8, you're gonna try to play a lot of more with a lot of more risk. And then those games that you're trying to be risky sometimes lead you into a win, but sometimes lead you into a top 8. So we're going to see a lot of crazy games in here. Probably Wajan already doing that with that Chrono emblem on 3-2. So we have to see.
Yeah, especially with the players doing well on day number 1, continuing to do really well on day number 2. That means there's so few spots to contend to if you're on the outside looking in to make it into that top 8.
And that was after we saw Milk in that very first game at the top of the standings for day 1 get a chance to get another first place, and so just continuing to propel himself forward to that top 8 threshold. This is a rough one. I mean, yesterday only cutting a quarter of the competition. Today it's 2/3. That's so much pressure, and I think there were a couple of players that really felt that. I think Dank Memes maybe one of them, having that 7th place in the second game, maybe starting to fall off a little bit as we actually get a chance to look at the standings now. We do have our top 24 players, but in first place, as we take a look at that, Dank Memes is still sitting in that top 8, being able to get 7 points today. So we're not so far out of it just yet.
Yeah, and Spencer's number 1, right? Because he's number 1 over both days of competition. It's just today he's gone second, right? Ego Illusions, however, starting the day as well as Philip with 1-1. Okay, 2 first places for Philip and Ego is fantastic news for them. Philip, of course, right on the outside looking in. So with a 1-1 start, that's fantastic.
Yes, what a great start on day number 2. He already had like a really decent spot from the day 1, so looking so good to be on that finals. And actually, if Eagle makes into the final, it's kind of even more crazy for some other players because he can like open a spot to the Worlds as he already qualified. So I really want to see how that final is going to work out.
So much to be able to look forward to, but we're going to take a short break as we get our lobbies reshuffled. We are going to end up coming back for game number 3 right after this, so don't go anywhere. Let's go, Dobz. You and I are up here to cast this third game of day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. I'm excited to jump into the action with you because we've just been sitting on the sidelines thus far.
Yes, exactly. I'm pretty excited to watch these games. The first game were like crazy. I mean, we saw a lot of different compositions, even though we got like some of them we already expected, but 6 Chrono, we watched like a spatula game with that 8 portal. A lot of things going on here. I'm pretty excited to watch this lobby.
So for this lobby, we have reshuffled everything heading into game number 3. So now we're going to be seeing some of the biggest heavy hitters from North America, Dish Soap, Replay, going up against the big favorites from Brazil. We've got Ego Illusions and BO in this lobby. This is going to be a very exciting clash of the Titans, Dobz.
Yes, I wonder how the game puts so many good players together, and we're going to see like really good stuff out of this game for sure.
Ooh, quite a big decision to make here when it comes down to these 3 portals. We have Loot Subscription, Gold Opener, and Golden Finale. And it feels like there's a pretty good divide of players on everything, but Loot Subscription seems to be the more popular one.
Yeah, Democracy is working on it here, but Golden Finale secured by Ego, not so high. I mean, not a very... Oh, I just forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
High variation?
I mean, high variation, yes. Not a high variation portal. So we expect the players to be more safe on the lines depending on what the game goes.
That makes a lot of sense. I feel like Golden Finale is definitely one of the more popular portals, but I've always been looking forward to maybe do we get another Spatula game. Loot Subscription can always be very exciting to watch. Dish Soap gets a Soraka 2, and Shop has a Seraphine as well. This could potentially just be an easy early mage angle.
Yes, we are not seeing mages getting into that like pretty good games with that Soraka line, but as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, it's much about the Vex 3 stars that the players are kind of missing. But I'm pretty sure Dish Soap is aware of that, and if he finds his way into the mage line, I guess he will find that way into that Vex, so he might be ending up with a good spot in here.
Well, you have the early rumble, so you're going to start to get those Sugarcraft stacks. You have the opportunity to find something like the Galio, be able to get that Vanguard front line already up and running, and fully figure out that first 3 mages. So it feels like a pretty good start here, but as we take a look at where the rest of the lobby is going, we have Bio with Ari, Zoe, Poppy, Ego with a very similar look. There's going to be a lot of AP, I think, Dobz.
For sure. The meta is really AP oriented, as we have like a lot of compositions that talks between their items. I mean, we can play either mages, Rise, and then maybe Gwen and Karma, depending on if you get some artifacts. And those lines, even Wei and Vanguards, those lines are actually into the AP items, and then you can like be a little bit flexible between them. So that's why players going to pick this line a lot.
Okay, well, as our very first augment choice, we do have gold. And so we're going to see Casper take a Witchcraft emblem. We have Neonify that's going to have Slammin. Ego Illusions and Replay are going to have the Artifact Anvils. So, pretty good across the board, I think, with everybody starting to find those angles.
For sure. I mean, I'm surprised to see someone picking the Witchcraft line really early on, because you already committing a composition that relies a lot on those forecasts, and then you have to have a really good mid game to achieve like the level 8, and then finding that Fiora and Karma, and then maybe Rise that's actually even better than Karma right now with that emblem. And you have to be rich for doing so. So I expect him to be aware of that when he tries to select his future augments as well.
Well, Casper is one of the players that is sitting towards the bottom of the standings, is in 23rd with a point total of 31. And Witchcraft does have the opportunity to get those high caps, get those top placements that might be able to propel him into a better standing. So I think it could make a little bit of sense that Casper wants to play a little bit more risky when coming down to identifying that Witchcraft line so early.
Yes, exactly. That's why I think those games between the third game for today and the last one will be really wild sometimes, because there'll be like some players that are like playing safe, like Ego and Replay, that are okay with a lot of points already in the placements, and there will be like another players that need to go really high risk, take a really high risk to get into those first and seconds, and then sometimes you can actually play more risk than you really would want. So we can see, we have to see if they will find their way into a comeback.
Comeback could come in pretty clutch here. Neonify is one of those players that's maybe not sitting towards the end where you would have to start to think about playing a little bit more risky, but in the middle of the pack where you still want to try to get those top fours as often as possible. And when taking a look at his board, we are starting to see just some kind of like classic Witchcraft start. There is going to be this Warwick and maybe the opportunity, Swain. Or to at least maybe get some Frost online, but I think the Witchcraft is definitely leaving yourself open.
Yes, I mean, the player that is playing Epoch in there with 2 Swains on the board might be looking into that late game composition from the Shapeshifters. It's one of the best winning games compositions right now, and it's actually pretty good when you have like an Econ Augments that can lead you into a really rich level 8 and maybe even a level 9. So that's why he probably trying to focus his early game on these units that actually can bring him into that composition in the late game.
Frost feels so stable when you're looking at like stage 2, even potentially stage 3, if you can get maybe 5 Frost online. So I definitely see a world where Flames is going to be able to make full potential out of that Epoch Augment. But when we go to Carousel now, this is where I feel like where things start to get a little bit interesting. Now taking a look back at Dish Soap's board, he picked up a charm that's going to make all of his items into static shivs for this round. He's sitting at a 3-win streak, and so that's a really great start.
Yeah, it is. You can see that he doesn't want to play that Soraka line. Maybe he's aware that he's not doing so great, so he pushed levels. So I expect him to play either mages from here, because he kind of has like a Vex and other mages that fits well in his composition. But he can actually, if he keeps going well, he can find into that rise, maybe finding like an emblem or something that can lead him into a really good late game with that composition.
There are also 5 other players in the lobby right now that have Seraphine on their board in some capacity. So you also know that it's going to be a little less likely to be able to hit the Seraphine 3, which would be another win condition to make sure that the Mage reroll line could work for you. But there you go. Static Shivs going to help Dish Soap get another win to extend that win streak to a 4 streak and start to, look at maybe a couple of these higher level compositions.
Yes, his early game is actually really good, and he will have also extra items as his level up from his augment, allowing him to either have some items on the front line and maybe finding more than 1 carry. So that's a really good angle that he can find his way into a Rise composition, as he is really rich and maybe even can win streak 5 streaky here. So I want to see what composition he'll pick at the end of the game.
Well, Replay is going to be another player to keep our eyes on, because not only is he with a pretty high point total for the America's Golden Spatula sitting at 41, but he also is going to be looking at this portable forge augment, just has the fish bones on the ash for now, maybe leaving himself open to be able to go for more AD, as well as just having the Witchcraft for now.
Yes, what a round in here, securing the 5 streak for Replay. I like the Dish Soap trying to make that redemption to try to 5 streak, but it wasn't enough, as Replay has a better early game right now. I think that augment from Replay is really good. Portable Forge give you some direction, And I really want to know what he's going to focus on that late game, as Fishbone is really good on Varus, but Varus isn't that unit that is shining in the Golden Spatula right now.
Yeah, we saw the AVP and just in general sort of the win rate of that Varus composition, and it wasn't looking so great after day number 1. Maybe something that if you have the right conditions for could be a route to go down. Maybe the Fishbones could be one of those things that will show you that way.
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't know. I would stay away from it.
Yeah, so we saw actually really saw a rise in the Witchcraft emblem, so I expect that player to be really good. As I saw at the early game, it was a really good line to play. And here we see Eagle. Phoenix are trying to maximize his Ashe and the Jax, playing the multi-tracker line.
Going to put the Ashe so far forward. Wants to maintain that loss streak here while also being able to keep economy. Is rolling a little bit because you are 1 copy away from that Ashe 3, and you will be able to hopefully find that sooner rather than later. But going into Ego Illusions, Phoenix should be feeling pretty happy about that.
Yes, I mean, his augment is really good for the multi-strikers, but as he's playing like the Ashe version, I think he tried to reforge an item in there, but actually missed a component that can use an Ashe as a good item to carry. So it's finding his way in a bad spot, I would say. And Eagle actually with pretty good Fiora items. I expect more than 1 player going to the Witchcraft line.
Seen a couple of players now, even just in that last game, trying to go for maybe like the Karma Preservers Warriors. So with the Fiora, with the Gwen, definitely looks like a possibility here when you see Ego actually picking up for the second augment, that Witchcraft emblem. So going to be joining Casper Wu in the hunt of finding that Fiora and finding a couple more of those Witchcraft units. But then look at everything else. Toronto replay.
I mean, Casper got a trade tracker.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
Yes, I love when players go for that risky augments, because it's really nice to watch. And I wonder how he's going to make out of that cash out from this augment, and then what can he get actually. It's pretty interesting to see.
And Casper really needs the points. So this makes a lot of sense that maybe you're able to high roll a little bit, get another Witchcraft emblem if you're really lucky, or try to kind of fill it out that way. We saw a masterclass of what that could look like from Robin songs. So there is potential there.
Yeah, for sure there is potential, but it's actually a thing that we were talking about, right? Players that are in that bottom of the standings trying to go to that risky lines. And that's something that I feel that is going to show a lot often in the next games.
All right, well, we are now starting into the beginning part of stage 3, and we're getting a good look at maybe some of the other compositions here. Flames is going to have the Frost online, but looking at Hunters and having the opportunity to go for Shapeshifters. I know we were talking about that a little bit, but you're holding the Jinx, you're holding the Wukongs as well.
Yes, actually, I feel that he's holding just because he has like some extra gold. And as we see, he has like some sort of 2 economy augments. His first augment gives him extra experience, and the second augment gives him also extra experience. So I expect him to push levels really hard here, trying to arrive in the spot that he can find a Briar, find a Smolder, and then maximize his way into a win in here, because that composition was one of the best compositions to win out actually.
But still holding yourself open just in case maybe you hit the Wukong and the Jinx before that, then you do have the opportunity to play that instead, or actually tech it in just to make sure you can actually get to that point. So I do like the flexibility there as we head on to the next carousel.
Yeah, so you have to see if players are going to grab some units that are important, and also the items.
There's Karma. It's good. Casper's gonna pick that up right away.
Yes, he's trying to. We can actually look into him now, because those rounds from before the PVE is when probably players going to try to sack to actually cash out the trade trackers.
Yeah, he's holding a lot of different units right now.
Yes, he's missing one synergy still.
He's so close. Yeah, maybe you can tech in the warrior. I see the Neela on the bench, so there is an opportunity to put that in.
Yes, when I see these augments, I actually like a lot when the player is with Rumble, and Bard. They are really easy to proc that 7-line synergy. But there are plenty of them, and I'm pretty sure he's finding his way into that cash out.
Should be pretty close here. Ryze is going to help take down a couple of extra units, but Dish Soap is still going to be so strong in the lobby. Still 89 HP, and also starting to get some pretty interesting items online. There's a Rage Blade and a glove on that Soraka, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I feel that Shishop might be playing Kalista. I'm not sure. The little Butters is one of the best augments for that composition, and he has a Rage Blade. So I wonder if he's going into that composition actually.
Yeah, he actually just picked up a Tristana as well. So you are going to start to work on getting those Fury synergies online, and nobody else at this moment in time is looking at Kalista outside of Phoenix who is going to be looking at just the multi-strikers in general. Rerolled the Ashe, does have the Ashe 3, but that's kind of it for the most part.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate early game for Phoenix, as he had like so many AP items, not able to find items that were good on Ashe. So he's still missing the Rage Blade, not a good spot that he wanted to. And we see Ego in here, 6 streak, going to that PvE, really rich. It's when you're actually playing that Fiora line, that's the way you want to look like. You have like such a good augments for your front line and such a good augments for your back line. You have an emblem, a lot of HP and a lot of gold. So he's in a really good shape right now.
Yeah, you're going to be able to level up so fast to be able to find those units before everyone else. Definitely not the only person that's going to be trying to look for the Fiora or look for more of those Witchcraft units later, as we were also taking a look at Casper Wu having that Witchcraft emblem. So it's definitely a race there, and Neonify actually already has a Fiora. So yeah, the race is on.
Yes, Flames in here trying to maximize his board with the shapeshifters, and I wonder if he's going to roll a little bit in here, or if he's just passing this stage and trying to go into that level 9.
Has the Varus on bench, so you should be able to put that in if you want to, but Casper Wu is getting much closer to being able to get this cash out.
Yes, he actually getting this cash out after this round. He couldn't find a way into the cash out at level 7. That's why he tried to put the level 8 in the 4-1. And he actually, it's kind of hard to play like this because you have to pick your augment before you know what emblems you're going to get. So the best way to play out this augment is when you can cash out in the stage 3 and maybe like 1 round before the PvE, but sometimes you cannot fit those 7 traits on the board. It's pretty hard, and then he didn't find a way, but now he can actually see what he's going to get.
Okay, it's going to be that gold augment for the final one, as we were sitting on golden finale, and we're going to see a couple of people pick up combat here. Casper Wu is going to have increased AP. Dish Soap got Inspiring Epitaph. BO also picked up Blossoming Lotus, so we're really going to start to push the gas for a lot of these matches. Casper finally gets his emblems.
Yes, he got the emblems, and I can't see something that is really good. I mean, Arcana is pretty good, but that doesn't talk much with the Witchcraft. When you're playing this line, you can actually play Arcana to use the emblem and get, as you have like a lot of emblems, you get a lot of extra damage. So it's really interesting to play that way, but as he doesn't have like the Arcana units, it's kind of hard to fit that synergy out from the spot that he has. So I wonder if he's going to just play the best board out that he can right now.
Oh, it's tough because you haven't been able to figure figure everything out either. Kind of much like the problem you were talking about, Kasparu has to pick the augment and then figure out where he's going to go with the emblems. And you only have so much time and so much APM to make all of these decisions. He was also pretty broke. He only had that 18 gold before he ended up hitting level 8. Had to level for that, as you were saying, but finds a Gwen. Maybe with something like the Arcana, you have a Tahm Kench in your shop, you have that multi-striker emblem, so maybe you can tech in something like a Hecarim and actually start to get the Arcana together. But as we check out Bio's board, that's an RE3, so a lot of the Arcana champions are gone.
Yeah, so we can see Bio's board not looking that good because of his front line. I mean, he got the Ari, one of the best builds that she can have, but got the Zoe 3, but he's still missing those three stars from the front line. So even though he still have an R3, I not expect him to win a lot of rounds because of the front line.
Yeah, and he's at 21 HP, so this is going to be a heavy loss as well, as Jupeson is going to be able to get a big win here with that Kalista finally starting to ramp up. You called it, Dobz. It's going to be the Kalista taking those items that we saw in that Soraka.
Yes, it's pretty rough time to Bio in here. He still had 30 gold left, but as he was like level 6, it's really hard to find those on costs. So I wonder how he ended up in that spot. It's pretty, once you're actually playing Ari, you wanted to firstly get into that front line, but sometimes you are not able to, right? So that's what I think that happened to him. Tried to get that units on the level 5, but he missed it, and he ended up in this spot right now, trying to save the game for his life.
Yeah, it's so tough. You're actually going to see him level. He's going to take all of that gold. He's going to level to 7. Has 15 gold to work with now. Does actually find the Poppy 3. So at least that's something. Puts in a second copy of Lilia. That's a 2-star. And trying to roll for something else. But you're looking for more Bastions. You finally get another Hecarim. That's a Hecarim 2. That's going to be another upgrade. But how do you fit in the Taric, the Shen, just the extra Bastions you need?
Yeah, he was trying to put a Xyz Bastion, I guess, but he still did find that in time. So he probably be able to win that round, but it's still a really tough game, as he will face a lot of players that are going to cap their boys pretty high.
Well, he said he needs level 8 to do that. Right, because you have the extra Lilia 2, but you still need to find a way to fit the Taric and the Shen. So it's going to be some time away.
Yes, it's a pretty bad spot from there. We have seen here Flames trying to go to that level 9, actually. That's what we are talking about. Players trying to be risky in here. Skipping into that level, the stage 4, isn't something that we were seeing a lot during the first day, but as we are arriving into that end of day 2, players trying to be risky here to get those high stakes from the game.
He's rich. He's got 113 gold to play around with before we even get to Raptors, which would get you even more from the champions that they drop. So this level 9 is going to be coming through pretty well, and then you're still going to have gold to roll with.
Yes, exactly. He's trying to maximize his chances of getting the Briar 2 and the Smolder 2, but he wouldn't be able to feed that Briar a lot, as he has like 1 life still, like 12 HP. It's kind of 1 life in the late game, might be true, but he can actually feed her a little bit. But we'll see. If he manages to still to get a Briar 2 and his Mother 2, he can actually come back. It depends.
Yeah, he's already preparing for it, though. He's going to wait for the Raptors to start, and then you're going to be able to get some free rerolls once you actually level up. Tons and tons and tons of gold to work with. So I hope he's able to hit here. He does not have much life longer if he's going to take another hit.
Yes, I mean, the players that are actually on this level of competition, they actually know that sometimes you have to be risky. And I'm pretty sure he is looking sharp in here. Just need to do what you have to do. Trying to find that legendaries. Sometimes you have to be risky. Yeah.
There's 2. There's 1 Briar. Another Shyvana. There was another Briar. So we are going to be able to see 2 Briars come through. It's be an instant spot on the board as you try to look for more upgrades, but you're still going to be missing the big guns. That's 1 Smolder. At least you can fit that in. And so you've got 6 Shapeshifter and 3 Dragon. You had some really good items to put on this Smolder so far.
I mean, we roll it down a lot of gold. I mean, I don't even see how much gold he had. Like, as he pre-leveled into that level 9, had a bunch of free rolls. And even with that amount of gold, he wasn't able to find a BR 2-star. And then as he tried to roll into that last second, he wasn't able to get a good positioning, and he gets punished because of that.
Oh, that's so sad. That's going to be on 8th place here for Flames, but you're right. He had something like 90 gold to roll with after he did end up going for the pre-level, and just not able to find the units that he needed in order to actually get those 2-star 5 costs. So that's very disappointing for Flames.
Yes, for sure. That's sometimes have to be risky, but the risky games sometimes ends like this. You still have to roll down and still have to manage time to position, but he couldn't manage it to that. So the Ash 3, that's why the tempo is so strong in the meta right now, because you're trying to be risky and play for those legendaries, but then you face a player that is so stable with that Ash 3 and multi-strikers 3-starred, and then you actually end up losing. So that's why the meta is so tuned into that reroll lines.
Yeah, unfortunately for Flames, that is going to be an 8th, a 7th, and an 8th for the first 3 games of the day. So right now, really just starting to look at some of that increased prize money as we look forward to the second half of the day. But this is going to be a pretty big hit there that some of our players are taking. In fact, that's 2 more knockouts as Neonify goes out in 7th and Bio goes out in 6th. And everybody else pretty close together in the top 3. Okay, outside of Ego, I think Ego stays winning.
Yes, it is. I mean, this game is looking really different from the other games we saw earlier. A lot of players actually trying to level up and playing those high risk compositions. A lot of players going into that economy augments. So really different actually from the other games that are like a way more people trying to reroll.
Yeah, speaking of reroll, I mean, it was only Bio had the Ari reroll. We do have Phoenix Awe that's still playing the Kassadin and just the general multi-strikers reroll. But outside of that, you're right. We have the Shapeshifters, Dragons coming in from Flames. Neonify was trying to go a little bit higher with the Portals and the Scholars. And kind of similar as like Ego still has the Witchcraft Rise.
Yes, something interesting about the Eagles board that he wasn't able to find a Fiora 2, but he was able to find an Olaf holding that items, carrying him like in a super high win streak here. So you have to be a little bit flexible in those forecasts. Sometimes you can buy a lot of units that you are not so used to, but knowing that you can hold Fiora items with the Olaf made him streak so hard, and then later on, as he has the Witchcraft emblem, he can sell the Olaf and then try to cap his board with Witchcraft units.
I think still 2 copies away from the Fiora. So yes, I love being able to see that come through. The Olaf isn't really getting you any traits. It's just a really good item holder and a pretty good forecast unit. I like the melee carries that we do have in this meta. And I mean, take a look at that too. That is a lot of Olaf.
Have more than one Olaf on this board. Like,
yeah.
Really well done by him.
That is 4 individual copies of Olaf, a 2-star and a 1-star, and they are absolutely wrecking the Suspicious Trenchcoat. Gonna give him multiple copies of that as well to deliver replay a pretty big hit. And we had a couple of players that were sitting at 1 life, and fortunately for Casper Booth, that's going to be a 5th place.
Yes, unfortunately, he didn't manage the way into getting to the top 4. And we see here Phoenix really well played by him, because as I told in the early game, his item was like really bad, but he found a way into that, cooking some items, got a Reforger out of that last augment that he took, and then actually pretty ending up the game with really good items on his carries. I like that what he did here.
Yeah, I like it too. Dish Soap though, I'm kind of just taking stock of that. Has a Camille, so you do have the multi-strikers active, which I think is a very interesting take for this one. You're still going to be trying to get some more high value units to really cap out the board, but I really like where it's going so far.
Yes, Digital playing that standard Kalista. I like the way that I saw him playing this game. He saw that he could play Kalista out of a mage line. I mean, those players that can see those lines that are free, playing a different line that you are not so common to see, like a mage line into a Kalista. I mean, he did pretty well the transition though, so that's why he's one of the best players in this competition.
I don't think he got very good mage items either, though, because I remember taking a look at the Rage Blade and the glove, and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, maybe not necessarily the more standard items you would have wanted to see for mages. So I really like that approach. Gets the double Rage Blade and is able to get some really nice items for the Recon.
Yeah, saved a lot. Actually, he saved a lot of HP with that mage line, and that's what's made him able to reach that level 9. And he also finds his way into a Camille 2 right now, so he's looking pretty strong.
Camille 2 is a huge hit, so it's really great to be able to find. Having the solo Recon in the front line as well, you're going to be able to get quite a bit of value there. I like the Morgana pickup, though. That's going to give you 3 Preserver, and you get another item to try to round it out.
Yeah, it's really strong looking from Dish Soap in here. He's just missing Emilio to cap hide his board, and I think as he has a lot of HP left, he might find it still.
Already down to our top 4 though, so it's going to be a fight between Ego, Dish Soap, Replay, and Phoenix Awe. Phoenix Awe was at the lower health total, was something like 22 before heading into this next PvP round. But wow, Ego's gonna finally take a hit here after what felt like an infinite win streak.
Yes, he saw that Olaf, as I said, put the items of Yora, found a Morgana, looking pretty good. He still have like a lot of gold to roll down and buy really good charms that can actually turn the game around.
The charms are going to be really important, especially because everybody's starting to hit those big caps here. Replay and Phoenix Awe both still sitting at level 8, but Replay hit the Wukong and the Jinx. Has this Kog'Maw 3 as well to be able to play around with the fish bones on it. And then you're still looking at the Phoenix Awe having these multi-striker rerolls that had to contend with these now very strong level 9 boards.
It's very strong late game for all of the players. It's hard to predict who is going to win in here because there are so many lines that can win out. I'm down to see if Ego is going to find that Briar 2 that he's trying to invest now, and if he can, he probably will secure the win.
Replay is going to be at 1 more life. This Wukong and Jinx just not really able to keep up with maybe some of the other ramp. We saw that Ashe firing off so quickly. So that's definitely something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Is we also see how Ego is doing with trying to get this Morgana upgraded.
Exactly. Replay actually is still missing the Olaf 2-star as Ego used that for this composition, and he isn't able to get his third carry actually because he has a level 3 Kog'Maw. Really good items from him. It's a really hard matchup for the multi-strikers against the Jinx because of that Wukong.
Yeah, I'm just getting stunned as well. So unfortunately, that is going to be a knockout from into Replay. Phoenix Awe is going to be very, very close to being eliminated as well. But as we see Dish Soap and Ego fighting it out, Dish Soap, this Kalista too, really starting to fire on all cylinders.
Yes, as you're playing Kalista with that little burries, you can actually cap your board really high. And his last augment is also a combat augment, so that's why he's so strong. And then when you reach the level 9, fighting that Camille 2, you have like a lot of good extra damage from that secondary carry. And if he finds his way into a Emilio that can give extra items for his team, he'll be really, really strong in that late game.
There's so much attack speed for Dish Soap. There's so much attack speed for Phoenix as well with the double Rage Blade on the Ashe, as well as just the multi-striker stacks in general. So yeah, I don't know. Everybody's starting to get really close now. Ego is taking a couple of big hits, gonna be at 41 HP as we look at our top three, and Dish Soap and Phoenix also both trying to hang on.
Yes, I like the augments from Phoenix, getting a lot of value from that keepers and the mentorship. As you're playing mentorship, you have to keep your units closer and also keepers. So he's getting like even more value from both of the augments. So easy to position and also letting him be very strong.
Ooh, there's a big
I just jinxed it 2 rounds. I mean, I said that replay was bad against him and he lost it right again. I mean, what is this?
Dobz, you're a true caster. Now that you have caster cursed player.
Yeah, I still have to manage that curse.
All right, well, final top two. It's going to be Ego Illusions and Dish Soap fighting it out to see which one can stay at the top of the lobby. Ego, remember, starting off the day with 1-1. Could he get a third first place for the first 3 games of the day?
Wow, that will be really interesting. Even though if he doesn't find a win here, it's already a really good day from him. Really well played.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal day so far. Dish Soap as well, still in the top 8 of our standings. Trying to better his placement with a first place. This would also be his first that he'd be able to get out of the 9 games that he's played so far. But it's going to come down to this, whether the Kalista can actually keep up with this Rise that's firing in the back line. But as this Rakan is trying to hang on for dear life with that redemption, the Kalista might have some time to actually take down the Rise. It's close, but does get it done. And so Dish Soap delivers another blow to Ego, sending him down to 25 HP.
Exactly. Ego is actually feeding his Briar, so he can actually cap his board even higher. And I expect him to pick a good Charming here, as he still have a lot of gold. But as the game reaches the Herald, Dish Soap will earn like a couple extra gold to find a good Charm as well. So it's hard to predict who is going to win here.
Yeah, Dish Soap can actually still make a couple of upgrades. It's going to be a Melia one as well as a Morgana one. Gets a chance to get a second Morgana, so very close to being able to upgrade that. But this is going to be very close to the end. That's a second Amelia for Dish Soap, looking to be able to upgrade one of those 2 units, as Ego still has a lot of gold rolling down and trying to find his own upgrades.
Yes, this game is going to be decided for who probably positions better, and then maybe for the charm that they're looking for.
Oh, taking one more item. Still not able to find the Briar too. And so as we head into... Yeah, it's still going to be that Briar 1. Ooh, let's find out. It's going to be the Kalista across the way from the Rise once again. But can that difference maker come in from how long that Rakan can stay alive? It falls just within that blink of an eye. And so maybe it is going to be the positioning that does it. The Kalista still get a chance of fire, but that's going to do it. No way, Dobz. Ego gets a third first place for the first half of the games today.
I mean, I wonder if he's already on the finals, because he made 3 wins in the row.
He might have.
A lot of points that he already have. So really well played by him. Like a 3rd game in a row, getting a win against the better players, the best players of the America. So that's we have to say that he's really good.
Yes, I mean, Ego is just doing a victory lap at this point. He is already qualified to go to the Tactician's crown. He has 3 first place now, which may just guarantee him a spot in that final lobby tomorrow. Still 3 more games to play out, though, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have our analyst desk break down this game, and we'll go into that game number 4.
What's going on, everybody? Jupe, Khroen, Gangly back here at the analyst desk to take you through game number 3, day 2 of the American Golden Spatula. Now, Khroen, going into this event, one of the biggest storylines we kind of covered was this stars, the staples of the scene versus the not so usual suspects. And this lobby was a perfect example, right? You had 3 of the best AVPs across set 12 and the stars of their region, Replay, Dish Soap, Ego Illusions, up against some of these not so usual suspects, particularly Flames and Neonify. And I feel like if you're a fan of the stars, though, it went your way.
If you're a fan of the stars, went your way. If you're a fan of the not so usuals, it didn't really, unfortunately. Neonify and Flames both coming in here at the last second, right from TC3, got 5th and 6th place, but just weren't able to make it work, unfortunately, right? But Ego Illusions, of course, taking that lobby. That was such a well played, Jupe.
That was the contrast. So the usual suspect, Ego Illusion, already qualified for Tactician Crown, doing it amazing with this cap board with Rise and Witchcraft. And second place for Dishop, who played a perfect Kalista game. Normally, we expect to see the Kalista Gangly as a loose streak. You were talking about this in the break, but he actually played it tempo. He hit on timing everything and managed to get to level 9 with a Camille 2, getting a great second place.
Yeah, following up with that, though, Phoenix and Replay rounding out the top 4. I feel like both of these boards really do need to be talked about. There's a lot to talk about with this game. The thing that stood out to me about Phoenix's spot, though, was he did not slam a single item in the game until 3-6. Now, it's very rare that we get to see players not slam that entire time. It's even more rare that we see them not slam till 3-6 and then top 4. This is all about spot recognition for Phoenix. He says, I have the setup. I have units. I have awesome augment, but I don't have items. If I slam something like a Spark or a Dragon's Claw right now, I will not have the damage in the late game to sustain me. So he says, I'm going to greed for something like the Rage Blade. I have this Ash 3, and then he gets bailed out on 4-2 with the big grab bag. I think this is a really great example of Phoenix recognizing the condition in which he can top 4 and saying, if I cannot play this condition, I'm just not going to do anything.
It's really crazy. I feel like I have it kind of drilled into my head from hearing Dish Soap go over, recognize his own games, his own spots. We're like, no, you have to slam something here. You have to slam something. You have to slam, just because early game item tempo is so important. But Phoenix, like you're talking about, spot recognition, says, I don't need to do that, and gets a top 3. Just so well done. But then the players like, right, going back to Neonify and Flames, right? Flames going one of those compositions that can win a whole game, right? Going for that Dragon Shapeshifters, had about 80 gold to roll with. Pre-level, didn't level up, right, because that epoch. It's just such a risky play to take.
Yeah, I also want
to recognize the structure of Flames, though. Like when you look at the way he got to the regional finals, it was off the back of having one of the highest first place rates in the entirety of the America field. And so what strikes me as almost inspirational, Jupe, is that Flames back up against the wall, has to make a statement, has to prove himself, get these placements, and he gambles. He all ins because he says, I know how to play these win out comps. And unfortunately, he came up just short. Some positioning stuff, maybe it makes that go differently, but actually I find it really inspiring to see, and it's a good thing to see a player resort to what they know best when they're in these high pressure situations, instead of just kind of flaming out, trying to do maybe the optimal thing.
Yeah, and that gamble, we also saw it on Casper Wu. He decided to go for Witchcraft early, then go for the Trade Tracker. Very risky position. The augments were not good for him, and even though he got a 5th, this is not the result he wanted. We know he's very low on the table, so now is the moment where players will go to risk it more, will try to get that angle, and once again recognize Bishop and Ego, who were already at least in points qualified, if points maintained so far, and they get a 1st and a 2nd place. So these 2 players are in a clear path to get to day 3.
Yeah, let's talk about Dish Soap's spot a little bit more, right? Playing very high tempo into little buddies and having that Kalista spot, recognizing that, oh, I know the stats coming into it aren't great today, but if no one else is contesting me and I can play this far ahead, you can go that Kalista line and get a top 2 exactly like you did.
We didn't get a chance to talk about Replay's board, who had a really great route of playing the Hunter board by utilizing Kog'Maw items first to get him there, and now we have the standings where we can see Ego Illusion first after locking in his spot. It almost feels like after the pressure is off, he has a spot at Worlds. Now he can just play it like himself in first place with a 3-point lead. And we could see Replay, who's been top 4ing time and time again. Jupe, he hasn't gone first in this tournament yet, but it's been enough to secure his spot in the top 8 thus far.
Yeah, that's the resilience that normally you see in one or two players, because normally are the ones that are performing with a first, with a different, and now something similar with Philip. He started with double 1-1 and then got an 8th, still with good possibilities, obviously, with the total points. Bio, very good also. Black Sheep, we see him there, who's already qualified with 42. And well, Phoenixia, maybe a little more in the bottom. We can assume this, and obviously this will be the final phase. This is only for you to consider. This is 18 to 24 in placement.
Yeah,
Two things I have to call out real quick, Khroen, is that on that last slide, number one, we saw Weijin Iverson climbing up the standings. He's in reach of this top 8 now. He's got himself up to, I believe it was 13th place, 12th place, with 3 games left on the day, is now in striking distance of that top 8.
Yeah, 100%. Weijin is doing it right. Maybe that third wasn't satisfying, but a second place, if he can keep it up, he can make it there.
All right,
ready
well,
for
the casters are ready. Game number 4 is getting started, so don't go anywhere. We're going to hand it off to Nekkra and Dobz to take you through this next game.
Boom.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we are back to take you through the action of this 4th game. Dobz, things are really starting to shake up. Very interesting, especially looking at Weijin Iverson climbing up the standings. He's getting very close to taking this spot for qualifier points.
Yes, I mean, that's one of the things that we are actually really excited to see. I mean, probably Bobster, you're actually watching as well, because that actually means a lot. The Tactician's Crown is what everyone wants to go as to play a competitive TFT. So I hope that it goes like really good for Weijin trying to reach that final lobby.
Yes, I hope that this race starts to become even more interesting as we look towards the back half of our games today. 3 more to go for day number 2 as we take a look at our opening portals. 3-cost champion, gold subscription, and golden gala are going to be the ones up to the docket, and it's going to be 3-cost champion that ends up taking the crown here for portal.
Yes, this is a portion that is interesting because as we are playing, like we are seeing reroll meta, you can actually pick units that leads you into a composition already. So sometimes when you get a Shen, you might not be able to reroll nothing from that, but you actually can get like Wukong or a Jinx or maybe a Veigar or Vex. So that could be interesting.
Yeah, Shen maybe not the right one that I would look at to give you like an ultra strong direction, but you do have the ability to put in something like Bastion. But Spencer may be opting, that might just be more econ rather than something that I would like to work around. But we'll have to wait and see. It's still so early. But we can kind of get a look on the sidebar here. What maybe dropped out for all of these players? Bruce has a Mordekaiser, Dank Memes has a Nico, we've got a Hui for CMB9, and there's that Jinx for Michael.
Yes, I expect players to sell those 3 costs that are not so good. You can see players like playing 1 cost in their boards, and some players probably going to that reroll line, as I said. So I want to see who is going to pick the rerolls and who is going to sell those 3 costs.
It was so interesting to see that dichotomy in that last game, though. We had 2 players that went reroll that ended up going to the top 4, but 2 other players that were thinking about more tempo-oriented play styles being able to hit that level 9.
Yes, there are going to be many more outcomes as the games are reaching the end, because some players are going to play risky. And when you have like much more players going to that level into the 4-cost line, you can actually enable that line actually, because if you do not those are like a lot of damage in the lobby, so the players can sack a little more and then reach those compositions with more HP, and then actually turns the meta into a different spot.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I'm already seeing Spencer sitting on some really nice pairs of units. Has the opportunity to make a Lilia too. It would just be such a strong front line, but you have the Vanguards. Maybe you want that synergy a little bit more?
I mean, he got worth the wait, didn't he? I mean,
Yes.
I'm not sure if he got the Blitz out of it or the Ziggs.
Either way, I think you're pretty happy because you've got Honeyman C. Oh, Dank Memes just sold his entire board. Look at that.
Yeah. Yes, his augment, the augment that he took actually pretty good to lose streak, as you secure some extra gold, and then you can actually pick a line that is really strong with a really strong comeback. Sometimes players go like playing that augment to go to Kalista, because you can like get those rage blades, and then later on finding a way into that Rakan 2 and maybe Kalista 2 as well, and then with a lot of gold you can actually secure those units.
All right, well, Dinkbeeps is going to sit on nothing for a while. So has 21 gold. That's going to be a lot, at least heading into the next combat. But yeah, Shaco is also looking to try to go for some Honey Mancy units. Has the Scholar emblem.
Yes, he's probably going to pick that Rising line, as he doesn't seem to have like a lot of bastions, and he already have a Richu. So I expect him to push levels from here. Playing that 6 Scholars is really strong, and he's with an early game that can be good actually.
Now, Shaco is one of those players that is right now sitting towards the bottom of our 24. So maybe with the first would be able to secure himself a spot in our top lobby, but it's looking pretty improbable. Otherwise, outside of that, when you look at the rest of the players here, we do have a Philip that's sitting right outside of that top 8. Black Sheep is at 11th. CMB9 is also going to be sitting at 12th, and Dinkmemes also trying to hold on to a spot. So Dobz, this is going to be very interesting. A lot of players have a lot to lose when they're looking at the middle.
Exactly. Actually, I'm really I really want to see of some players like you're saying, Shaco, that are not doing that well on the standings. Maybe Michael as well. They are like actually more in the middle. If they are trying to be risky, trying to find their way into that first, or if they kind of want to secure the prize pool, because I mean, sometimes you have to, you know. I really want to see if they're trying to get into the risky lines.
Now, well, CMB9 is definitely one of those players that's just right outside of the cusp. Being able to look at a top 8 is a very big probability, but I don't know. We'll have to see where these compositions go from here. Shaco right now was looking at the Ari and the Scholars and potentially Mages even. When we look at that Vanguard front line, but Michael also looking at maybe Jinx and Hunters. I see Mordekaiser there too.
Yes, Mordekaiser is a unit that is really contested, and we actually didn't see much players playing into that Vanguard, maybe because of that. Oh, okay, it's a Ziggs from the... He's probably going to that Ziggs 4-star, I would say.
Yeah. Good items for it though too. I think I don't know what your thoughts are in terms of the mana generating item for Ziggs. Would you rather kind of wait it to be able to make something like a blue buff, or is the Shojin okay?
I mean, the Shojin is a little bit worse from the blue buff, but I mean, I didn't see if he already have a tier or a sword. I assume that he had a sword because he made that item. So I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes you have to make the Trojan, because unless you're gonna bleed like a lot, and then later on you can move a blue buff if you can actually fight. But his items is kind of not that good, as he has like a glove in a bowl. So depending on what he gets from the Krugs, he can actually be with good items, as he like drops a red buff or a shiv, or either a frontline item. But we have to see if he keeps getting more swords, it will be like really bad for him.
Maybe you can itemize like Kog'Maw. Maybe
Yeah, we still can. Actually, it's good to build out that Kog'Maw, but when you're playing Ziggs, you or either Ziggs or Kog'Maw, you still have to get into those Blitzcrank items. You cannot like play Animality without the front line. So it's really important to have multiple items. So actually a way to fix that is choosing an item augment on 3-2. So it actually depends on what he gets.
All right, well, we're about to get into Krugs, and it is going to be very interesting to see if we can actually see who can keep the loss streak here. Black Sheep is hoping that that's going to be another loss, and it is. So both Dank Memes and Black Sheep hoping to accumulate a lot of econ from that. Dank Memes, after selling that board, did end up getting so much gold. So we do have him at 62, maybe even more than that as he starts to sell a couple more champs, looking at trying to deal with Krugs. And Spencer does finally get that Ziggs 3.
Yes, exactly. We can see actually that 2 players actually made the win streak. So this lobby is going to be really high tempo, I would say, because those players that has the win streak can actually push that economy that they earned into the board. So they kind of can invest that gold into better boards in the mid game. So I expect the players to take more damage from them because there are 2 players that are actually streaking, and the player that is the Dunk Memes is actually with a lot of gold. He will have to pick a composition that can come back from their spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, accumulate a lot of gold to try to push levels as well after that, but you have to be able to preserve enough HP. I'm already seeing Dank Memes maybe start to lean into something like the Kalista. We saw Dishso play this from ahead, so Dank Memes going the more usual route of playing a bit from behind as we start to see maybe some items accumulated there for the Tristana.
Yes, exactly. That's a line that I expected to see in here, playing Kalista with this augment. You actually, the Kalista right now relies a lot on the Rakan 2 and Kalista 2 star as well. So having that augment that gives you a lot of gold can actually enable you to find those 4 costs early on. So I expect him to hit that in the 4-1 or something. And then trying to go to that level 9, finding the Milio and Camille, and then he can actually be pretty strong in that late game.
He's good recon items as well. You've got the gargoyles, you have the belt, so you could also make a Warmogs, just give that a second item. But here is the second augment of the game. It is going to be another gold augment. And Dank Beast has the opportunity to go little buddies. That's an option.
Yes, it's actually one of the best options for Kalista right now. Okay, he didn't want to. I'm surprised actually.
I am too. Going for Martyr instead. Maybe just thinking that.
Yeah, I actually really surprised that I've seen Dish Soap and other other world-class players taking into that little buddies. That seems to be one of the best augments in this comp. But as he took Marty, I'm pretty sure he has a plan.
Yeah, well, we'll check in on him a little bit later. I'm sure there is a reason he's playing and we are not. But, you know, we'll have to see where his creativity goes with that one.
Yes, exactly. And actually, we can see here, Wukong Hero Augment, finally. I didn't see any still.
I think we saw exactly 1 game of spin to win yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. And so now we finally get a chance to see that actually come through. And what better way to find it?
Yes, and actually he could he managed to get that Wukong Hero Augment with a really good augment for Jinx. That the augment that gives artifact and also increases your economy, all that shimmers, is actually one of the best items for that composition. So he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, it was win streaking through stage 2 with all the shimmers as well. Yeah, has been able to generate quite a bit of gold. Has the gold collector as the item that ended up dropping from that augment. So definitely ways that you can play around that and just make sure that you can take out those other champions very quickly.
Yes, exactly. And this item actually, the gold collector, seems to be one of the best of the Jinx augments, as it synergizes really well with that hunter. As you need to get that first kill in order to get the buff going on, and then the gold collector actually can get not just the gold, but secure the execute on the units, and then actually keep going on that hunter proc that is important for the Jinx.
Yeah, it's gonna snowball those executions a lot when we take a look at maybe getting up to level 8, level 9, and just having so many more units you're gonna have to chew through with these comps. But let's take a look at the stage 3 carousel. Some interesting augments also being selected here. You got CMV 9 that is cast or Transfiguration plus Clockwork Accelerator. So that's interesting.
Yes, some players are actually playing some rerolls in there. Like I expect CMB to play reroll from Vanguard that we are not seeing that much, and actually maybe a Syndra line in here.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Yes, for sure, is a Syndra.
Yeah, you've got Gambler's Blade, so that's going to be one way that you can get that attack speed going. And
yes, unfortunately, he still don't have that that mana generator augment item like a Shojin or adaptive helm, but he still have a red buff and the Gambler's Blade that can enable Syndra to cast a little bit, and then he can actually keep that composition going. As one of the win conditions of this composition is actually stacking that Syndra that is like infinite stacks. I mean, as long as she keeps ulting, she will achieve like even higher caps.
we saw a couple of games with the Syndra reroll yesterday that I felt like maybe we weren't seeing Syndra with enough casts to actually see her get that top 4. I cannot for the life of me remember exactly which game it was that I'm thinking of, but I remember seeing maybe at stage 5 Syndra had only 60 casts. It didn't feel like it was enough.
I mean, it's a really hard composition to play around because not either you have to get the Syndra online, you still have to get the Syndra early on. And then, as we are seeing here, he still don't have that mana generator item, but he actually have like a couple balls on her. So I expect her to be a little bit strong, but maybe not enough. So that might be not the way you want to see the Syndra, as you need like a lot of frontline, and it's a kind of composition that relies on those 3 costs that you have to 3-star up a day as well. So not just need to find the Syndra 3 stars, you still need to find those Swain and then Nekkra, and that's why it's a really hard composition to play.
Yeah, I'm still 3 copies away from the Syndra 3 and still looking at being able to find the rest of those shapeshifters. When you take a look at the rest of the lobby, Philip's going to be playing the shapeshifters as well when you have the Nomzi, but the Wukong Jinx. Just looking at the hunters as a shapeshifter is going to help round out the rest of that front line. So Black Sheep is going to have to fight for a couple of those units.
Yes, I think the spot is kind of okay, as he is not that... I mean, he has some HP left, I would say. But in the other hand, we have Dunk Memes with really low on HP, and he's still missing those 4 costs. Okay,
rolling now.
A Camille.
Okay, that's going to be pretty good. You're going to be able to get the Camille in, get the Chrono activated. Still trying to find another copy of the Rakan, though, to make sure that that front line is going to be as strong as possible. But having that Callista 2 is definitely going to help out here to get a bit more of that stabilization. But you're kind of looking at trying to remake that Rakan, get the Warmogs, the Stone Plate, want to put that Queensguard armor on him as well, but that's still 1 copy away from making that front line like really, really strong.
Yes, one of the things that relies a lot on that composition is you need the Hakan 2-star to be really strong in the stage 4. So I expect him to keep rolling to see if he finds his Hakan, maybe a Emilio 1-star. That will help me a lot.
It's going to be enough, though, to get the job done for now. You still want to try to find a 3rd item for that Callista. Maybe another Rage Blade, just something to make sure that you're going to be able to get that damage ramp. But let's take a look at this final augment, another gold one. Round everything out.
A couple combat casters in there, I see.
Yeah, Michael and Philip both picking that.
Yes, some economy augments as well. Space is still looking, another combat caster.
Oh boy. Okay, yeah.
Pretty solid augment, I'd say. Yes, it's because a pretty solid augment. You can like you have a lot of compositions that rely on casts, and then you have a shield for your units to keep casting and keeping being alive. So it works great in most of the compositions, I'd say.
Basically, everybody took a combat augment outside of CMB9. Gonna get a little bit more economy there. I think Dank Memes as well. I think that's Prize Fighter.
I mean, yes. I mean, from who I would say.
Dank Memes.
There is a player. Michael has Prize Fighter. Dank Memes has Combat Caster. No, sorry. He has the roll one from Vanguards. I mean, shoots up. It shoots up.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at the third augments that everybody picked, but Okay, well, Spencer has now found a second 3-star Sig, so still a little bit of ways away from being able to get that 4-star, the coveted 4-star with the worth the wait.
Yes, the spot from Black Sheep is not looking that good, as he was able to find that Syndra, but he's still missing the front line.
Holding out on buying this Nico and this another additional copy of the Shyvana. I don't know if that is going to help, though. Everybody else has gotten so strong. And when you take a look at Bruce on the other side, you've got the Seraphine that's on the right corner to be able to cast across the way to hit those backline units. So Syndra is going to be pretty worse for wear when you look at just how healthy she actually is for the rest of this. It's going to be the Nico against the world. The poor Gambler's Blade, right? Black Sheep wants to hold to actually make sure that you're getting the Syndra casts.
Exactly. He was trying to save some gold to get some more extra attack speed, but he's still missing that mana generator item, so that's why he's struggling a lot.
Yeah, well, Black Sheep is already qualified to go to Tactician's Crown, but at this point, it is about making that final lobby, making sure that you can actually get more prize money. And Black Sheep is still doing pretty well in the competition, sitting in 11th place with 42 points. 8th place here isn't going to be the end of the world for his run, but still, yeah, just not in a great spot.
And actually, he didn't go into the mana generator item and go into the Tactician's Crown instead. Look at it, he got into the second spatula.
Okay, well, it's gonna give you an opportunity here to actually flex in another shapeshifter.
For sure. And it was a Tactician Crown with an Aces, so that's why he took it, I guess.
Yeah. Just has to find the next shapeshifter. Oh, it's so tough because it's so anti-synergistic to have to roll for something that you need in the front line, but then make sure that your Syndra can actually have the gold for the Gambler's Blade.
Yes, that's why the Syndra is like a really hard composition to play, actually, because when you're like
she's dead already.
With the players, with your front line 2-star, you're not as stable as people that are playing Vex or maybe playing Vanguard, so that's why it's so hard.
Black Sheep's gonna go out in 8th there. It gets up, just like, go take a break, right? When you suffer in 8th place like that, you gotta try to reset the mental, because you're so close.
I mean, resetting the mental, it's a really good thing that you have to do. Sometimes looking into that looking into that gray screen is not the way that you're gonna reset. So go and get some water and walking is pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see Black Sheep in a little bit as he ends up taking a bit of a reprieve. But as we check back in on Dank Memes, that is going to be the Vercon 2. You found that in the last couple of combat rounds. So that's going to be a really big upgrade to the board. Finds the Melio as well that you can put some mana items on. So that's going to be one way that you can actually finish out this Callista. Just have the Melio cast. You get the Giant Slayer here.
Yes. I mean, he put his Callista into the middle, so trying to avoid those first casts from the Seraphine, maybe from the Zig, depending on how the angle goes, and he did pretty well in here. I mean, he secured a 10 lose streak into a 5 win streak. Pretty well done.
Still a long way to go, though. That's going to be 23 HP. Really still a very close lobby outside of that when you've got Shaco, Bruce, and Michael all in that 30 HP range.
Yeah, so you're seeing SMB choosing that Vanguard way. Really good composition, but relies a lot on the Mordekaiser 3, and he's still missing a lot of copies.
Yeah, CMP, it's so interesting that he ended up playing into this Hui because that was the champion that got dropped out for him from the 3-cost champion portal. So maybe just found enough and said, okay, I guess I'm just gonna go down this line. Nobody else is contesting me for this.
Exactly. I mean, when he took his first augment, I would say he rolling for some 3-cost maybe, because the first augment that he has is really good is not a really good augment, I would say. Like, it doesn't have the best stats, but it actually fits well because you have to reroll a lot and you still have to have items to the Hui and then your frontline as well. So as this augment gives you extra items, it can fit well in certain circumstances, and he finds that this was the game to play it.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the Hui 3 doing its magic against this Rakan as well. The Mordekaiser's trying its best to make sure that that front line is going to stay as stable as possible, but you can see just the power of this Kalista, especially with that Rakan, is not able to get taken down. So CMB9, even with that Hui 3, not able to chew through that front line.
Yeah, Kalista looks really good right now, and the spot from Dunk Memes is really, really good because as he keeps streaking, he is going to win a lot of gold from his augment as well. So that might be a window to him to reach that level 9 and find those 2-stars legendary that can fit his composition so well, like Milio, Morgana, Camille, and then that can lead him into a win.
Well, I mean, the crazy part is that he already has the Camille too. So what you're really looking for is like the extra, I think he had Emilio on his bench already, so you just need one more copy of that. So I think Dank Memes is sitting pretty to finish out the rest of this board.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Camille was 2 already, but still pretty good.
Even better.
Setup for him for sure. Can still find the Emilio that will do actually a huge amount of damage, and the value that comes from the Emilio 2-star as well because of the extra items that he gives to your composition is really high. So he's in a really good shape.
Yeah, already with 2 mana generating items on that Milio as well, so you are going to be casting a lot. But everybody's getting so close here. Dobz, we've got 20 HP really separating Philip and CMB9, 7th and 2nd.
Yes, the game is trying to narrow down. Is actually narrowing down in this late game as some players are missing still their compositions. As we see, this Jinx is still 2-star.
That's rough. That's really rough. I mean, you had such a great setup with the Wukong spin to win augment. You have this gold collector on the Jinx as well as the Rage Blade to make sure that she's going to be casting as much as possible, getting that attack speed ramp up. But having that last Jinx missing means that it's just not going to be hitting nearly as hard. I mean, take a look at that. Even the Wukong isn't really able to stay alive right now with that Hui blasting through it.
Yes, exactly. And I think that he kind of misses is he didn't have like the best items for Wukong as he is playing with Spin to Win. When you're playing Spin to Win, Wukong kind of transforms into a carry, and you want to have like some bruiser items and some tanky items like a Gargoyle. But if you have a BT or something like this, will help him a lot to cause a lot of damage. He's still tanking pretty decently, but it wasn't a better spot for the items. But even with that, he's still missing the Jinx, so not the spot he wanted to be in here.
Oh, he's got one more life to see if he can turn it around. Bruce as well, sitting at 5 HP, means that they are very close to getting eliminated if they can't figure things out. Bruce, very interesting route. He ended up going with the Vanguard augment, has the high voltage. So that was one way that maybe you can make this reroll mage composition a little bit stronger, but he's just so far behind in terms of levels and actually being able to keep up with the number of units that everybody else is getting at level 7, level 8.
Yes, I wonder if they're kind of facing each other. That can change a lot the placements in the game, or if they're facing like a stronger players because they're not seen in the best spots.
Well, Philip's gonna get a ghost.
Yes, but still, depending on how goes the fight from the left, the player is facing Dark Memes that's really strong. So maybe not the best fight for him.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that you are facing a ghost, this Rise is going to be casting like crazy, but the Wukong able to stay alive. No, Philip is going to go down. He loses to the ghost, and we're going to see Bruce actually get taken out as well because he has to face one of the strongest players in the lobby. Dobz, that is worst case scenario for both of them, and Philip with that loss is going to go out in 7th.
Yes, not the way that they wanted to finish the games. I mean, when you're down like this, you pray to either fight the player that is also weak, that if you think that you beat, or then maybe trying to save a position, like not getting to the strongest player, but they are actually facing the most strongest players that they could. So not a really bad fight for them. And we actually here sitting on 1 Ziggs left for the Ziggs 4-star.
Spencer's in a great spot. You've got 35 HP. It's going to feel so good when you finally get that 4-star Ziggs online, which is going to happen on that next turn. So that's going to be very exciting to see if that's going to be a huge difference maker here for Spencer to keep that win streak that he's starting to accumulate. But Dank Memes is on a tear right now. That's going to be another win for him. Michael's going to go out in 5th, and we've got our top 4, Dobz.
Finally getting our top 4, Shaco, pretty well done by him with that Scholar Rise. And finally, for a spacer, that Ziggs 4-star. I wonder if that's going to make actual difference in this game.
I'm not sure. I mean, the Ziggs has okay items. We were saying that Shojin is not necessarily the best thing to have on it, but you did get the red buff, so at least you have a little bit of anti-heal, and the dual gauntlet as well is going to make sure that damage can hit as hard as it can when you do get those crits. Maybe Spencer can figure something out here as the Drake is going to pop down an item anvil. You've got an item remover as well, so maybe if you find something better, you can...
Okay, he got a dragon. That's pretty good for him to get some more placements. For sure. Maybe an item for the Karma.
I was thinking maybe like Nashers, just to give her some...
Maybe her Rabadons as well. Her death cap is pretty strong.
Well, the fact you have an Infinity Edge on her just does not feel great, but at least you get crit.
Yeah, but still, I like the composition that he made. He didn't rely a lot on those animals. Yes, he didn't have like the way to find that Ziggs 3-star, and then he opted to play Bastions. Really well done by him, recognizing the spot to play the Ziggs with a different composition.
Ooh, the charm though with just like earthquaking the board and stunning everything. I mean, this Sway hasn't been taken down yet. That Archangels is going to give so much damage, but it is finally enough. Maybe the Drake just kind of helping out with the front line there. So CMB9 is going to go out in 4th.
Yes, I guess the Drake made a huge difference in that fight, not just because of the amount of damage that he causes, but actually he tanked a lot. I mean, he broke the front line for the Ziggs to pass from that, and actually that make a huge difference.
Yeah, big deal there. So that's going to be another placement that we will see Spencer be able to grab. And that's a 3-win streak here. Dankmees actually took a loss. He was on a 10-win streak heading into that last round. So I'm very curious to know who he lost to. But now he has to face up against this 4-star Ziggs. Dankmees was very strong, but his 4-star Ziggs going to be the difference.
Yes, actually, I'm surprised that he couldn't manage to still find the secondary Rage Blade. That is one of the best combinations for Kalista, and he's still relying on that melee item. It's kind of good. You get an extra item for your Kalista, but the way that you want to play that composition, if that is actually with 2 Rage Blades, that is really, really strong. But he couldn't manage to find the secondary one.
Maybe you get it on carousel. If you can survive past this next combat, you're gonna have first pick at carousel, so maybe there's gonna be a Rage Blade ready and waiting for you. A Charm's
Yeah, got a pretty good charm as well. This Reaper is one of the best, I would say, that costs 4 gold.
That's a really good one. Now it's about positioning to make sure that Kalista has as much time as possible. You do get a ghost though, so Dank Memes is going to be going up against Shaco's ghost with that rise. And there's Emilio in the back. Still looking for a couple upgrades though. Shaco hoping that you're going to be able to get a little bit further in this game. That's a 6 win streak, so very strong.
Yes, very strong. The late game from 6 Scholar, as long as you find Emilio, you are like in a pretty good shape. One of the best compositions in the game. It's just difficult to reach that spot, but when you reach it, you're actually looking good.
Oh, I mean, that's going to be the ghost of Shaco that takes down Dank Memes once and for all. So that's going to be a 3rd place. Dank Memes coming into this game was still sitting in a pretty comfortable point total at 48 in the top 8 of our players. So 3rd place is definitely to feel good to help out, making sure he can make that final lobby. But it's the final 2, Dobz. It's the final standoff between Shaco and Spencer. Is there anything that Spencer can do to actually take down the 6 Scholar board?
I mean, what Spencer did in this game is actually already paid off. I mean, taking a 2nd place without the running Must 3 stars, he finds his way into that Bastion line. I like it what he did here, but it looks like that Shaco is a little bit stronger as he has a lot of win streak already. The 6 Scholar is really hard to face as he has like such valuable units with this composition already.
Doesn't even have the Emilio 2 yet, but with the opportunity to cast so often, you're getting just maximum value out of that. 4 items already generated from that Emilio. This front line still isn't going anywhere, and it's not going to buy enough time for that Ziggs to get it out. And we are going to see Spencer go down in 2nd, and Shaco with a dominant 1st place.
I mean, he is actually clapping for his board. I like that energy. Played really well from the beginning, recognizing that he could get that Scholar emblem. That's kind of risky because sometimes you cannot be really strong in the early game, but he had like that RE2 that led him into a really good final at this game.
And the tempo of the lobby certainly helped out a little bit to make sure that there was enough time to actually get to that finish line. But Dobz, that's going to do it here for game number 4 of day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the analyst stats break down all of that action and get ready for the next and final 2 games of the day.
What's going on, everybody? Game 4 has wrapped up. Only 2 games left in day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula, and we saw a pretty interesting dynamic from that last one. Of the top 3, you had Shaco and then Dank Memes and Spencer, 2 players that are already locked into that top 8 or very close to that top 8, and then Shaco Jupe all the way at the bottom of those standings.
Yeah, Spencer already in a 2nd place, now even better. That means with a 6th place, and the story of Shaco is the one we want to tell, Khroen. This guy has been amazing, and he's been able to pop off, and maybe now has a chance to achieve even greatness for next day.
Yeah, it was a rough start to the day for Shaco, going 7th, 6th, and 7th, but with maybe a miracle 1-1-1 or 1-1-2 run, Shaco could find an avenue into that top 8, and that'd be a fantastic story. But it starts potentially right here with this game, playing the Scholar line and doing it so well, right? Playing around the Rise and finding something like Morgana 2 with Scholar, so powerful.
The Scholar line is something, Jupe, that we saw a lot in scrims leading up to it. It's a comp that we know caps really high, but I actually feel like we haven't seen it play all that much. We haven't actually seen it go first too much. What are the conditions that actually made Shaco able to win this game?
I mean, we saw it hints from the early game. He already know what he wanted to play, so he manages to get good items into the front lane. He gets now the new Rise that is more like utility Rise, so he gets the red buff and also the static that is not bugged right now. So it works on Rise. If you remember the old Rise, it was a little bugged, but now it works perfectly. And he finally gets Emilio, and the tempo. Always is tempo the important thing. He actually played greatly the early game, using item, slamming everything, and in the end he was able to cap out. So very good placement for him. And to recognize a little Michael, he's not in the best place with his 5th place. It's very difficult for him. Black Sheep already assembled, he's already qualified for Latam. And Philip, we were talking about him, he now needs good placement. He decides to go for spin to win. Maybe he needed more an offensive Wukong. This was a defensive one and didn't work out for him.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people on the bubble. Philip and CMB as well, who was able to play the Khroen and get into top 4, right? Khroen, not necessarily a composition that we see too much in the Americas, but I think it is very strong, even though CMB wasn't able to hit any other 3 stars besides the Khroen, right? Still able to play top 4. Very good.
Spencer, on the other hand, playing off of the worth the wait with the Ziggs 4. This is a pretty interesting composition because traditionally when you're playing the Ziggs, it oftentimes revolves around 3-starring the Blitzcrank. You can play the variation with the Poppy and Cassiopeia. And instead, what he does, Jupe, is he plays around the vertical bastions, right? He tries to eventually drop out of the Blitzcrank and the Nunu and play around higher unit quality. And maybe he wasn't able to cap out as high, but I think it does kind of show his understanding of how to play the line when you hit the Ziggs early.
Yeah, it's great for him because he knows he already has the 1st place ensured when he got that 6-3 so early into the game. So now he's only thinking, okay, how much can I cap out? Do I want to play very aggressive and maybe get a 3rd, or do I want to play more greedy and maybe try to play for the 1st or the 2nd? But that's a great place to have. You know, you already have a good placement, you have great tempo, so it's perfect for him.
We saw the Kalista coming through as well, Khroen. And this time, last game, we saw Kalista played from ahead. And this time, I think we actually saw the more traditional Kalista played with the strong economy of the double down start.
Yeah, exactly. 5 loss into Krugs, double down. Dank Memes just was like, all right, I'm just econing. I'm going to send it on level 8 and hit a pair of Kalistas, pair of Rakans, right? Found Emilio soon after, cheering up both of the, the Kalista and the Rakan as well. So that's like a solid 3rd there. You're not usually going to be able to push that much further in level 9, level 10, right? Get that 1st place, but it's definitely a strong 3rd from that position. The other thing I want to talk about briefly, though, is like the Mage Vanguards. People going towards that line as opposed to getting the Seraphine and the Soraka and then pushing towards the Vex and Vigard 3 stars, but the Vanguards just don't really seem to be doing the job. There it was shields up that Bruce got as well, so it's like, okay, maybe this can kind of push it up and give it that edge, but still a 6th place. It's about where we see that composition land on average.
Yeah, normally you need either Shields Up or Zap Attack is the winning phase to go for that line. Shields Up is not performing well, and Zap Attack, we haven't seen that so much. So it's a good line, but once again, it's a good line to only go for that 5th, 4th place. If you really want to top off, we need to get to that best 3-star. That is the one who's capping up and is performing very well.
While we are waiting for the standings, I feel like now is a good time to kind of zoom out, right, and try to understand the dynamics of those final games, right? Because with only 2 games left, a lot of these players are going to be playing for specific placements, Khroen. And I think a lot of players kind of get it in their head. If I need to play for one placement, sometimes it actually makes it even harder to get there.
Yeah, 100%. You have to, the cards have to land in your favor, right? If 60 is kind of the expected total of points to make it into the top 8, then it's maybe just Shaco up, right? Maybe it's gonna be a little bit lower, like 59 potentially. So like Michael and Black Sheep could squeeze their way in there, but it's gonna have to come through with a first places back to back.
Yeah, only
Iverson Hoope, you see that?
Yeah. Very, very close. And as we were talking about, he's on the fight with Buffter for the insured placement for NA. So if he managed to get to the 8th place and achieve day 3, she's insured to get into the Tactician crown. So Weishan is in his hands. Now in 9th place, maybe a top 4 2 times should be enough, Gangly.
Philip as well, he does take that 7th place there, but because of the fact that the players in the top 8 are performing really well, Spencer and Dank Memes going in that top 3, Philip only a handful of points. We see it right now. Take a look at this top 8. The sky is dark for the stars are in the top 8. Ego Illusion, Spencer, Dish Soap, Robin songs. It's been so long since we saw Robin in the top 8, but to this day, Robin still holds the record of the most final lobbies at a North American and now the American regional finals. And Milk alongside Replay, 2 players who have been going into this event as the favorites to win the entire thing, Khroen. And I think we have to give some credit to Tex, a player who many players did not expect to see in the top 8.
Yeah, there's so much to break down on that top 8, right? A couple of players not bot 4ing at all today. Ego Illusions, of course, with just an insane run, but also is going to be with Dish Soap as well, right? Dish Soap getting a 3rd, 4th, 2nd, and a 1st. Just so the gap is really extending further when we reach that top few players.
All right, well, the last 2 games of the day are coming up. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have game number 5, day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula to determine the top 8, the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute.
Come on.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 5, the America's Golden Spatula, is coming up in just a minute. Khroen, 2 games left on the day, and this is the part of the tournament where you have no room left for error. Multiple players are going to be out of the competition entirely. Some players are very close to locking in, but most players kind of have these very specific placements that they need to get in order to make it into that top 8.
Yeah, specific placements they need to get or to not get to secure their top 8, right? It's like, oh, I just need to not go 8-8 and I can secure my spot, right? It starts to be some really high pressure, but wow, Jupe, take a look at this lobby. There's such great players here, of course.
Yeah, when we see the Scorty, Spencer already locked in with this 62. We're saying like 60 will be the threshold. Milk needs maybe 2 top 7 or better to try to achieve. And now we have Tex, Philip, Phoenix. All these guys need great results to even have a chance. So they're going for the top 1 or top 2, Gangly. Let's see if this is enough. We see a lot of concentration in their faces, and this is the time.
No, you're right. I mean, this is the moment for players, I think, especially like Tex, Philip, and Phoenix, who, even when you look at their stories, Tex, someone who, it has been a long time since Tex has been considered a favorite going into this tournament. And I think many people considered him one of the weaker Brazilian reps. And now he's here in the top 8 right now. Philip had his, what I would consider, breakout set last set, entirely rewriting his story, proving himself to be in the elites of North America. And Phoenix, one of these players that I think, Khroen, we felt was a known quantity. He's kind of been around the block for a long time and has never been able to consistently reach those heights that we've seen of even the players in his own study group. But for whatever reason, he wins a cup, and now he's here again, proving it wasn't a fluke. And he's honestly looking in good form, especially relative to what we've seen in his career.
Yeah, Phoenix, the last player remaining to hold the torch of being a cup winner and maybe advancing into the top 8 of the Golden Spatula, right? Really proving that, hey, maybe the known quantities, but also maybe those not so usual suspects can still make that run. I also want to shout out Tex as well. I think one of Tex's big strength is just being around the scene for so long, having competed for so long. That amount of experience really makes the difference when you get to high pressure situations like this.
Yeah, I remember Tex also refers to me in my mind, same as Black Sheep. Maybe we don't know so much about them, but they actually been, as you just said, Khroen, so long since the start of the set, maybe set 1 or set 2 they started, and they have been grinding so much, enjoying the game, having fun, and they love the game. I've talked to Black Sheep. He said, what happens if you get good results? What happens if you get bad results? I don't care. I love TFT. I will be playing for years.
Tex, I know, said one of his edges going into this event was that he considers himself one of the best rerollers, not just in Brazil, but in the Americas region. So maybe may not have the height or the breadth that we've seen from some other players, but in this meta says I can find an edge on some of these players. I can commit to 2-1 and find the most optimal line, and we're seeing it come to fruition.
Yeah, and we think back to the top of day, right? Going over those stats, Reroll is played 2/3 of the time, and the win rate's way better on average, or at least the top 4 rate's way better on average than those non-reroll styles. So definitely leads into this meta very well.
Let's talk a little about the portal. We have portal gold. So at stage 6-1, all living players will split 250 gold. So whoever gets alive until that moment will have a huge chunk of gold that will enable them either to go to level 9 or to push into something more significant. So now, starting off Gangly, we start with Milk. He did amazing on day 1. On day 2, a little rough, but still with a good possibility to advance to day 3.
If anyone is new to competitive TFT and doesn't know the story of Milk, this is what I would consider the closest thing we have to a mythological creature in TFT. There is a legend of Milk that is essentially when he tries, he could be the best player in the world. And it's very rare that we get to see Milk with a level of commitment to TFT that gets him to that level. He came into set 12 saying, this set, I'm going to try. I'm going to give it my all, and we've seen it all set long. He is the AVP leader by nearly a half placement in the Americas. He is nearing the record for the best average placement in a single set of TFT, and now he is very close to getting into the top 8 where he could earn himself a spot back at the World Championship for the first time since set 6.
Jake Memes at the end of yesterday said it. When Milk is locked in, he's the best in the Americas, and it is not even close.
the M&M, they say around here, the mythological milk. And now we start with the prismatic. So it will be interesting. We've seen that prismatic early is very situational. So anyone who can get a good possibility early, a good angle, maybe the forge that we've seen is so precious for some people to enable comms, such as Preserver Warrior or something like that. Billabot, we have seen it a few times. Let's see what Milk decides for. There it is. And he gets the Ash. So, obviously, the multi-striker line, maybe the Eldritch could be a possibility.
Multi-striker line there, no bows, but does have items for, you know, something like the Kassadin. The tricky thing is when you do play Build-A-Bud, you oftentimes want to try and play off of what you're given. We do have another Build-A-Bud here, though. It's the Jace, and I will say, while Jace may not be the most popular reroll champion, something Jace does really well, Khroen, is itemize for something like a Briar. And if you're able to make it to there, you can use these items on Jace, have a really strong early game. The problem, I think, is going to be that stage 4 where this Jace is going to have a lot of trouble breaking through strong front lines, but you know, you have the item holder for your Briar.
Yeah, I think it's okay if you go through stage 2 and stage 3, winning the majority of those rounds, you can still get to level 9, find the Briar, swap the items over, and Jace can still be a part of the board the whole entire time.
Flames now with the Wandering Trainer. He has Shapeshifter, he has the Bastion, and the Clock. So possibilities here for Chrono. For him, this is not the best, actually. So let's see what he is able to cook here and try to go for something interesting. For now, I think he will try only to go for the Clock, for the Chrono, and try to enable this and get the 6 Chrono early and try to go for the Karma maybe. But it's not the best spot here.
Yeah, we saw 6 Chrono being played earlier today by Wajan Iverson, and it's from a spot that could have maybe gone first place had the positioning maybe gone a little bit better. So Flames getting the Shapeshifters and the Bastion, that's not really synergistic, but Chrono, I think, Hoope, you're absolutely right. That's going to be the focus here.
Do you want to call out? I think I was seeing double for a second there because it looked like I saw 2 Wandering Trainers selected and 3 Build-A-Buds. Everybody might be copying each other's homework, all very clearly trying to play into either a reroll or a vertical, right? And so they're opting into this variance given on 2-1. And I think it's worth it to mention that if this were not game 5, where players are looking for these kind of high variance results, they actually might have taken a different augment. That is kind of the trap though, right? Where it's like once you deviate from your standard decision tree, all of a sudden you're in a spot that you may not be as familiar with.
Right, sometimes you have to high roll though. That's just the name of the game. If you're like in Black Sheep, Phoenix, or Phillips' position, you need good results. You need to maybe play a little bit riskier, even if it isn't your standard TFT. That might just be what brings you to the table, right? Winning any major event, you have to high roll a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. And talking about high roll, we have here the possibility for Philip to get a good angle. He decides to go for economy, maybe going for this Syndra as a possibility. He already have the Shapeshifter online, so he has the mature progress. So the game will give him the level significantly without him doing anything. So he just needs to focus on gathering the units he needs and be sure to maybe use it as a reroll. So I think it's perfect to go for the Syndra. Regretfully, no items for her, so she's not generating enough mana to ramp up the ability and then be a good menace in the late game.
Not a super comfortable spot, I think, if you are Philip. There are certain reroll lines where if you're given them on 2-1 or given an angle, it feels really good. To be honest, if I'm Philip right now, it feels like you're a bit directionless, or you're trying to hard force a line that you don't have, like you said, Hoope, the proper setup for. Yeah. He does take the bow here. A part of me is actually wondering if he's trying to just play into the hunters. He scouts around and says, listen, there's multiple Build-A-Bud players who are clearly not in that tree already. There are Wandering Trainers players, neither of which have the Hunter +1. This is an uncontested line. And even though he doesn't have the units for it, maybe he's saying, I'm going to opt into the variant, say, I'm going to have the Econ, I'll have to find it later. But if I can find Wukong 3, Jinx 3, yes, I'm playing from behind, but it might be enough to still get me that minimum top 3 that I need to find right now.
Because he has that march of progress, right? It really works well on level 7 reroll comps, and Hunter, right? Jinx, Wukong leads exactly towards that playstyle. I think a bow exactly is leaning towards that direction.
Black Sheep here with Freaky Friday. Obviously, with now a mage setup, but with Freaky Friday, I think he will try to go for a Karma Warriors line. Normally, this you need additional items, and this is what the augments clearly gives him with 2 Trinity Force. And I think that's the plan for now, getting whatever the game gives him. Just remember, Black Sheep already qualified to the Tactician crown. He's playing because he also wants to achieve a good placement on tomorrow. And he's going up against Philip right now. Phillips decides to slam here an item on Syndra, so this will be the presence for him. So maybe that will be the angle. Will be very difficult for him to go for another thing. He's also holding the Ezreal. There is a world where he plays reroll Ezreal plus Way, but I don't want to advance myself too much. That could also be an angle.
I think that's a great call out. Absolutely. And this is, I think, a very important part of the game for Philip, because oftentimes we've talked about it all weekend long. Many players are closing off most lines at 2-1 with their selection, but Philip took March of Progress without clear direction. And so I think if you look at the path he's going down right now, he's kind of walking down a hallway and very slowly closing the doors on the way there, but he hasn't made it to the end of the hall yet. There's a handful of lines that are still available, and I think based on what his items are at the end of stage 2, that's when he's going to make the hard commit of, this is what I'm going to play.
Absolutely. Phoenix really has to make use out of this Fairy, Scholar, and Bastion, right? Playing 3 Fairy, playing 4 Bastion with this level up. Not able to fully streak, right, in stage 2, but I think he's going to be looking towards this Kalista line.
Yeah, it's perfect for him. You got the Bastion naturally in the comp. The Scholar is good in the early game, only slamming a unit such as Zoe. Then you get the Emilio, and obviously Fairy into the vertical. So this is a good wandering training for him. Actually being able to use at least in the early game, all of the 3. And in the late game, when he gets the Emilio also, he will lose the 3 emblems. So this is a good position for him. Let's see how tempo arrives for him. Very interesting that he decides not to slam the Ginso. Yeah, there it is. He changes, and probably he will slam it right now and go for that angle.
Anyone else notice Spencer not 5 streaking, but 3 streaking the back half of stage 2, playing Tiniest Titan? So Spencer, despite taking the health augment, no combat power given there, is able to build a strong board and find himself on top of the standings.
Yeah, strong board, good econ, top HP. I mean, that augment's paying for itself very well. It will kind of fall off obviously later game when there's not that combat power, but at least a good opener here.
Yeah, now we're seeing Milk. He already has the Ashe. He's trying to commit to the multi-striker line. Still not a secondary carry, so maybe trying to look for that Kassadin as soon as possible to get the 5 multi-striker in. There's a blitz. Normally it doesn't go into the comp. There's a Kassadin.
Yeah.
So now he can try to think. Normally he should think about itemizing the Ashe, but there are actually no good items for him. So maybe just start thinking about the Kassadin will be enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking at that Reforger, like, is Milk going to use it? And he did on the tier. Got another Rod, though, which isn't the worst. Of course, here is going to do Shivanate, but has potential for, like, an IE on the Ashe. Maybe it could go something like a Crown Guard for a Kassadin and still be left over with 1 Rod to make a Rage Blade on the Ashe here soon.
Falls back to the game we just saw from Phoenix, though. Very slowly played multi-striker game. Trying to find the out of saying, if I wait and find a bailout, maybe on 3-2, get additional items there, I can kind of fix these items, find some bows, get a Reforger. And Milk, now that he's snapped his 4-loss streak, is in a place where he wants to start winning. So this is going to be a really important turn to find out how he actually stabilizes his board, because he needs to either make some items here or find an augment to bail out his item situation.
Yeah, let's see what he gets. There's some few possibilities that are very interesting in multi-striker. We already talked about them. Keepers, maybe go for Fine Vintage also as a possibility. And maybe that will fix the problem he has with his item. There's a Fine Vintage, so that's a good option for him. Let's see if he gets it, or if he thinks his items are good enough not to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, teaming up does give 1 component as well, which could save him in the short term, right? Well, Pandora's items, that's another option as well, and I think that's a strong consideration for Mel.
Silver Bear also very good. Normally you want it in the late game.
Oh, it's none of the above.
Okay, I think the reason he didn't take Pandora's items has to do more with kind of his tempo closing, right? He snaps his win streak that last turn, so he wants to continue winning. So the fact that he may not have many slammable items. He's trying to solve by instead saying, I'm going to greed my items and just take combat power here. Maybe I can upgrade a couple of units. I'm a little surprised to not see a deeper roll, but I guess in place of that, he would rather just slam the Gunblade on the Ashe.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential decisions there, but Gunblade Ashe with the Quicksilver as well, she's gonna have a lot of attack speed, heal up the front end a little bit. I'm not sure it's gonna be enough though to go against the board like Neonify. Seraphine 3 already is very strong.
On the other hand, Tex with Ethan Collector, so additional presence, a little health for him already with the Seraphine 3, so important for him. It should be enough, and there's the auto attack. The finish him in the end, getting the win. So Milk will start with a losing streak here, and good spot here for Tech. On the other side, Philip, we saw him with the Super Jace he will use in the early game. So sorry, Tex, once again here. And okay, Tex is the one with the Jace. He already have the Titans. He has also the Guard Breaker. So yeah, it's, as you guys said, going fully into the Dragon Shapeshifter line and then trying to go for the Briar as soon as possible.
You'd see, I believe that's lunch money being taken as his second augment. So his goal right now is to deal damage. For, I believe it's every 8 damage he deals to an opponent, he will get additional gold. So Tex wants to try and steamroll through stage 3, build up enough econ so that when he falls off on stage 4, which he will, he has built up enough econ to help get himself into that level 9, because if he cannot reach level 9, he's not going to be able to build a board that can top 4. I think this is a heads up play. It is a gamble, because if he starts to lose on stage 3, he's now down in augment as well. But he says, I have the tempo from Build-A-Bud. I'm going to try and leverage that. If I want to make it to final day, I have to gamble a little bit. I think it's a good call.
It's a great gamble. I think if we look at just the spot that he's at, right, it's going to be 96 HP, very rich. After this carousel, can level up to 7 and still have 50 gold. So it's actually a perfect spot to go level 9 with Dragon Shapeshifters.
Interesting spatula there. If someone wants it, Phoenix goes for the road, getting the target. And let's talk a little about the comps. We have it on place here. Milk, we already saw the multi-striker. Neonify going for mages, flames, using the chrono as a possibility, and Phoenixia only simply going for the fairy tale and the additional possibilities here. He in the end, he didn't go for fairies. He's trying to use the bard, Phoenixia. So it's very interesting the way he will try to use the Wander Trainer. So maybe in a while we'll see his board.
Yeah, definitely. Philip as well was the big question mark, is where is he going to end up? Is he going to continue with that Syndra or go Khroen? It looked like he had a Syndra 2 with 2 strong items, so maybe committing to that line.
Might need to, but it didn't look like he had any mana generation, which is going to be very problematic for that Syndra. You really do want to be able to get her ramping up early so that she can stabilize into the late game. But pretty much no matter what you're playing, AP, whether it's Blasters or Syndra, not having mana generation is going to be a problem. So I think Philip's going to have to find some way to stay stable in stage 3. And then the goal would be, hopefully on the creep round of stage 3, we find mana generation, and then we can up our tempo a bit more so that while we may not be able to cap out as high as quickly, we can leverage our additional econ from the March of Progress, hit Syndra 3, or yes, if he goes to the pivot of playing Blasters, find a Khroen 3 very early on because of the additional econ.
I really like the adaptation here from Flames, getting an early Olaf, going for the slam of the Night Fetch, and now open up to possibilities. Maybe stay a little more with Frost, thinking about the Briar, thinking about also staying with the Karma and the Chrono. So he's actually flexing his Wander training, so very good for him.
Oh, Phoenix going for vertical bastions here. This definitely reminds me of day number 1. We saw an 8 bastion Xerath game that actually was able to take the lobby even just on Xerath 1, and Phoenix looking like he's having the makings of that board.
I love this setup. When you generally play the Bastion, Vertical Bastion plus Xerath line, your level 8 is normally playing around Rise, right? And so you try and play the 8 Bastions plus Rise. Because you have the Scholar +1, you're automatically going to get the Scholar buff on that Rise, so you don't need the mana generation there. And then when you do go level 9, you add the Xerath and you get the Melio. And so you'll have 3 Fairy because you can play the Lilia and the Melio, you get Scholar in, and you already have your Bastions plus these items on Xerath. I think if Phoenix can get to level 9, he has the potential for a full win out. The problem is he's sitting at 44 HP and is not winning on stage 3.
Yeah, he has a decent amount of money, but still a long way to go because he's taking a lot of losses here in stage 3.
Let's see if he's holding the bar for now. Normally bar is very good, but he's mostly utility, in making the rest of the units receive more damage, a little 10%. So now he's holding good, but frontline, even though he has the bastion, there is not working out for him. Trying to go for the 8 bastion, so much strength in there, giving invulnerability to your carries unless the enemy can kill at least 3 bastions. So maybe trying to go for that line, as you said, Gangly, is perfect. If he managed to achieve that level 9, use all the emblems and get the legendary units, that will be the Exodia for him.
Gangly, Phoenix says out is being level 8 and high rolling into a Diana, right? That's what it seems to be.
That's right. Yeah, basically, we'll see. He's going to roll a little bit to see if he can upgrade some of these bastions. Maybe he does find the rise. Oh, and okay, actually, this is really nice too. He's able to play for Arcana, find a rise. Here we go.
Okay.
And probably, I imagine, take out... Okay, yeah, takes out Arcana there instead. I guess he wants to keep the Witchcraft in of the Zoe plus Poppy. So he does find an opportunity to stabilize. Hopefully Rise 1 is enough. With Force Scholar, he'll certainly be casting a lot. And he doesn't really need the mana generation. So Phoenix might have actually stabilized pretty easily.
Once again here with Milk already with this Ash that he got from Billabot, very strong, 3 items for her, but doesn't have an additional carry. He's trying to build the Catherine, already Catherine 2, but he's still very far from getting the Catherine 3. It will be the difference. He has a duplicator, lesser duplicator that will help him. He hasn't rolled down 70 gold for him, Khroen, so let's see if he pushes now after he gets the augment on 4-2.
Duplicator, a lot of money, waiting for the 4-2 augment perhaps to give a little bit more direction, as we see Spencer here with some Bastion lines. There is a Bastion crest, so immediately rolling the other 2. Maybe going to be clicking that, and yes, exactly. Spencer still not having the RE3, but having all the other parts of that RE Bastion composition.
Milk rolling very heavily, looking to find these multi-strikers. Looks like right now he's trying to actually find all of them, trying to collect them all. Ooh. Getting the Akali in there, potentially the Jax as well as the Kassadin. But he's having to roll very deep. He's not 1 off of anything. I believe he's actually 2 to 3 off of all of the multi-strikers, and he doesn't even have the Hecarim 2. He's gonna have to sell a Hecarim pair.
Sells a Shen pair.
Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the Jack. He freed out some space, getting the press the attack, so important for him. And now the power spike, very important for Milk right now. He uses the goal, he establishes a good presence now in the field. And on the other side, it happened in the end. Black Sheep going for the Way plus Ezreal. That will be the decision for him, and he will try to look also for a good frontline, probably the Mordekaiser 3, and go for the Blaster Vanguard comp.
Yeah, Milk getting pressed the attack is a very good pickup, but still has a lot more work to go, right? Needs to find the 7 multi-striker. That's when the composition really reaches its critical mass, but taking a big loss here versus Black Sheep, who has gone into the Hui as real blaster line.
We also do see Philip takes another loss there, it seems. Actually finds the win, is fully committed at this point into that Syndra line, playing the Shapeshifter front line, rolling down now to try and stabilize. We can see that on the right-hand side. Philip's gold going down, rolling down to 0. Wow. And Tex is following that line exactly as we called out, sacrificing HP on stage 4 to try and go level 9, using the Jace as a holder for those Briar items. So really it's just a question of whether you're able to find that Briar and the Smolder easily. Hopefully Tex does not need to roll too much to get there.
Yeah, he's not losing so much HP, so it's very good for him. Still middle of the table in HP, so he needs to maybe preserve a little, be sure to kill as much units as possible, but he will get to level 9. The thing is, how much gold will he get with Khroen? Will it be enough to get the Briar? Will it be enough to get the Smolder? And at least one of the two stars that is so important, especially Briar.
Yeah, probably going to greet all the way until stage 5, right? 5-1. We're going to see a big roll down there from Tex. Saving a decent amount of HP in the early game, though, means Tex is still in a decent spot, but we don't want to see what happened to Flames earlier today, right? We get so much gold, we hit, and then we just die from one fight, right? Exact lethal, so hopefully Tex is able to get there.
He has a Smolder as a possibility. Maybe he will get it, or maybe get it. Yeah, he has a Smolder now.
Wow, huge find there. I got to call out as well, though, Philip. Still sitting on Syndra 2, Nico 2, Shyvana 2, has not found an upgrade to this board at all, and despite having the March of Progress, is now sitting at 0 gold without being able to find the upgraded board. This is not looking good for Philip on the bubble.
No, even from this spot, right, there's almost no way that Philip goes into a first place from here, so his chances are looking really grim.
I like it. I like this from Tex. Even though he knows he wants to go to level 9, he doesn't want to lose so many XP, so he rolled for Charm. He get a good combat charm, maybe spending a little economy, but as you were saying, Khroen, he's waiting to get to the 5-1 and then ensure to give an economy. But for now, that goal has to be used for something, so at least trying to preserve HP with a good charm.
Black Sheep up against Tex, going to be one of the last rounds he will hopefully lose. He'll sack one more after this. So if you are Black Sheep, you're feeling pretty good playing against someone who is not quite stabilized, even though you have not hit your 3 stars, right? We're still sitting on 2-star Hui, 2-star Ezreal, but because they don't have enough damage into the backline, right? You don't have that Briar coming in from Tex. You don't really have to worry about this Hui or this Ezreal taking too much damage. So yeah, Black Sheep still able to keep an HP lead and does not need to roll down quite yet. That's the really valuable part about that win for Black Sheep.
Black Sheep, I believe, was sitting on 6 Hui's, 5 Ezreals, 5 Mordekaisers as well. So is going to have a decent amount of gold once we get into stage 5 to hit everything at some point. We see even Black Sheep rolling a little bit right now, perhaps dropping to 35 gold on the right hand side.
Yeah, trying to roll a little for value. He's still a little far, but when he gets to the sweet spot, getting especially the Mordekaiser in the front line to give time to the Wei and access the backline. Both access the backline, both Wei and Ezreal. So it's a good like assassin, like range assassin comp. It's very good to see. And now Flames going up against Tex. Tex knows he needs to preserve HP as much as possible. He was roll down in the next phase, and now we see finally Flames going as we said with the clock with the chrono, and now in place with the 6. He's very, very strong, and he will for sure here accomplish what he wants. Vex very strong now with the spark, and a huge chunk of HP now taken out again for Tex.
See the bottom end of the standings right now, 36, 21, 18 HP. So small gap between 6 and 5, and then another little gap between 5 and 4. If you're one of those players like Philip or Milk, though, I think you are very afraid because you know Phoenix took explosive growth. He's trying to go level 9. Tex has been losing all through stage 4 so that he can go level 9, and it's very, very easy for one of these players to try and turn their game around, go level 9, hit everything that they need, the final piece of their comp, and all of a sudden if you're Milk or Philip, you're very much in danger of going 8th.
Yeah, HP is a resource here, and Tech's going to be on 2 lives as we get into stage 5, so that is key. But this roll down, right, it's going to have to be good. About 46 gold to roll. We need to find Briar. We need to find more Smolders as well. Nasa's upgrade is solid.
There it is.
Briar.
Okay, nice. He also has the block thirsters, so Sterax block thirsters, amazing.
Titans,
and then the third item could be the Titans, perfect. And now finishing itemizing the Smolder, getting some crit into him. Another Briar, so very close to the cap, very close. Very important to get that Briar too, to get a little more defense. And well, at least he hit. This is good hit for him. Not getting the 2-star legendary, but very close to it.
Whoa.
A lot of Swains there. Using 9 gold on the Swain. We're not chasing Swain 3 here, are we, Gately?
I'd be very surprised if we were, but I mean, maybe he knows something I don't. To me, I do kind of feel like he should be sprinting towards this Briar too. And 9 gold on the Swain sounds like 4 rolls for a Briar to me. But
exactly.
he wins the round, right? So he's got a little bit of time.
Yeah, I can't fault him.
This is the moment. You have 21 HP. You don't want to feed, but you should. So maybe I think 21 should always be 2 lives. So maybe Tech can feed maybe a little meat 2 turns maybe to the Briar. And now we're seeing Flames. Flames 6 Chrono, as we were saying before. 3 Bastion, 3 Floss with Murder Striker. This Karma is still Karma 1, but with a Camille and Olaf that are compensated a little with the damage. Olaf is still also 1 star, so he's still far away. 79 in gold, so he's ensuring he wants to go to that level 9 and then go for the high cap with the Diana 2 and with the Camille 2.
Yeah, has the Taric on the bench, that's the next in, but even saving this much HP with being on all 1-star of the important units is impressive. I think Flames is maybe going to send it next round. Maybe he can read 1 more, it depends on if he gets a round win, but just Karma 1, Camille 1 is not going to be able to do enough at this stage of the game.
Fight coming through, the time stop does come, but there's so much damage on the other side of the Seraphine 3. They're able to break through that front line. Yeah, Flames does take another big hit.
Yeah,
he's gonna have to really try and make a big send. We've seen Flames is a player that is willing to take big risks to try and go for those first place. Remember, we talked about it last game, one of the highest first place rates in all of the Americas, and you're watching it unfold. This is why this is the guy who has one of the highest win rates. He's willing to sacrifice health.
He didn't get the Karma pair. Maybe he's thinking about
big hits though. Stronger front line. The Bastion, 4 Bastion, 2-star Taric is valuable, and having the Bruiser, good items, I think, for this Olaf if you're going to be playing around Chrono, right? If he's able to get the QSS proc of himself and be free from the time stop when it comes, he can deal a lot of damage on the enemy team.
Philip has hit finally Nico 3 and Syndra 3, but is it enough?
He's been shrouded so hard here. Let's see if it's enough. Syndra hasn't cast yet. First cast for her, being re-enabled now with the clock. So no damage for her so far. Briar still in the center line. Let's see if it's enough for her. Good damage from Olaf. Not access to the backline. And finally, getting beaten up Philip. This destroyed his dream. He needed 2 great placement on game 5 and 6. So this will not be enough for him. Also, Milk gets a 7. Remember, with this, he gets 58 points. He needs at least 60. So also, now in a dire position, Milk had it in his hand. Still, with a decent placement on that next game, he should advance, but now he's in danger zone.
And now look at the carousel we have here. What can players do with this? +1 unit can be big for some of these comps.
Do you have a favorite? Do you guys have a favorite? Now we have Golden Spatula. Do we have like different names? So
the cape, the shield,
man,
the
I can't even keep them straight in my head. There's the cape, right? I know there's a cape. And then there's one more.
There's the crown, the shield.
And the shield. Yeah, I don't know what they do. They're +1 and then they do something.
And they do a little goal. You have like 10% chance of a little goal when something happens.
Yeah, it's like one of them is when a unit dies, one's when you win the fight, and one's after 10 seconds of combat, I believe. So, yeah.
All right, big fight coming in here. Phoenix on his last legs is level 9 now, has the Scholar board online. We did see when he wanted to be able to play those vertical bastions, but instead is trying to actually play the 4 Scholar variation. Doesn't find the Zerath, so I guess instead he says I need to have some additional damage. I can't just have a Rise and 6 Bastions. So he has the Melio as well, which is a strong start. It's gonna be a really close fight though. One more Rise ultimate comes through and barely hangs on for Phoenix.
Is it enough in the left for Flames? He's going up against Black Sheep, and Black Sheep, oh yes, he's still alive. Black Sheep very strong already with the Ezreal 3, with the Wave 3, and Flames, who still hasn't capped up the board. He went to level 9, but he hasn't hit the rest of the units, spreading the items, all have 2 items. Not enough maybe frontline, compensating with the synergies. Obviously, he has the 4 Bastion, but still not enough against the cap boards that we're seeing with the rest, with a full reroll already accomplished.
Yeah, this is such an intense point in the game for so many players, right? Phoenix on just single-digit HP really needs this lobby win, right? Philip is in the same exact spot, but we saw the devastation on his face as he fell, right? Maybe bringing his America's Golden Spatula run to an end, but still many players fighting for that top 8 spot.
On the right-hand side, Phoenix has the Melio 2 in shop, needs to survive one more round, give himself another chance at finding the Taric, but the RE3 on the other side has so much damage, and the front line is still well alive for Spencer on the other side. I do not think he's going to be able to break it down.
No.
And Rise 2
right, scaling is not enough.
It's not going to be enough, and Phoenix will fall here. He's eliminated on the left-hand side. Flames falls as well.
Okay, so double elimination here.
Yeah, Tex going out, Phoenix, Flames, and Phoenix. I don't think that's going to be enough for him, right? That's only 5 points, or 4 points. So sitting at 48 after this game, 60 as well with out of reach, and it's a heartbreak for any Phoenix fans.
Yeah, let's remember also Spencer, he already has 62 points and now once again in the top 3 with a win streak. So he's coming very strong for day 3, now completely accomplished. No matter what happens, he will go to day 3. And remember, all the points from day 1 and today accumulate, but then on day 3 is a scrap. So everyone will have 0 points once again, and they will fight for the 7th spot. Oh, 6-1.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah, we always forget, yeah. And then you end up, it's like Merry Christmas in the end.
Oh, eight Bastions online, Talisman of Ascension online as well.
Amazing, yeah.
Oh, I do imagine that he's going to be playing Talisman Zerath or something. Oh, he just go with the Ahri. That makes more sense.
Okay.
Just play around it there. You have the blue buff as well. This is a really good spot. I mean, for a game that it did feel like Spencer was already kind of taking his victory lap, this is a really good time to hit pot of gold.
87 HP with Spencer, 91 gold. This is the most dominant that we've seen a lobby win this whole tournament.
Now Black Sheep against Neonify. Left 5 is enough. He's very strong, Black Sheep right now. Very has too much power. He cannot behave against the Mordekaiser, so he takes it. Black Sheep with a good win. Neonify confirmed in 3rd place, and now the final boss will be Spencer. So Black Sheep and Spencer, both of them already qualified, at least Black Sheep for the Tactician crown and Spencer for day 3. So they will fight it out to see who gets the most points.
So Black Sheep sitting at 43 points coming into this game. We were saying that 60 points was the expected threshold, but the condition in which it's lower is that the players who are at the top continue to go first.
Yeah.
Spencer, being in
He's
second place before the game, going first here, if Ego Illusions goes first, if Dish Joke goes top 2, then that gap between the top of the top 8 and the bottom of the top 8 widened. And now we could actually open up something like the 58 or 59 point threshold, in which case, if Black Sheep can actually cap out and win this game over Spencer, he's in a position to maybe go first next game and still find his way into the final lobby.
Yeah,
That's
great
the
point.
See if it's enough. I want to see the scaling of the ascension. So he's almost getting there. And he's winning before the ascensions even came. So he doesn't need it. And just in case, yeah.
The BMS
Spencer
at the
with
end
a
of the
huge,
fight.
yeah. The path is very clear for him. So it will be very difficult. I don't know. Black Sheep needs like the perfect 2 ults from the Ezreal, try to obliterate the Ahri. But even though he achieves that, 8 Bastion is just too strong.
Yeah, what's even Zephyr here, but like there's not one unit that's going to, you know, make the difference. I think even if you Zephyr it for a few seconds, right? Spencer's board just is so strong, has so many threats, even is able to put a random Nora 2 onto the field here with the 11 units plus Yuumi, right? I don't know if
Yuumi protecting additionally the Ahri. Amazing.
Let's take a moment here then to kind of take a step back and think about Spencer and where he is in competitive T, right? I mean, back in set 5, Khroen, we got to watch the new kid on the block, Spencer, make the run all the way to the World Championship, and since then has never quite been in that same form. I will say we all know he's been playing a lot of League of Legends leading up to this tournament, but we know the legend that when Spencer is in form, he's among one of the most talented players in North America. He's doing it this weekend. He goes first place again to close it out, even further dominate his position in the top 8. And Spencer, for the first time in so long, is sitting at the top of the Americas region.
Yeah, seeing him at the very top is so cool, right? Spencer, we just talked about it, was in form back in set 5, made it to Worlds. He kind of fell off a little bit, but the past 2 sets, he's been getting back into shape, and right now, you can't look at Spencer and see him as not a threat, right? He is at the top of the table, definitely a player who is in really solid position to make it to the Tactician's crown.
Yeah, we have Spencer, Bishop, and Ego already confirmed to go for day 3. And now with the details of whatever happened in the rest of the lobby that we will see after the break will be amazing, because we actually see who is playing in this last game to achieve the possibility of day 3. So everything is very close. So I really like it when game 6 is able to decide so many spots until the finals tomorrow.
That's going to be it for game number 5. We've got Milk, Robinsong, Spencer, TFT, all sitting in the top 8. It's looking like a rerun of set 5. We'll find out after the next game who's going to make it into that top 8. But don't go anywhere. We're going to have the analyst desk come in, break down everything we saw from that last game. We'll see you in just a minute.
everybody, and welcome back to the America's Day 2 broadcast for the Golden Spatula and Magic and Mayhem. My name is Nekkra, and I'm joined once again by Dobz, and we're going to break down the action in that 5th game. Dobz, there were quite a couple of things at play here. First off, the portal was Pot of Gold, and we got a Prismatic Augment to kick everything off. So right away, I'm expecting high tempo, like high level 8, level 9 compositions, but that's not entirely what we got.
Exactly. We got a very different lobby. Some players going to play that risky lines because of we approach the last games in the series. I mean, there is 2 games left, a lot to take zone, because most of the players that reaches the finals can actually go to Worlds, as we have like players like Eagle, like Dish Soap, and then maybe Wajan finding his way into the Worlds, into the last lobby. If you make into the top 8, you actually can secure your spot. So that's going to mean a lot for those players that are fighting to go into the Tactician's crown. So that's why some players are actually playing some risky lines, as you saw Tex trying to secure his spot, not able to find that Briar, and then he misses and stays the top 6th. But we still have some players that are actually doing great, as Spencer made that into a 8 Bastion line, one of the best compositions in the meta right now, even with 2 economy augments. I mean, I'm surprised at that amount of power that he could bring up into the table with those augments, actually.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the power actually ended up coming from the items that he ended up being able to get. We had that talisman that you were able to pop onto the Ari. She was getting so much damage amp by the time that talisman actually popped off. Then you just had some really high quality items on top of that, plus charms can really help you out there too. So I think Spencer was able to find a really great way into things with just smart item choices, and the fact that the economy kind of is a power in itself in some ways, when you know that there's going to be a lot of gold coming your way towards the end of that game with Pot of Gold.
Exactly. He was like in the super safe spot with a lot of HP. Didn't sweat much about it in this game, finding his way into that first. But you have also Black Sheep, that finally someone bringing that composition from Huey and Vanguards into a good spot in here, securing him the second, and maybe trying to put him back into the into that position to contest the top 8 from the competition. Also getting Neonify, securing his 3rd spot with the composition with mages, getting into that Living Forest. That is one of the best augments for this composition.
Yeah, Neonify though is one of those players that is kind of mathematically eliminated from that equation of being able to make that top 8. So at this point, Neonify is definitely playing a little bit of spoiler, but also trying to make sure that he can get as much of that prize pool as possible. And at the end of the day, there were a couple of players that were maybe trying to go for some very similar lines with the mages, or even just being able to share a lot of those units. I think Flames is one of those players where you ended up seeing the Taric, the Vex, the Karma, like just a kind of couple of shared units across the way. You had Phoenix Awe that was also going for more of the portal variation, a lot of overlap that Neonify was taking out of the pool.
Yeah, sometimes you have to contest some units, not the best way that you want to see every game, but sometimes it actually happens. And we find that Milk didn't find his way into a good game, as he took the early a 3-star unit with his augment, but he actually couldn't lead him into a good early game, as he had to keep re-rolling for the other units, lost a little bit of the tempo in the lobby, and didn't find his way into a good placement in this game. But he actually can secure his spot into that top 8 by having a good late game, a good last game today. So I expect him to be right on the track.
Yeah, I mean, it was so disappointing because I think Milk ended up getting the Ash from the Build-A-Bud, and then you ended up getting a fantastic augment to actually complement a lot of those multi-strikers. So it felt like trying to make the most out of a situation that otherwise might be pretty good for you when you actually put all of those components together. But yeah, Milk has not had a super great last couple of games. Coming into today as the points leader, he has gotten 3rd, 7th, a 5th, and to be able to kind of have these last couple of games. And so Milk is definitely still up there. He still has over 50 points accumulated, and there's still this ginormous cutoff between where we saw 6th and 7th place. But I don't know, things are going to start to look a little different when we look at these standings.
Yes, for sure. The standings will define a lot from this last game, because we're going to have like a lot of players trying to go to the risky compositions, getting to their first, might be the first. The first might be the only way into some players to reach to that finals. So you never want to play for that prize if you actually have some chance to reach the top 8. So we have to see how actually the standing is going to predict the lines that players is going to play into the last game.
Well, even if you are at the top, you still cannot let up on the gas. There is another way that our players can qualify to go to the Tactician's Crown. It's not only based on your placement at the America's Golden Spatula, but it can also be based on how well you've done over the course of 3 days of competition. We are going to be looking at sending a player forward that has the best average placement across all of the games that they have played. So it's very important, Dobz. This is a huge way for a player to be able to make the most out of all of the games that they've played.
Exactly, and we kind of have some players that are actually playing for that spot specifically, because we have Eagle that's already qualified, and also Dish Soap. So we have like Spencer and Robin really close into that high position in the standings. So they might be facing each other for the last secured spot in the worlds tomorrow. But depending on how the final game works today, we can have all the 8 players in that final already classified. So we have to be careful and watch who is going to make it to that finals, because that will matter a lot.
Yeah, and for Milk, even just taking a couple of extra kind of low placements there might really start to affect his game. He was within those standings with Dank Memes and Replay, where you would consider, okay, an AVP of 3.6 or better, that's pretty good to potentially net you an opportunity to actually make it through AVP if things start to get really rough. So that's something that we're going to have to make sure that we do watch out for as we get ready to go into this final game. But Dobz, do you have anything on your bucket list of maybe something you want to see heading into this final game?
I mean, it's hard to predict. I'm not so sure. I said I wanted to see the Sugar early in the broadcast, but that's not something that is working out. I just want to see the players doing their best, and I actually don't want to see anyone low rolling. It's pretty bad.
I know.
So maybe people winning out a really good well-played game. That's what I want to see.
I need to see more of the interesting lines. Like, I still think back to that Robin Songs game with the Golden Quest. I think that was so much fun to watch. Just being able to see these spots where players like Dish Soap go from maybe and then go ahead and go into the Callista line. Smooth gameplay, great gameplay, no low rolls. That's what we hope for as we get ready for the final of day number 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. Let's hit it back over to our casters and see how this game unfolds and where we're going to go from here.
Thank you so much, Nekkra and Dobz, for setting it up. We got one more game left on the day. Khroen, Jupe, Gangly here to bring you in for the final game of day 2 to determine who will make it into the top 8. Now, Khroen, one of the most fascinating parts of this setup is that Ego Illusions locked into the Tactician's Crown. Dish Soap locked into the Tactician's Crown, the two of them sitting at the top, and then we have Wasian Iverson, Black Sheep at the heels of Qualification into the final day, which means there is a world in which all 8 competitors that make it into the final day qualify into the Tactician's Crown.
That would be absolutely wild. I think last set it was 7 players, but this set, if all 8 just from the top 8 go to Worlds, that's going to be a statement from Americas as a region. Obviously going to be sending our best, 100%, no matter how you look at it. Jupe, it's going to be so important for this final game to see if that's actually the case.
Yeah, and some familiar faces once again. Bishop doing amazing, as you were saying. Eagle from Brazil. Everyone has the expectation very high. Double qualification for him from the expectation of qualifier points, and now once again getting to day 3 for sure. Spencer is doing amazing. I really want to recognize the way he behaved. He played his own meta. He was the one who started playing this Honeymancer line, and then he perfected it, and now everyone is playing it like a great composition, and actually not destroying but modifying the meta. Playing on their comfort zone, similar to Milk. Everyone has been doing amazing. I really want to highlight Brazil. So many good players that have made it so far. Tech with a great constitution until now. Ego also has a possibility. CMB9 still has a chance to make it. So this final game is very important for all of them.
What stands out the most to me is that at the beginning of the weekend, we said how this Golden Spatula field was full of the not so usual suspects. In a set where players like Setsuko is not competing and Distop takes a step back, Michael not performing to the same degree we've seen him, a lot of these new players stepped up. And now Golden Spatula happens, and in the top 8, none of them are there. It's the stars back on top again, Khroen. And the thing that stands out to me, Khroen, is like, in a way, this is expected, right? You should expect the stars to rise to the occasion. That's why they are stars to begin with. But I actually am surprised that we don't even have a closer split, right? It feels like that top 8 right now, the favorites to make it into tomorrow, really are the known heroes of each region.
There is the majority of those, but actually there is one name who after last game slipped into that top 8, I believe, with Dank Memes, right? A player who began in set 6, nearly qualified for regionals in set 10, but is actually now fully focused on TFT here in set 12, is out of college, right? Is fully dedicating all that time, and it is showing it, right? All these known quantities. Dank Memes has been around for a minute, right? Set 6, it's been multiple, sets around the block here, but he's maybe putting himself in consideration to kind of join those names, especially if you make it to the final day, qualify for Worlds, right? Worlds is what every TFT player aspires to. Not that many people have gone to Worlds, right? Even though we've had 12 sets, and it really is just the best of the best that can make it there.
Yeah, 12 sets of amazing TFT. Now the Magic Animation here in Americas is making a setup, and it's what you're saying, Gangly. The faces that are always here are once again here. I really miss Michael. He doesn't have a shot still to make it. He made a Twitter, very sad, apologizing for his performance. So he was one of the hopes for Latam, but we still have Black Sheep, so he will be the running house. He wants to get to day 3, and once again, will be the final lobby. Remember, 3 lobbies will be played in parallel, so the final scoring that we have from all of them will decide who advanced to day 3. As we were saying, maybe 8 of them have the possibility to advance, and we have the lobby set. So Gangly, Khroen, let's head into game 6 final of this day 2 of America Golden Spatula. Here are the faces. CMB9 doing a little crossover there from top to bottom. Now we're set.
These scores that you're seeing right here are not the fully updated scores. So we're here with breaking news to kind of give you all the update, right? Wage and Iverson, we've said it all day today. The only way that Bobster can lose his spot at the Tactician's crown is if Wage and Iverson, who nearly got eliminated on day 1, makes it all the way into the top 8.
Now it's updated, so now the points are okay.
Perfect. Yeah, we see it right here. 53 points at Wage and Iverson puts him at 7th place in the tournament. He's currently sitting in this top 8, and there's a 5-point gap between 6th, which is Milk, and 7th at Wage and Iverson. This means that so many players in the top 16 are all in contention for number 7 and 8 in that final lobby. You can see it right here. Michael, Shaco, Ripple, CMB9, Wage and Iverson, all contending for a spot at the finals. Even in the last game, Jupe, you cannot take your foot off the gas.
That's so amazing. Remember also, Weishan is in the contestation, only qualifying for tomorrow. He has it, so 53. He's the one of the favorite if he gets a good position, but also having the rest, having even a chance of getting there is so amazing, given that the cutoff has now diminished from 60 maybe to 59.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Wage and Iverson started the day number 1 with an average of 5, right? 7-7-1, 7-7-1 were his placements day number 1, and he's made it all the way here, breaking into the top 8 finally.
Portals coming through. Nothing too crazy, Hoope. We got Golden Gala, Radiant item, Gold subscription. I will say, Gold subscription has had, we've seen some crazy stuff coming through. Even yesterday, remember that prismatic gold orb coming in? Made for some really crazy stage 6, and many players standing on it. Ends up Golden Gala, Wage and Iverson says, I don't want to deal with that. Let's just keep things simple.
No variance is what Wajan is saying here.
Starting with Ripple here, Gangly, anything you want to say about Ripple? How did he got here? Tell me the story, man.
Set 8 is the first time that we really started paying attention to Ripple, right?
I thought you were going to go to Diaper. Okay, good. Set 8, that's a good cutoff. Thank you, man. That's a good summary. Go, continue, please.
Set 7 was when the first time really come onto the scene, okay? Dragon Cup back in Dragonland. This guy makes a top 8 finish. And it kind of just feels like, who is this guy, right? And set 8 comes along. Now we see the uprising of players like Milala and Ripple and Wage and Iverson replay this kind of new wave of players in TFT. And then after set 8, where he has this really strong performance, he takes a step back. And he doesn't compete at the same degree, doesn't invest the same amount of time into the game. And to be honest, we haven't really seen him invest that same amount of time into the game until this set. And I can't help but feel like it's not a coincidence that the set in which Ripple has stated publicly, I'm investing more time. I believe he took hiatus from work in order to devote additional time into the game. He's now standing here 12th place, only a handful of points from the cutoff. And we might actually see Ripple take one more shot, get his run back in the top 8 of the Golden Spatula, and try one more time to make it into that World Championship.
It's one thing to say, hey, I'm giving it my all, and another thing entirely to deliver on that promise, right? And Ripple is doing exactly that.
Now we have the Almond selection. We stay a little with Michael. Doesn't want to go for the fairy line. We know it's very difficult to get there, especially with the tempo. So he simply goes here. Gold collector is amazing for him. He doesn't have tank items to go for Mogus Mail, and this is normally the best option to be sure to at least funnel some gold into the early game. So let's see if he slams something here. Maybe going for the Shojin and the collector as a possibility. And now Portal will be the option for him.
Ooh, interesting. Actually takes out the Ash, I would assume. Maybe like a Rage Blade collector slam. We get 3 multi-striker in. Okay, it is actually what's going to be happening here. Taking a lot of looking around the rest of the lobby, trying to assess board strength, right? And assess maybe how much gold you can get from that collector, because that could ramp up your econ in the early game and set you apart from the rest of the field.
Take stock of some of the augments we see on the right-hand side. Obviously, we do see the Deja Vu coming in for Bruce, but some of our main characters, Wage and Iverson taking the Pandora's items. We saw him play a couple rounds ago where he waited for other lines to be selected by other players and then chose a line that was open where he was able to play the vertical chrono. We see CMB playing that double down, most likely into Callista. Robin Songs and Disciple already locked in, but playing some more tempo-oriented stuff, and Shaco is hard committed into that Hunter line.
Yeah, Hunting Frenzy for him, so very good possibility for him to execute enemies below 10%, and obviously going for that regularly, the Wukong Jinx line, but we have seen that also with Vanguard. Obviously, that's the less powerful option, and it could be also a possibility now for him. Shaco already has that Bramble Vest that is so amazing on El Mono, on the Super Wukong, and with these two stars Hunter on the early game, this is so good for him. Obviously, trying to go for the bow in the carousel to achieve the Ginso Rush rate.
Yeah, he might not be able to get the bow, though. He's a little bit strong right now, especially with all these upgrades on the board. It might have to settle for just like a cloak or something for a future Ruinans or second Gargoyles, something like that. Because, yeah, the power of this board is really, really strong.
Shaco, like Flames and Neonified, 2 players that we've gotten to see a decent amount this weekend, made his run into the Golden Spatula coming off of the second place finish at Tacticians Cup 3. Went day 2 in Tacticians Cup 2, followed it up with a second place, showing that, yeah, you know, when the rolls go his way, this may not be a favorite from Brazil, but he's able to convert off of high roll when it's presented to him. And now he has the opportunity once more on the cusp of that top 8 at the very bottom, would probably need some sort of chaos to ensue. Actually, I think he's probably out entirely, I think at 46 points, but certainly making the run, showing that he deserves to be here.
Okay, this is interesting. We have CMB9 and Disho both with a loose streak. CMB9 has decided to open 4 completely, and with 2 tanky, obviously Disho cannot do the same. He has to stay with the double items. He wants to go for the full Honeymancy here, Khroen. Double Blixer is the most important thing because you want those tanks to get the additional shield from the 2 tanky. So this is a great tech, and I know Disho knows it perfectly. The thing is, now he loses against the CMB9, so he knows it. This will be a big hit into his economy because he will not be able to do the full loose stick. Maybe now try to achieve tempo, but it's very difficult in this comp.
Yeah, low world matchmaking a little bit there. Would have loved to get that full loss streak, but something that's Dish Soap's edge always is he just knows how to play so many different lines. So you already know when Dish Soap sees too tanky, he knows exactly how to play that and exactly what he needs to do to get into a top 4 at least, if not win the lobby.
Frying pan available here. There are a lot of compositions that are enabled to buy the pan.
Thinking about it.
Actually considering it. CMB playing what we assume would be the Callista line. Not something you normally are actually taking pan for. Maybe trying to... Actually not exactly sure why you take pan here.
He could go Scholar still. Maybe go Rise. Fast 8 Rise, but maybe he will be cooking for sure because he has the pan.
Definitely cooking here. I think, it might just be that Scholar line, right? The Rise is enabled by those emblems so much, and having a pan early game, being able to then tailor your future items, right? Your units that you hold to that line, I think could be a very, very good out.
Okay, let's see once again. We should see the rest. Everyone is still a little greedy on the item slams, and now we're seeing Reroll. He's the one maintaining win streak here, probably going for the shapeshifter line now, using the Frost as a possibility, holding up onto the Wukong. We know the Hunter line is already contested. He sells it, so now he simply goes against CMB9, ensuring an easy win streak for him. So if he manages to maintain it, he will be the one pressuring the lobby, at least econ-wise.
Yeah, sells it. I think it's the correct recognition, but there's already going to be hunters being played by the rest of the field, and he's going to be able to make 20 econ there, right? Getting a free win versus CMB. So definitely good recognition there. The items that he has also not quite leaning into it perfectly.
Okay, it looks like Weijin is considering either reroll mages or perhaps the Ari here, holding a lot of different units, actually opting to not even make econ in favor of that. I mean, at this point, that's a pretty good hit if you're trying to play something like the Ari. You get the Bastion in. I think we're going to see him selling the Vanguard to the mages here, make 30. I mean, that's kind of the confirmation Weijin needed, though, right? Being on stage 2 and having to flex between those 2 lines, losing interest each round. Every round that you don't make a decision is gold lost. So Weijin being able to solidify his line right now and instead say, I'm going to hard commit to this. We know that Ari has done extremely well on the day. He's currently the point leader of that bubble, and so all he needs to do from here is get something, most likely, I don't want to promise, but I imagine a top 3 would be enough for someone like Weijin to make it into tomorrow.
And now Reroll is the one who will for sure maintain the win streak. So we saw Weishan very strong from now on, and Reroll will get this 5 win streak. So important for him. Bishop once again losing, so he will try to step it up, maybe roll a little on 4-2 after the augment, and this is the best spot here for Reroll. Important. This is a comp that even if you win streak 9 win streak, you're not confirmed to go beyond 4th place, because you actually need the level 9. He will actually need to get that Briar to get the smolder, and we have seen it so much time. Sometimes it is enough you stay on level 8, but these guys are amazing on it. They ensure to get maybe an augment that enables them to get to level 9 with additional gold, and then there will be the ramp up and they could get the win out possibility. So now he needs to any items that he get, even that IE, he needs to slam, and he needs to maintain this win streak as much as he can.
Oh, gets a spatula as well, right? But exactly like you're saying, Jupe, right? The 5 win streak is only one part of the process, right? Has the augment with Slam as well, getting a little bit of extra gold in the form of XP. So all the pieces are there for Reroll to make it to level 9, to get this board online. But still, the stage 3 is going to be very, very important, right? How strong is he going to be? How willing is he to slam these items? I think IE, exactly what you're saying, needs to be committed.
Hear me out. Is there ever a world where he's just not actually trying to go fast 9 here and instead, because he's holding a lot of these vanguards, right?
Yeah, what is
He's
the
also
world
not
that is
Vanguard Way is also a good possibility here.
Yeah.
He's
I
not
actually
committed
feel
in
like
items. Yeah.
This
Way.
is certainly there's a Hui angle here. I think he's probably just waiting to see what happens for his 3-2 augment,
And then
because he does have to go. He has to go most likely first if you want to chance, right? I think that is the one reason you probably aren't looking at this Hui board, because it's very hard to win out with Hui. There are many boards that you just don't have enough of that single target damage to deal with. And so in the late game, yes, it's very good at getting to that top 4, but he might be better off trying to go for for something like a fast 8, fast 9. Yeah, sells one of the ways to make 40 here as well.
Yeah, if you're not looking at it, you got to sell the Hueys. And yeah, I was at least selling one to maybe keep the option open still, but not commit to it. I think if you're going to first place, like Ripple needs, has to be with that Dragon Shapeshifter comp.
I like the items. I like Unify. Normally not the best augment right now in the meta, but because he's playing Shapeshifter, or at least going for that as a vertical, it could be interesting for him. Right now, he has pros Server. He goes for this. So he's actually, as you were saying, he's holding the Vanguards. He's not using right now the Shapeshifter. But now, when we see that he gets an augment that gives him armor and magic resist, for sure he will want to pivot, and the plan should be to go to that level 9, full Shapeshifter, get the Dragon Scene, get the Briar, get the Smolder, and then try to cap off.
Golden Quest. CMB.
Ooh.
Wow. Another one of these players that if he really wants any chance, keep in mind CMB currently 5 points behind Weijin Iverson, who's in this lobby, right? So if you're CMB9, the conditions in which you make it to the final lobby are that 1, Weijin has to go bot 2, right? And then from there, you need to make up that 5-point gap at minimum in order to pass him. So CMB9 is going for an all-in play here, going double down into Golden Quest, is going to have a lot of gold coming in every single turn. And because of that double down interest that you're getting up to 4 gold per turn, he'll be hitting that Golden Quest so much earlier.
Yeah, these are the conditions that you need if you're CMB, right? It sucks if Weijin, has a good placement still and you can't break it in there, but you have to just play your own game. You have to recognize what is your win condition and play to that, and CMB is doing exactly that here.
Also, if he managed to play Kalista here, he has good options. It could be Morgana, it could be the Camille, it could be the Emilio. So those 3 options will be ideal. And well, if the game gives you a Briar or something, you will need to play it. Maybe try to pivot a little. He's not committed in terms of items. Obviously, this looks like a Kalista Rakan, but he will be able to maybe make some adjustment if the legendary he gets happens to be another one. On the other side, this show already has the Blitz 2, has the 2 Blitz on board. He has the 2 Nunu on board. This is the most important. If you play into tanky, you want your tanks to be the one that are doubled, so they get the additional shielding. And now, just by chance and just by gaining a little time, the 6 will make the damage to the front, and also maybe access the backline as a sniper.
Playing Transfiguration on that Disto board, you can tell he's playing a little bit slower, right? Still sitting at 50 gold, even though he is lost streaking, able to snap that there, but playing it overall pretty slow. Frying Pan.
Another pan. Oh.
Okay, for CMB.
I mean, this is pretty good. If you're going to be playing some sort of fast 9 with infinite gold, it definitely does not hurt to have a +1 on your team, or could greet it. Maybe, there are definitely some Frying Pan plus Spatula +1 combinations that work out pretty well.
+2 Scholar, maybe go for 6 Scholar, depending on if we get Emilio from that Golden Quest. There's a line. There's a line. I think that's less likely. However, probably just okay with that +1 unit. But we'll have to see. Doesn't really need to commit to it right now, though. So we might be waiting a little bit. Doesn't need to put another unit on the board. He's totally okay with losing, right? That's what double down is here for.
Yeah, he could wait for the... Yeah, Gangly, go.
I was going to say, you can see even just based on what he's holding on his bench, right? I think at this point, he's not really thinking about the Kalista as much as he wants to play the Shapeshifter level 9 board, right? Which I think if you're Ripple, if we didn't get to see Ripple's full stage 3, I think there is still a chance where he's trying to play the blaster variation with the Ezreal, and that's what the IE slam is maybe, but it felt like Ripple wanted to go fast 9. If you are Ripple and you're contending against the double down Golden Quest player going fast 9, you are going to lose that race by quite a bit.
Yeah, no, he's waiting. He's waiting for the legendary he gets. A possibility of preserver, as we were saying. He could deepen out in also in shapeshifter if he wants. So it will be very interesting. Maybe not next round, but 4-1 should be enough for him to make the cash out and get that 165 gold to get the legendary. Ripple for now still holding out to the spatula. Not a good choice for him so far. Normally, you could use Frost, but we know Frost is not very good in the meta right now. So this is just a transition for him, and he wants to cap out even more with something with more strength.
Ooh, Mordekaiser too. Ripple actually trapped the Namzi into the backline there, so almost lost that last round. But fortunately did win, and Michael, of course, has gone for this Hunter line, at least maybe for now. Has that Rage Blade, has the Gold Collector as well, but has taken a lot of losses here in Stage 3, but is pretty rich, Gangly.
Yeah, I mean, being able to hit that 70 interest threshold that you get because of the Shimmer Scale Augment that he chose on 2-1 does mean that he's going to have, you know, compared to the lobby, apart from CMB9, an absurd amount of gold. Sitting at 47 points, though, I mean, Michael, even if things go very well, I can't imagine that he has any way back into the tournament. Michael, of course, one of the most prestigious players from LATAM, doesn't quite have the tournament that we're expecting from him, but it would feel nice, I think, for him to go out on a win here.
Yeah, this is a transition for him using the Jinx. He knows Checo is much better than him. Now losing against him, he already has the frenzy, so he's playing the Hunters. Maybe he's thinking about another possibility, but yes, it hasn't been the tournament for Michael. He still has potential. He's very young, only 21 years old, and he loves TFT, so I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot from him in the future too.
Oh, here we go, Xerath.
Ooh.
Being a legendary. Okay, so where do we go from here?
Well, I think it starts with leveling up to level 8 and buying as many units as it takes to be able to kill the wolves.
Yeah, there's only 7 units on the board even, not even 8 units.
Oh, wow. You know what? I mean, it does quite look like he can just play around the kind of standard like shapeshifter board and just throw this Xerath in.
We saw that before, yeah.
Through, though. Yeah, we saw Robinson, I think, do the same
Wow.
exact thing. This was his almost exact setup that we saw back on day one.
He skipped the shapeshifter, so maybe not the Nasus as a possibility for him. Maybe an error. He's cooking here, so let's see if he already has a chance. He puts once against the Fairy. He hasn't found the Kalista. Very important if that's the line. There's Rakan once again.
There's a lot going on here on this
Kalista
board that he has to do. Yeah, this is a rough transition here. No Kalista means that this board's gonna be pretty weak. There is the power of that Xerath too, however, and with these artifacts coming through, right, that's gonna shore up a lot of the frontline weaknesses. Let's see.
Tempest on the Xerath, maybe? Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he's got a lot of strong pieces. The problem is that there's just a lot of work to do. I think getting the Xerath, well, you know, it can be a good unit as a standalone. The biggest issue is that it doesn't actually give you any sort of direction, right? Like when you're trying to play Fairy, it's a very rigid comp. You don't have like a +1 slot. Thankfully, he actually does have the +1 slot, quite literally coming in from the Tactician's crown there, or cape, or shield, or whatever that one is.
The shield.
And he is going to be able to play something like the Hecarim, right? So he's going to be able to splash Arcana in on the Fairy board. So maybe this actually is a condition in which just playing a straight up, you know, more rigid Fairy game makes sense from Golden Quest.
Yeah, perhaps so. Also, there's some Bastions options here, right? Especially with the pair of Dianas. If Diana 2 is achieved, we could go into more of like a 4 or 6 Bastion line, right? We saw 8 Bastions there being played earlier, and we can't quite get to that point, I don't think, for CMB, but maybe meeting somewhere in the middle.
No Kalista, we see it in the face. He's chewing. He knows this is a big low roll for him. He has to use the Xerath, maybe gaining some additional good charms in the late game, but for now, he only gets the Milio. He will try to itemize him as a carry, but we know Milio needs to be considered a carry. If not, he's only like utility, like giving items to the rest. He can be a good carry, but he has to be level 2, and for now, that's not the option, so a very dire spot here for CMB9.
Bruce on the other side, the Deja Vu coming through with the Talisman of Ascension as well. And with Shield up, there is going to be a lot of frontline coming in on his board. It's really just a question of whether or not you hit that threshold of ascending for the Galio. It's going to be pretty close. Vanguard Shield is procced here, and there it is. He has ascended. So much HP coming through, but no, not enough damage. And the Zanyas from the Xerath keeping him alive. TMB lives another day.
Yeah, he does have 2 lives remaining as well, right? 21 HP is okay. You can still take 1 loss and still pilot your way towards that top of the lobby. But taking a look at Dishsoap's 2 tanky board here, he has been rolling a lot, right? Meaning he's buying charms every single round, meaning that transfiguration value is so powerful for him here.
Yeah, he's strong. He has a good front line. Still not 3 items on the Blitzcrank, so that could be a little difficult for him. He has good chance. He has a good damage. He has good difference, but he's still not fully popping up. Very low in life. So now it should be the chance where maybe the Nunu 3 arrives early. He's holding up until the comp mount. Normally now he shouldn't go into the comp unless he's planning to go 5 Honeymancer. Normally if you do that, you lose the value of the 2 tanky. So he will try to pivot out. Going up against CMB9 looks very bad to him. He cannot penetrate the front line. The Arcane is so good. He's absorbing all the damage. The 6 has already disappeared, and now he's all against the Blitzcrank. Dishsoap knows he's not in a good position, and again, a good win for CMB9. We're talking about maybe the comp wasn't enough, but it's pretty good.
Dishsoap's face, I think, says it all. He knows there's a lot of power coming in through this lobby, and playing a 1-cost reroll is typically not where you want to be when prismatic orbs are dropped. To me, the main characters right now are CMB9, Wage Iverson, and Ripple, right? These are the 3 players most closely in contention with one another for those 2 spots. Wage Iverson, keep in mind, is the leader of that. I believe he has 3 points up on Ripple Overdrive. Let me confirm that. 4 points up on Ripple, right? So both Ripple and CMB9 are relying on Wagen to fall far enough down that they can sling past him with either 4 placements or 5 placements, depending on which player it is. These are the 3 players that we really need to be watching. We can see Wagen is playing the Ahri line that we've seen do so well, but take a look at this. Just hits it. Thankfully, he has the double dupe, finds RE3 now, has 4 units 3-star. So with the Arcana, he's going to be getting additional AP, and this is the point in time where the RE starts to ramp up. What he really needs, though, is the additional bastions, because this is kind of where you are when you don't have the prismatic orbs and all the other resources coming into the game.
Yeah, Wage Iverson a big hit there. It feels a little weird to have to use double greater duplicator, right, on a unit like Ahri being just a 2-cost unit, but it's exactly what Wage needs. That's the big power of this comp here. On the right hand side for Wage, and left hand side is Ripple, who we were just talking about as well. He has a lot of gold, has a smolder, is reaching towards level 9, so takes a big loss there versus CMB after he cashed out from that golden quest, right? But at least Wagen has stabilized. RE3 is so good in stage 4, but he has to, like you're saying, Gangly, get those bastions online.
Yeah, the rest of the comp, for example, Deja still with the Deja 2, trying to get that Deja 3 and pop off. So even though he has the Ascension, the Ascension doesn't make sense because the time where the backline, the front line already disappears is not good enough for them. Ripple gaining here the Pyro emblem on the smolder. This is normally the cap of the board, and very interesting board that he managed to assemble. Normally when we see Vanguard Blaster with his reroll, but no, he's playing like Vanguard Blaster going to level 9 and then trying to achieve the smolder 2 and the Varus 2, and that will be the main carries for him. So good adaptation for him, showing flexibility, and once again trying to go for the win.
Going head-to-head against Wagen Iverson right now. Wagen has just spiked. Ripple, of course, is sacking to try and go level 9. So this is a very, very important fight for Ripple to win, for Wagen to win. He cannot afford to lose to anyone who might be sacking and trying to cap out higher. And you can see Wagen Iverson, I think he knows how important it is to win this round. He's probably very, very thankful that matchmaking allows him to play Ripple now and not on 5-1 when he stabilizes.
You saw the camera even like throw a kiss to the sky just now. That was so amazing, yeah.
Yeah, Ripple already leveling up to 9, rolling it down, right? Not trying to greed out a little bit of gold is going to make sure, no, I want to hit now. I don't want to be stuck in these situations where players are greeding and have to make so many decisions after the round. But no more smolders to hit Varus too. And yeah, it's said Varus needs to be a very important part of this dual carry composition.
Yeah, 26, 30 gold. He will roll deep on the next. He needs to roll for Charm and to roll for those important pair. Getting close to that smolder is very good for him, and now with this additional ambush, he will be able to itemize the rest of the carries. Ideally, maybe try to go for a last whisper to ensure that you have shred, and now the split off and the roll down for both of them.
Yeah, just get a little bit of gold with that charm, of course, with that tier 3. A smolder pair. We need to hit one more. Briar's Eastern.
Oh, there's the transition. Amazing.
Swap.
Ripple
Okay,
clearly has a
Smolder
game plan. He hits. This is a huge upgrade, and now he's got to figure out his items now. Make sure you upgrade that before time runs out. Barely able to get it online. Amazing transition, a masterclass from Ripple. We've seen so many players flop on that level 9 transition, Jupe. Ripple this time actually gives himself just enough time to make it work without failing any of the core parts of the transition.
That was perfect. Last second, he didn't even blink. I didn't even saw a facial expression for him, showing the prowessness and the full mental that he has. Smolder doing good damage on the left. Robinson going up against Bishop. So Bishop lives. He was only 1 HP, and now the 2 flying dragons going up against Smolder versus Deja. Smolder takes the win right now.
Yeah, that
He's
was
just trying to catch him. He said, "Get back here!" He's running around the board trying to find this Smolder.
And that's why we see this composition, right, win so much, featuring Smolder 2s in late game. It's not the shapeshifter kind of classic variant, but still so good. And getting all those swords, right, for Varus items. He has Hodge, Deathblade, and Shojin as well to output so much more damage, right? That is such a good roll down, a good pivot from Ripple there. Exactly like you said, masterclass.
Okay, Michael in the right, we see him finally pivoting out of the comp he had and simply going for the Kalista. And on the left, Weishan knows maybe this is not the great face-off for him. Let's see if enough. He needs to penetrate the front line, going up against this 5 fairy 3 multi-striker. Kalista popping off, ramping up the damage. Defense is still very good with the Suspicious, but I think the damage is not full enough. Gangly, let's see if he managed to get it.
Oh man, it is so hard for Weishan Iverson because of the trench coat. There are just so many units on the board, and while Ahri is so strong at being able to take out those super tanks, she does struggle when all of a sudden you've got 13 units on the board. Ends up being too much, and Weishan Iverson loses a crucial round. And look at the HP totals right now, Khroen.
Wow, yeah, the HPs are so low. From Ripple all the way down, right? 2nd to 8th place, just a 25 HP gap. Robin is has a little bit of buffer here, but looking at each of these rounds, right? The positioning, the little micro adjustments could make or break your run right here. Bruce on a 6 loss streak. This Deja Vu Galio has fallen off so hard, but can it win? Can it hang on for just another round here? Going up against Shaco with the Jinx Wukong, but it's only tier 2 Wukong.
Let's see if it's enough. Going up against Shaco. Shaco very strong with the Jinx 3 also. And on the left, Disho going up against Michael. So very important for him. Michael putting the center, the Kalista, trying to avoid the sniping from the 6. So for now, it's enough. Holding up the front lines in both ends for now. The ascension from the Galio should come right now, and he's focusing the Jinx. So the Galio makes a good win on the left, so Brucelov lives to tell the tale, and also Bishop wins against Michael. Michael is eliminated, and Bishop keeps advancing, keeps zooming points. He has already enough points to advance for day 3. Let's remember this also, the champion, the world champion from previous Tactician crown, already confirmed for next day.
Weishan Iverson at 3 HP. Keep in mind the point leader of that bubble coming into this game. One fight can determine up to 4 placements for any of these players. Bruce, Weishan, Shaco, Dishope, all at 1 life. Weishan has been free falling for the last 3 rounds. He's got one more chance to be able to salvage this placement. He's able to pick up another AP item for this Zoe 3 that he does have. Is rolling for a charm. Does find a TG.
Okay.
Doesn't have anything too valuable.
Yeah, it's not too great here, but there's a lot on the line, not just for Weishan, but for Bobster as well, right? If Weishan falls here, Bobster is going to be watching and breathing a big sigh of relief.
Okay, let's see if it's enough. Both of them, again, with 1 life. So Brucelov, Weishan, and also Bishop. The 3 of them with 1 life, only 1 defeat can enable them. This is the last game of day 2 of the AMER Golden Spatula. Weishan against Brucelov here.
You can see, look at Weishan Iverson. This is the most important fight of the entire weekend, determining not only his placement, Bobster's, but the entirety of everyone who's trying to make it into that bubble. Ripple Overdrive, CMB9 as well. The front line is starting to crumble for Bruce, but he's got to make it all the way over to that Galio, who is now ascending. And you can see, look at Weishan Iverson. He knows the front line.
Nice to see from Nami.
Not enough.
Weishan knows this is not enough for him, so Bruce wins, and Weishan takes a 6. So this is 3 points for him. Summing to the 53 that he has is 56. It should not be enough. So this means, Gangly, if we do the math correctly, that Bobster will be the one advancing by NA. That's correct?
That is correct, yes. With Weijin Iverson falling here, unless something miraculous happens and he still finds his way into the top 8, Bobster will be representing North America at the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. But in this game, all eyes now turn to Ripple and CMB9.
Yep.
If either one of these players can get one of those top placements, they can use the fact that Weijin went out early to slingshot themselves forward and potentially snag the last spot into the top 8.
Yeah, can Robin do anything about it though here? Robin with a very strong 7 multi-board going up against Dish, so it's going to be really, really hard. But just that tanky Forbidden Idol Blitzcrank in the front line just buys so much time. Robin taking a big loss there. These two players already in good spots here. However, Ripple, yeah, gotta take a big look at him. He loses down to 3 HP. Bruce, can he win? No, Bruce is out, taken out by the Ascended Xerath.
Bruce was already complicated in points, so now we confirm he was in 45, so very far ahead from those 60, 59 that he needed to advance. So Bruce Lowe says goodbye here in the America Cup. Great performance for him, great set. So once again, one of the players that we will for sure keep hearing most or more in the future. Ripple, now with the 5 Pyro. I wanted to see this. Finally, the 5 Pyro in place. So much possibility of execution for the rest of the game that is so good. You think he's not doing enough damage, and then the whole enemy team explodes.
Yeah, it's so good. Also, just it doesn't feel real for Weijin to be out like this, right? It feels like when Weijin has to do it, he does, and he clutches up, but he wasn't able to make it happen this game. I thought with the line he was playing, right, especially the stats coming into today of Ari Bastions, he was going to be able to do it, but just not quite enough. But now Ripple, Robin songs, just so right. Let's see how Ripple can do it. This composition is so strong. The 5 Pyro line, we haven't seen it be that popular in a little bit, but Ripple has made some magic happen here with this board. Double IE now on the Varus, Rageblade Giant Slayer on the Smolder, going up against Robin as well.
Great positioning from Ripple there. Has the Tom Kench with the Eternal Winter on the same side as the Callista. So the Callista, though she will be ramping up so much more slowly, and you can see the difference that it makes. Ripple obliterates this board. On the left-hand side, though, we see Dish Soap up against CMB9, and CMB9 is ripping through it. Dish Soap falls, Robin falls. Heads up between Ripple Overdrive and CMB9, the two players contending for that spot from Weijin Iverson. When you look at CMB9, the Brazilian 4-time regionals competitor, has made it to the world championship before. He's just as decorated as so many of the Brazilian greats, but oftentimes lives in the shadows of players like VCLF, Ego Illusions, Bobzera. This time quietly entering the regional finals, and is now in a position to potentially go on a 12-win streak to get his spot in top 8.
There is a possibility that not both of them can achieve, so maybe only the first one will have a chance to achieve the day 3 of this America Golden Spatula. Khroen, last fight of the game, CMB9 with a win streak.
Last fight of the game here. Ripple, the Smolder is stuck right on the front line, but let's all look at the Xerath, right? When it ascends, can these cats do it? It has Zonias to be alive as well, but the Smolder is not dealing quite enough damage. It doesn't need to get down to the Ascension as Ripple falls here. CMB9 takes the final game of day 2.
They are now tied in points. We'll have to see the tie break, and we'll have to see results from the rest of the lobby to see who are the ones who are the 8 to advance to tomorrow, day 3 of America Golden Spatula, to define who will be the America's representatives for Tactician Crown. Gangly.
We have said that going into these last couple of games, you have players who are playing not to lose. You are players who need to do whatever they can to just get a little bit more prize money. And then you have these players who have a chance, a life left in the tournament. CMB9 and Ripple take advantage of the fact that Weijin falls early, and they do their part. They gamble. They go for a huge risk, and it pays off going top 1, top 2. Jupe, like you said, it's all going to come down to tiebreakers. But Khroen, this is what makes a hero in tournament.
Absolutely. You look at your 1-win condition, say, how can I get there? What is my road to the top 8? What is my road to the Tactician's Crown? And you execute like that. The Golden Quest so calculated, so good, made that first place, now tying points with Ripple, right? It might come down to tiebreakers. We're probably going to see these standings here soon and be very happy for someone, but very, very sad heartbreak for another.
We said it before, CMB9 living in the shadow of so many Brazilian greats. Ripple Overdrive being so quiet until he comes back and says, I'm going to try one more time. And both of them taking their shot at greatness in game number 12 of the first 2 days. We're going to find out who's in our top 8 and have that whole game broken down for us by our analyst desk. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here to close out day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula competition. Dobz and I are here to break down that final game and show which 8 players are going to be moving forward to the final day of competition tomorrow. Dobz, this final game was so important for so many players in this lobby.
Exactly, that is actually changed a lot in that final standings, and I'm really excited to see who is going to make it to that final day. But talking about CMB in this game, finding that perfect spot for the golden quest, as he was playing like a full lose streak into the economy augment, found his way into a zero, fit that on the Kalista line, and then secured the win.
Yeah, and for CMB, this was kind of just trying to get as much of a victory lap as possible. Unfortunately, CMB was not mathematically able to actually make it into the final lobby, but that was still so impressive, right, Dobz? Because this was a player we were looking at having a strong performance on day 1, really trying to turn things around on this day 2, but just barely being shy of that. Still finally able to get that first place here.
Yes, for sure. I mean, sometimes you're not able to get into the finals, but that doesn't mean you did a great job. I mean, for sure, CMB had some many good games in here. He should be proud of what he did.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, and especially that final game, being able to play that golden quest, as you said. But there was still a lot of other things to take away from this one. The biggest thing that we had our eyes on was just what is going to happen to Wajan Iverson. Heading into this final game, he was in one of those top 8 positions, but really needed to make sure that he had a solid finish in this final game in order to secure a spot in the final lobby and take away the qualifier points placement for North America. And this game was so interesting because he did have this Ari reroll, but it didn't quite work out enough.
Yeah, he had like actually one of the best lines that are performing really well in the competition right now. But that last round facing the Galio with that ascension item couldn't make the Ari couldn't kill the Vanguards soon enough, and then the Galio swipes him out of the game. So really close from the Wajan, not the game that he expected to play, as he missed the top 8 because of that, and then Bobster actually secures his spot into the Worlds.
It's going to be so interesting to see like the final standings, because I think this ended up being a very close race. But here you can see the final moments. CMB9 celebrating a little bit, being able to get that final game win under his belt. Ripple Overdrive still having a very strong day, being able to finish out with a second does feel a little bit better. But as we take a look at the final standings, let's talk about this first page. Dobz, this is going to be our players in 17th through 24th, so not making that final lobby, but still should be very proud of themselves for making day 2 of the competition.
Yes, for sure. Some players in here were like really far behind, and then when you're actually far behind after a bad first day, it's kind of difficult to come around, as you have to sacrifice a lot from your setups to play those risky lines, and then maybe some of them couldn't make it because of that. But as we see here, the top 9, the Ripple almost made it in the final lobby, losing that 1v1 against CMB. And if he actually had to manage to win that fight, he could actually made it into the final. So really, really close from Ripple, Wajan, even CMB, and Replay tying in that 56 points.
It's wild that 56 points was a 4-way tie and outside of the top 8, but this is going to be your A players competing tomorrow in the final lobby of the America's Golden Spatula. There is a big takeaway here, Dobz. We've got Ego Illusions and Black Sheep that both made it into this final lobby that already have spots at the Tactician's crown. So where are these where are the rest of these spots going to go? Because we have spots to give away based on your placement at the America's Golden Spatula, as well as the AVP.
Exactly, and also you have Dish Soap that is already qualified to Worlds as he is the world champion. So it means we have 5 spots left to the Worlds and 3 players already qualified into that final, meaning that everybody in this slide is actually playing that Tactician's crown. So proud of them. They made a really good tournament so far, and I'm actually really down to see how the final is going to work out tomorrow, as everybody is already at the Worlds. No one has that pressure of getting into that spot, meaning that they can focus on their game plan and gameplay actually to play for that first place. That's actually really important as well. Everybody wants to be crowned as a champion of Golden Spatula.
It's a big tournament, so being able to have a title where you said, I've won the America's Golden Spatula, not only is that a great achievement to have, but it's also a great confidence booster knowing that the Tactician's crown is just a couple of days away. Not to mention, there is also a $14,000 grand prize for the player that does manage to get first place tomorrow. So yeah, I hope everybody's able to get a good night's sleep, go into the final day of competition with a fresh perspective. But it is so exciting to be able to welcome our points lead for the day, someone who's already locked in a spot at the Tactician's crown, Ego Illusions. Congratulations on the day. how are you feeling knowing that you have secured a spot at Tactician's Crown already? You just get a chance to go play another day of TFT.
Hello, eu posso falar em português? O Dobz vai traduzir?
Pode.
Yeah, Dobz,
Ajuda.
help.
Pode devagarzinho.
Ok, obrigado. Eu tô feliz, mas no momento eu tô um pouquinho triste porque meu amigo Semi-B9 teve problemas com a internet e eu tava estudando junto com ele ficou muito perto de classificar. Então eu tô com esse sentimento misto. Tô feliz pela minha performance de hoje, eu venho trabalhando nisso há muito tempo já, me dedicando nesses 5 anos de TFT e eu tô vendo o resultado sendo pago hoje e eu tô muito orgulhoso de como eu tenho melhorado, principalmente com esse novo formato do Américas e estar em contato com os players do Latam e do NA. Tem melhorado muito o meu nível, eu tô feliz.
He says that he's mixed up feelings because he's really happy for him as he is dedicating a lot for the DFT over the past 5 years. But actually, CMB was one of the players that he studied a lot with him, and as he didn't make it because just a narrow line, and actually had some issues today, and that makes him a little sad because of that. And he's really proud of what he actually made until now. He's really proud that make into that first place. Also, knowing that the merging from the regions made him push his level into even a better spot as he can face players with even a higher level as the players from NA and the top players from Latam as well, and even the players from Brazil in tournaments like this. So he's really proud and happy and with mixed feelings that CMB didn't make it.
Yeah, it is definitely disappointing to see how far CMB had come and to have those unfortunate circumstances arise. It can be bittersweet to see you make it, but maybe not your friend. But Ego, you are in this spot where so many players are really starting to look up to you as the champion of Brazil, the sort of like the beacon that a lot of players hope to become. So did you ever see yourself being in that position where you can be that person that other players look up to?
Honestamente, tipo, já há algum tempo eu atingi o topo do Brasil, eu tô entre os melhores do servidor, e eu sou muito orgulhoso disso, mas eu almejo mais, eu almejo o cenário internacional, eu almejo ser reconhecido como um dos melhores do mundo, e eu tenho trabalhado nisso, então eu fico muito feliz de ver esse reconhecimento hoje, e de que tá dando certo, tá pagando o meu esforço. E eu quero mais, eu quero ganhar o Américas, eu quero ganhar o Mundial, eu quero estar frequente nesse cenário, internacional e botar meu nome aí como uma das lendas do jogo. Tem muito trabalho pela frente, mas vai dar certo.
He said that he's really proud of what he have done in the Brazilian scene, knowing that he's an inspiration for a lot of players, and actually knowing that he's one of the best Brazilian players in the history of TFT. But what actually he wants is to be one of the legends of the TFT in the entire world. So he wants to prove that he can win Americas and actually win worlds as well. And so that's what he's aiming for.
I certainly think you have a great shot to do that. Ego Illusions, we've already seen you on an international stage going back to the Runeterra Reforged Championships, where you were able to get that 11th place, and now you get another shot, not only to win here, but to prove yourself again at the championship. So what are you looking forward to for this upcoming Tactician's Crown?
No meu primeiro Worlds, eu acabei começando muito mal. Comecei com 2 oitavos e um sexto e felizmente eu consegui dar um comeback e ficar muito perto de ir pro lobby final. Dessa vez eu espero chegar com mais experiência para evitar esses oitavos. Eu acho que nos meus últimos campeonatos, no Golden Spatula e nas Tacticians Cup, eu tomei muito pouco oitavo. Eu acredito que eu enxerguei melhor meus spots e não caí nesses cenários, então acredito que eu sou um player mais consistente hoje, sou um player muito melhor do que naquele Worlds. Eu espero que eu consiga aplicar isso, que eu tenha bons jogos e que eu consiga trazer isso pro lobby final. Meu primeiro tópico é pegar o lobby final, e no lobby final é checkmate, e eu tô confiante, eu vou dar meu melhor. Isso, todos os brasileiros podem contar com isso.
He says that at the first Worlds, he started with a really rough sequence of games, like getting 2 8s and a 6th, and that actually made the mission that he wanted to go into that final lobby really difficult. Even with that rough start, he still manages to go with a really good placement at the end at 11th place. But he wants more. He wants to go into that world and reaching into that finals. He actually thinks that he is a player that is even really better than the player that he was at the Unitary Fortune. And he thinks that nowadays he can look up into those games that he would be like he can actually avoid those setups that are bad and put him in the spots that he can go wait, like the games in the worlds that he went in a bad spot. And in the cups and the Golden Spatula, he has like so fewer 8s, and he's really confident about his gameplay. And he thinks that he can make the first mission that he has is going into that World Finals, and then after that checkmate format, he can actually be able to reach the finals and then reaching the world champion. That is his goal.
Well, Ego, I don't want to jinx anything, but you did not go 8th at all yesterday or today. In fact, you got 3 first places in a row to kick off your games today. That is so impressive. You must be feeling, are you confident about being able to go into tomorrow and take the whole thing?
Eu tô confiante, sim. Eu tive muitos bons jogos no dia de hoje. Acho que eu enxerguei muito bem a minha abertura. Eu consegui converter isso para as wins, high rollei bastante. Mas TFT é isso. Tem dia que é high roll, tem dia que é low roll. E tem que aproveitar as oportunidades. Espero que amanhã seja um ótimo dia, eu vou dar meu melhor. Tô jogando para ser campeão, vou dar meu melhor para isso.
He says that he had some pretty good spots today. He thinks he's capable of reaching tomorrow and getting into that first place. And he thinks that TFT sometimes you high roll or low roll depending on what you get. But he thinks he high rolled a little bit today, but he's pretty confident that tomorrow he can repeat that. And he's actually going to that aiming that first place for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen from your games on the broadcast, you definitely have the skills, you have the knowledge to be able to do that. We saw you play something different in every single one of the games that we saw you on broadcast. Was that your plan? Is the meta in the tournament shaping up to be similar or different to what you had prepared for?
Pode traduzir para mim, Dobzão, que eu me perdi.
I miss it. I'm sorry. Can you repeat, Nekkra? I'm really sorry.
Yeah. No, you played something different in every one of the games we saw on broadcast. Mm-hmm. Was the meta what you expected, or is it different than what you prepared for the tournament?
Eu entendi agora.
Tá, ok.
Tá. Sim, eu acho que apesar de ter algumas coisas muito, muito fortes atualmente, umas lines muito fortes no começo do jogo, eu geralmente me dou bem quando eu tenho... O meu jogo melhora muito quando eu tenho uma leitura muito boa do meu early game. Então, as lojas do 1-3, 1-4 e o 2-1, eu sempre falo pra mim mesmo assim, no 2-1, eu vou saber o que eu vou estar fazendo. Não necessariamente a build, mas eu vou saber o meu plano de jogo. Então, eu tenho focado bastante nisso nos últimos tempos, de reconhecer a line que eu posso jogar. No Golden Spatula anterior do set passado, eu acho que eu acabei givando muito spot meu pra contest, e eu aprendi, acabei indo no oitavo nos 2 primeiros jogos do dia 2, porque eu fugi de contest, joguei uns bardos, e dessa vez falei, não, eu aprendi, vou bater o pé, quando o meu spot for melhor eu vou ficar, e também reconhecer quando o spot do outro for melhor, para que eu consiga encontrar uma line incontestada e aplicar o meu jogo em volta daquilo.
He thinks that the game he can actually see the main rounds in the game for him is like the first stage and the 2-1. He actually wants to go into have like a clear game plan, even though he might not know the composition that he's already playing. Sometimes he's going to know when he's playing like a reroll or something, but at least have a game plan about right after the 2-1. He thinks that allows him to have a better spot at the game. And then later, actually, before he actually gave it a lot, his spots on previous tournaments, that's not something that he wants to do right now. He's actually recognizing better the spots that he has that are good and not letting the composition away for other person. And sometimes when he has like the worst spot from other player, he actually tries to avoid that contesting and try to find a line that is uncontested. For that, he thinks that he can like have better placement at the game.
Definitely important, and I think you showcased that beautifully. Ego, one final question for you is, I want to give you the opportunity to say something to the people supporting you. I know you have Team Liquid behind you as well, so any words for them?
Eu quero agradecer a todos os brasileiros aí, todo mundo que gosta de mim, que tem torcido por mim durante todos esses anos. Apesar de muitas vezes eu deixar as lives de lado para focar mais no competitivo, a galera segue me apoiando bastante. Também tenho que agradecer a Team Liquid, que como aconteceu com o Semi-B9 hoje, aconteceu comigo em campeonatos anteriores, eu já deixei um lobby na mão num lobby final e acabei ficando muito triste por isso. Enfim, e hoje eles disponibilizaram o espaço para mim vir, todo o suporte, que eu não tenho risco de cair a internet ou a energia, me dá uma segurança, uma tranquilidade de jogar que não tem como descrever. Então, isso é muito bom para mim, isso é o suporte, além de todo o resto do suporte. Mas é isso. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que tem torcido e vamos que vamos.
He's really thankful for all the fans that support him alongside these years in TFT. Also knowing that sometimes he give up his weeks and his days of streaming, trying to focus more on the competitive side. That's something that he really thinks that's important for him. And he is also thankful to the Team Liquid that supports him a lot. And being able to play at Liquid's facility, it's really good for him, as he already had some issues with power sources and network and internet in other tournaments. And playing on the Liquids is kind of good for him, because he actually can be like he cannot be nervous about that, because he knows that the internet will not be down, and then also the power, and he can focus more on the gameplay. And then he is really thankful about how Liquid supports him, and also the fans has been supporting him for this time.
That's awesome. Ego, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on your performance today. I hope I say this right. Muito obrigada e boa sorte amanhã.
Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Parabéns, mano.
Obrigado.
É o melhor do mundo. Vai, boa sorte amanhã.
That's awesome. So amazing to hear from Ego, especially because he really is one of those players that has consistently gotten better and better and better every single time we've watched him compete on the Americas and international stage. Dobz, you must be so proud to be able to see him just be able to take the day and hopefully go into tomorrow feeling very confident.
Yeah, I'm very proud of Ego. He's a player that turned into a friend, a really close friend of mine. We are actually playing TFT since the beginning, and I've been seeing like the dedication that he has when the game had even from the beginning. That set you that he started not even with the Hyatt World Champions. He was already trying his best. And then as the game passes and started to have like worlds and regionals, and he keeps trying his best to be not just the best player in Brazil, as he says, but the best player in the world. So that's what I expect from him since the early days, that he always says that for everyone. He's not just playing the TFT so randomly. He wants to play to be the best one in the game. So I respect a lot about him, this mentality, and I actually really proud of what he did today.
It's going to be so interesting to watch tomorrow because while we usually see the America's Golden Spatula be the proving ground for the players that will make it forward to the Tactician's crown, and we have a bit of a race on that final day, everybody on the final day is going to make it to the Tactician's crown. So it's just going to be an interesting race to watch to see who can get the first place, the title of the America's Golden Spatula winner, and take home that $14,000 grand prize. Dobz, it's been a pleasure to be with you on the desk today, as well as the rest of our casters, Khroen, Gangly, and Jupeson. Thank you all so much at home for watching, tuning in, and supporting our players, and to all of our players for competing in the tournament today and for the entirety of the Magic and Mayhem set. We're looking forward to seeing everybody back tomorrow to see the conclusion of the America's Golden Spatula. So thank you so much, and see you tomorrow.
See you guys.